What's left of Ian is bringing heavy rain and the threat of flooding to the northeast.
So let's check in with certified meteorologist Luke Doors. He's standing by in the Weather Authority Center. Luke.
Well, no longer is this Ian. It's the leftover spin in the atmosphere that used to be Ian. It's now what we call a northern or a wintertime type low, but it's moving off of the mid-Atlantic and still producing kind of a surge-like effect. All right, so high pressure here, low pressure here, sandwiched in between. You get these strong winds, and at times they'll be pushing water from the ocean into the land, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. That's a surge-like effect. That prevents the water from draining out. They've had a lot of rain from this area of low pressure, and then they're going to get more. So still some major flooding ongoing, especially near the coast in the mid-Atlantic. And then finally, later on this week, what's left of Ian will move out to sea. Elsewhere, we have two disturbances that we're tracking. This one that's way out here in the eastern Atlantic will probably be Tropical Depression 12 later on this week. Good chance at developing, but we're not concerned about it. It heads out to the open sea and will eventually die out. And then this disturbance here, well, that's moving into the Caribbean. And we always watch the Caribbean in October because those are the disturbances that can get scooped up like Ian did. But with this one, the risk with it's pretty low. Its chances at forming right now only 30%. Watch the modeling as it moves it through the Caribbean as just a disturbance of showers, thunderstorms, no big deal. And then high pressure will be moving over South Florida and keeping this suppressed to the south. That's the way it looks now. We always keep an eye on those. Anything in the Caribbean in October, but for now, not a big threat.
All right, still things going on in the tropics, but no named storms at the moment. This one could be our next named storm and has a high chance to develop over the course of the next few days or so. So we'll keep an eye on this. Most likely will maybe become something, say tomorrow or the next day. I think we are going to see a tropical storm at least out of this thing, but it's not going to bother anybody. It's going to stay out in the middle of the Atlantic, and it will be a fish storm, so nothing to worry about there. The next name on the list is Julia here. So if you do hear Julia forming, it's probably that one, because this one has a low chance right now, maybe farther down the road, like beyond the 5-day time frame listed here. It does have a better opportunity, but for now, just a low chance. We'll watch it as it slowly moves into the Caribbean here over the next week or so. But right now, the models, they did make it an invest, so the models could be run on it. Most of them are down to the south. If it strengthens really quick, then it gets pulled up to the north, but that's not looking like it's going to be the case. Now, we are in a new month, the month of October, and things change a little bit tropically. We no longer look way out here like we do in September. We mainly look into portions of the Caribbean, especially a hot spot is the northwestern Caribbean and the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and then of course the nearshore waters, and then also down towards the islands in Puerto Rico. And the tracks usually either come towards us and then shoot away from us there, or up the East Coast. Now, we're past the peak. We're in October now, but look at how much October stays pretty active. And in fact, for South Florida, more than 60% of our landfalling storms occur after that peak anyways. So we really can't let our guard down quite yet here, just because we got one out of the way and we're kind of winding things down a little bit. Still, most of October could be pretty active, and of course Wilma came October 24th, way late in the season.
That's right, and Dr. Nab, once again, a couple of areas here now, a depression, Tropical Depression 12.
Yeah, now the good news about TD12, let's quickly talk about this. It's headed northwestward already, and it has a short cone because it's probably going to dissipate. Now, we'll see in the models in a little bit. It could make a comeback and wander the central Atlantic for the next week and a half, but this is not a problem for land areas anytime soon, if ever. But we do have our tropical wave here east of the Windward Islands, and there's an upper level low there that's shearing it right now, but the conditions will probably get more conducive in the Caribbean again. Now, Chris, I know folks are looking at this. Isn't this the same area that Ian
looks almost exactly the same spot.
It is right now, but we've got to talk about the forecast. The pattern as we get to the Western Caribbean is going to be very different, although what's the same is weak wind shear. The waters are still warm. Ian did not churn up cool water because the water is too deep and warm there. There's a little bit of Ian's cold wake there. But so getting to the Western Caribbean, that's the part that's similar to Ian. But what direction it will be going once it gets to the Western Caribbean is what's different. It doesn't have that door to the north.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it goes up.
No, and here's why. Because our coastal low is finally going to get taken out of here. And then you don't have as deep of troughing over the east as we get into this weekend as you did pre-Ian. So there's enough ridging here over the Gulf and Florida. So that sends the system west. But what's good news for Florida and the Gulf of Mexico in the U.S., it would be really bad news for Central America. I'm very concerned about what could happen there. And wind and water in a slow motion system. Look at that upper level high pressure. That's weak wind shear, and that could be going over many countries in Central America.
So there's potential for development there before making landfall.
Yeah, and the Euro and GFS both show development before it gets to Central America. And this is the GFS. Now, it's generally similar, right? Ridging over Florida and the Gulf of Mexico. It's sending it west, but slower. So this is Sunday. So this is about a day behind the Euro getting it to Central America. Watch how slowly the GFS has it going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I hope this isn't right on how slowly this could move, and then eventually could something form here in the southwest Gulf and come north. Can't rule it out. But Central America is the area that needs to get ready.
All right, yeah, and beyond that, it's just a little too far in the distance, right?
Yeah, so for the next week, Central America is where we got to focus our concern. But October, more systems can form all month, Chris, in that same zone.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much. Stay with us. You're watching Storm Center.
Well, again, a couple of systems in the tropics. Remember, October can be a busy month in hurricane season. More hurricane landfalls in Florida in the month of October than any other month. And we have tropical depression. This will last maybe another day before it gets torn apart. It's almost there now. This is TD12 and not now expected to even become a tropical storm, moving into the central Atlantic and dissipating. And from tropical depression 12 to this tropical wave, there's a lot hindering the development of this, a lot of land interaction with the coastline of South America here, a lot of wind shear, a lot of dry air near what is trying to become the center of this. So it may take another couple of days before we see anything develop at all. It has a high chance out day 3, 4, and 5. So later this week and into the weekend, it gets into the southwestern Caribbean. It's really the highest chance for development. We'll keep an eye on it, but the computer models, this is Invest 91, all of those model tracks keeping it well south of our area, bringing it into Central America, and then dissipating it after that. But we'll watch it for you. Hurricane Hunter flew through it earlier today, just couldn't find a closed low. Found some pretty good winds, though, 68 miles an hour, and the pressure, borderline 1,007.
Your storm station keeping an eye on an area in the tropics with a good chance of forming into a depression soon. Closer to home, king tides have returned, so be careful if your drive takes you through flood-prone areas. 7 to Erica Delgado, live in the Weather Center with everything you need to know. Erica.
Ethan, we continue to remind everyone at home that hurricane season is far from over. Now, just today, as of 11 a.m., the National Hurricane Center is now beginning to issue advisories on potential storm number 13. You can see all that moisture associated within the Caribbean affecting the northern coast of Venezuela, in Caracas, and even across the ABC Islands and for Trinidad and Tobago. So here's the very latest. It's potential storm 13. It's the name it's given because it's not just quite yet a tropical depression. It's missing that well-defined center of circulation, but because of its proximity to land, those in the path of the storm will have plenty of time to prepare. It's moving towards the west at 15 miles per hour, and as it does so, it will continue to strengthen possibly in the Caribbean and could become a Category 1 hurricane as it moves into Nicaragua and into Central America. This one poses no threat to South Florida, but what it will threat will be those rain impacts across the Caribbean and also across Central America. We could see rainfall in upwards of 7 to 10 inches with some localized areas as high as 16 inches. Meanwhile, king tides are back here in South Florida, which means our tides will be running a little higher than average, and saltwater flooding will be possible. The next high tide, Fort Lauderdale, will be at 624, 653 in Miami, and this evening, Key West, your high tide will be at 852, and that's the best time for us to see that saltwater flooding. We'll have more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
In the tropics, we can now say goodbye to Tropical Depression 12. It is done. The National Hurricane Center writing the last advisory on it, so we have no more worries on this system whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the Caribbean, what was potential storm number 13 has now been upgraded to a full-fledged tropical depression. 35-mile-an-hour winds moving west at 15 should become Tropical Storm Julia tomorrow, Category 1, just before making landfall right in through Nicaragua. We have a tropical storm warning for the northern tip of Colombia, and then the islands here east of Nicaragua, they are already under a hurricane watch. Now, this is our in-house model showing all the rainfall on Friday, and you can already see almost an eye that center of circulation as it aims for Nicaragua, possibly making landfall with 85-mile-per-hour winds.
You know, we also have another system, believe it or not, ongoing right now, a tropical storm Julia that has brought a lot of rain to Venezuela in recent days with lots of flooding. We've seen parts of roads and bridges being washed away, and you can see that in front of your eyes there. So the tropics are not dead yet. I mean, we can still see tropical development take place all the way through the fall, and this is still part of the season that can be very prolific in terms of the production of tropical systems. Let's have a look at Tropical Storm Julia and where it is overall in the big picture. It's here in the southern Caribbean Sea. Just for reference, there's Florida, northern Gulf Coast right there. So this is a long way away from the United States. It is impacting South America and likely to remain well to the south of the United States. We do think, though, it is going to bring some very impactful weather, flooding, and perhaps some damaging winds to parts of Central America, Nicaragua included eventually. But this is the latest advisory as of 11 o'clock, just got updated from a depression to tropical storm moving toward the west at 18 miles per hour. It doesn't look that well organized right now, but remember, you don't need a whole lot of organization to produce a whole lot of rain, and that's what we're seeing across parts of the region. Here's the latest cone, the latest forecast from the Hurricane Center, bringing it up to an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane closing in on Nicaragua late in the weekend. Now, it may even get stronger than that because, as I've said, this is a very dangerous part of the Caribbean for tropical cyclones to be in. The water is warm, there's a lot of heat content there, and sometimes the atmosphere gives it a lot of room, more so than even forecasted, to get stronger. So we'll be watching for that possibility. But then it brings all its heavy weather, bad weather, rainy conditions across parts of Central America and eventually into Mexico early next week. Now, many of us in Florida or in parts of the United States along the northern Gulf Coast are wondering, could this ever come close to us? It's very unlikely. And the reason why is because late in the weekend and early next week in particular, big old high pressure aloft will be blocking us from getting a lot of latitude. In other words, from moving farther to the north. It is likely going to be steered around the periphery of that system in this direction. Now, that doesn't mean it can't go northward, but there's good news. We can breathe a sigh of relief for many of us in Florida and the northern Gulf Coast. But not so in Central America. Flooding rains, a lot of rain on the way. We'll be watching this big international story going forward.
This is out of Venezuela. A landslide sending part of an apartment building crashing to the ground. You get too much rain, heavy rain coming out of Tropical Storm Julia, weakening the surface. You've got that terrain, very steep terrain, and it erodes the ground and causing problems already. Dr. Nab, unfortunately, we think this storm could cause more problems in the coming days.
Yeah, I hope we don't see a lot more scenes like that in Central America as Julia makes it to that area Saturday into Sunday, but that is going to be one of the significant risks of the tropical storm, even if it doesn't make it to hurricane, and it is forecast to become a hurricane, moving quickly westward at 18 miles an hour. So time is of the essence to be preparing in the offshore islands of Colombia, San Andres, Providencia, Santa Catalina, and then the east coast of Nicaragua. All these areas under hurricane warnings, and eventually Nicaragua will go from watch to warning as well. But it's not just about the wind and the waves and storm surge that we could have onto the coastline there, but it's going to be about the rain-induced flooding. Now, it will be moving along. It's not going to be a stalling system, but it won't be moving as fast as it is now. In here, be moving more like 12, 13 miles an hour, a little bit more typical forward speed, but that's not fast enough. In fact, the best possible scenario would be a weaker system going quickly into the East Pacific and lessen the number of land areas impacted, but that doesn't look likely. And just like with any tropical storm or hurricane, we're going to get impacts inside and outside of the cone. Many countries at risk for some very heavy rainfall. There's unanimous depiction from the global models at that general scenario from Panama and Colombia all the way up into southeastern Mexico. But the details will play out in terms of what is the heaviest rainfall into what mountain ranges and where might we have flash floods and mudslides. That's going to be the life-threatening concern. It's not just a point on the map. That's a pretty sprawling system that's moving quickly westward because of the high pressure that's off to its north. This whole zone is causing that strong east to west current, and it's unfortunately also got upper level high pressure overhead. So that with the warm waters means it's going to strengthen and move into Central America in a couple of days. So this trough will be departing, the one that brings our weekend front, and then it'll be slowing down as it gets over Central America. Then pieces of it could get into the East Pacific and or the southwestern Gulf. And then with our next trough, our next front, the middle of next week, will some piece of Julia get into the southwest Gulf and be either left down there or picked up by that front? That's a possibility we're going to have to watch. So we might not be done with Julia after the next 5 days, Alex.
All right, as I'd mentioned, some activity in the tropics still ongoing. Maybe our next hurricane. Let's check in with John Morales with more.
Hey, Ryan, indeed, we have Julia there in the southern Caribbean Sea, and, you know, this system is starting to probably organize, and more than likely it's going to become a hurricane. We'll take a look at the satellite picture here behind me. Let's put it up on the full screen and show you what's going on, because just in the last few hours, we're really starting to see a lot of thunderstorm activity close to the center. The center is right around there, and, you know, you see the thunderstorms blow up on this side, blow up on the opposite side. So whereas earlier this was being impacted by upper level wind shear, looks like Julia right now might have a chance to develop pretty quickly over the next 24 hours or so. Moving briskly towards the west at 18 miles per hour, so that is going to bring tropical storm to potentially hurricane conditions to some of the islands here offshore the area of Nicaragua. So some of these islands are actually Colombian islands, San Andres specifically, and then into Nicaragua as a Cat 1 hurricane, 75 to 85 mile an hour winds, plus a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, and additionally up to 15 inches of rain. Obviously, Julia could be a serious problem for Central America as it heads in their direction for this weekend. We'll be back after this.
All right, we're going to start with tracking the tropics. 11 o'clock advisory in of Tropical Storm Julia strengthened just a little bit to 45 miles per hour. It is expected to strengthen a little bit more and quicker, too, as it heads off towards the west pretty swiftly at 17 miles per hour. Expected to become a hurricane, 80 mile per hour hurricane before it makes landfall in Nicaragua. This is not moving up in our direction at all. It will stay well down to the south. And as you can see, the models showing that nicely. So this one, we are not worried with that.
Well, Tropical Storm Julia unleashing torrential rain and strong winds as it bears down on the Colombian islands of San Andres. Officials there issued a hurricane warning on Friday. The storm is only getting stronger and could reach hurricane status by the time it hits the coast of Nicaragua tomorrow. In fact, later today, Julia expected to be a hurricane.
Yeah, we could see a little rapid intensification as it approaches the outer islands here and then moving in to Central America with some very heavy rain. So mudslides, that's going to be a really big concern. 60 mile per hour winds right now, so still a tropical storm, but as it moves over these very warm waters in the Caribbean, we could see it intensify pretty rapidly here.
Yeah, it's looking very healthy this morning, and it's just able to breathe. You see it expanding, you see a deep core of thunderstorms near the center. So certainly on its way to becoming a hurricane, if not this afternoon, certainly by tonight. And notice landfall sometime tomorrow afternoon here across Central America. It's moving pretty quickly and pretty much due west.
To move quickly is a good thing, I think.
It limits the rainfall.
Right, and they're particularly prone to landslides there.
Oh, yeah,
flooding,
especially with the mountainous terrain. One of the reasons why this isn't turning north is because this high pressure is pretty strong. Unlike what we saw with Ian, where there was a little escape window for this to curve north, this is going to stay well to the south. However, after landfall, it does want to meander a little bit up towards, say, southern parts of Mexico and some of these countries here through Central America. And some of the models even bring bring what's left of it into the Gulf of Mexico next week. We've got a lot of time to watch it. That's only a option, not the likely option. But even then, it would be so weak, it would be dealing with a lot of hostile environment.
Right, especially as it moved further to the north. But we're going to have to watch it just in case, because this time of year, anything that gets into the Western Gulf, we could see some development there. So right now, though, we're really concerned about Central America as this moves on. And look at the water temps.
Very warm in this part of the Caribbean. Remember, Ian was further north, so it kept it dropped the water temperature significantly there in the Gulf by 10, 15 degrees in some cases off the coast of Florida. But not the case here, where we've got very warm water temperatures, especially closer to Central America. So that's why we do expect strengthening. Atmospheric conditions are in favor of strengthening and likely to become a hurricane, not just for the outer islands here off of Central America, but we got hurricane warnings for central parts of Nicaragua, and then tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches to the north and to the south.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point about how the water cooled when Ian moved through. I mean, it releases latent heat. Hurricanes serve a purpose.
They do.
Even though we hate to see them, especially when they come over land. But if we didn't have any hurricanes or tropical storms,
would just those
all that energy would just accumulate.
Yeah, and cause problems down the road. So at least, you know, it's interesting seeing some of the gauges there off of Clearwater, 15 degrees, and it happened within 24 hours of Ian pushing ashore. And all that water that fell in the rain is still draining into the Gulf, and of course, much cooler.
Yeah, a week and a half later.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible stuff.
Tropical storm Julia battering countries in the northern tier of South America. The storm unleashing heavy rain, triggering severe flooding and landslides in Venezuela on Thursday. Gusty winds whipping through the Colombian islands of San Andreas last night. Julia could reach hurricane strength by the time it hits Central America.
I feel like it's kind of on its way to becoming a hurricane, don't you?
It's pretty close.
Yeah, it's strengthening and moving across parts of the Caribbean that is going to impact Central America in the coming days significantly, with a lot of rain and, of course, maybe damaging winds and life-threatening mudslides as well.
So let's take a look at where Julia is right now and some of the stats on Julia. It is still a tropical storm, but it is moving very quickly, and it is moving over waters that are notorious for intensification.
Yes, and we may be seeing some of that now. 65 miles per hour estimated by the satellite pictures and other resources. But the idea that there is still some room for this to get stronger, and it could get quite a bit stronger. It could be yet again one of those things that rapidly intensifies before landfall. And Molly's right, it's moving quickly, so there's not much time left over water, moving west to 21. But it's enough time, I think.
By the time it makes it into interacting with land, it'll still be moving quickly, but not quickly enough to not cause problems with rain. We are going to see really rainfall be the hallmark of this. You know, Honduras as well as Nicaragua, two areas that are extremely susceptible to landslides and mudslides. And this is going to be very impactful for the next 24 to 36 hours.
Very impactful, moving over mountainous terrain, bringing a lot of tropical moisture inland, and moving slowly enough. And again, as Molly said, it's moving fairly quickly by tropical cyclone standards, but not quickly enough. It is going to bring very heavy rain, feet of rain in some spots, we think, all the while, maybe even along the coast, some destructive winds as well. And moving along a path that's, you know, for those of us in like the northern Gulf of Mexico or northern parts of the Caribbean, this is good news that it's likely, very likely, not coming our way.
When we started to see the formations, this was like, you know, a couple of days ago when it was a tropical wave, there was a lot of concern because it was forming in a similar area to where we saw Ian form. But the difference between this is that now we have this big area of high pressure that is blocking this from moving into the north, moving into the Gulf of Mexico. Instead, it continues to push it to the west.
Molly, that's such a good point. This was a low latitude riding tropical cyclone across the Caribbean, following the paths of other systems we've seen this year. So this has been maybe a mode of variability here in the tropical cyclone movements this hurricane season, meaning, yeah, it was taking the paths that other ones had, but this one is likely going to stay on that path toward the west and not get any farther north thanks to that high pressure in place.
So let's put this into motion. You can kind of see where it is right now and where it is headed, slamming into the coastline by early tomorrow morning, not really losing a lot of its strength, at least in the short term, as it makes its way over some of the mountainous terrain. And you'll notice that the impacts are far outside of where you just saw the forecast cone.
Satellite views from Julia as it sets its sights for Central America. it could become a hurricane at some point today or into Sunday. Julia is now moving in an environment where we are moving away from land. We have low wind shear, and obviously we have lots of bathwater temperatures when it comes to the Southwest Caribbean, although we're going to see the system move across some of the islands of Colombia before it makes a landfall, likely along the coastline of Nicaragua as we head into the next 24 to 36 hours or so. So here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center showing you that Julia will continue to gain strength, possibly getting up to a Category 1 with winds of 80 miles an hour, making a landfall somewhere across the Nicaragua coast late Saturday into the day on Sunday before it quickly weakens as it moves over some of the mountainous terrains of Nicaragua, Honduras, and into the countries of El Salvador and Guatemala. So we will see the system continue to get stronger, and it's going to quickly weaken now that Julia is over land. You can see the active tropical alerts we have in place. The orange, these are tropical storm warnings. The red here, that's a hurricane warning, and the pink, that is a hurricane watch there too. So some of the key messages: Julia continues to weaken, it continues to strengthen, We are expecting to see rainfall amounts approaching 12 inches, but we could see higher amounts closer to 15 inches. So as a result, we have to watch out for flash flooding, storm surge issues, mudslides, and for landslides. You can see as the system is now continuing to make its way to some of the islands of Colombia and to South America, we're seeing those winds out of the north between 20 to nearly 30 miles an hour, and those winds will continue to get stronger. The hurricane hunters were out into the storm maybe a little bit earlier. We will see another hurricane hunter flight into the storm later on this afternoon at 3:45 Eastern time. But back focusing on the rain again, though, from Mexico, Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, down to the country of Panama, we could see rainfall amounts approaching a foot or so, and with this type of terrain across Central America, that can easily lead to catastrophic flash flooding and mudslides too. Now, as Julia continues to move towards Central America, we now have a low chance of development for tropical development. It looks like once Julia moves away from Central America, it will enter the East Pact, where it may develop into something over the next couple of days. We'll continue to keep an eye out for that. But elsewhere throughout the Atlantic and the East Pact, conditions remain very quiet, and hopefully, Steve, we can keep things pretty quiet throughout these basins, although officially for the Atlantic, hurricane season doesn't end until November the 30th.
La tormenta tropical Julia podría convertirse en huracán durante la noche de hoy mientras se dirige rápidamente hacia la costa de Nicaragua, y ante su posible impacto han evacuado las zonas de mayor peligro.
Según los pronósticos, se esperan mareas de tormenta hacia el sector norte del impacto, lluvias que producirán inundaciones y deslizamientos en zonas montañosas.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, y precisamente comienzo hablando de Julia. Como bien decían Lisette y Yunieski, sigue siendo en estos momentos una tormenta tropical, pero se espera que en las próximas horas pueda llegar a ser un huracán categoría 1 justo antes de estar tocando tierra en Nicaragua. Según el boletín de las 5 de la tarde, presenta vientos máximos sostenidos de 70 millas por hora y mantiene un movimiento en general al oeste a razón de 17, y podemos ver en ese cono de trayectoria que tan pronto como en la madrugada de este domingo pudiera estar tocando tierra cerca de Bluefields en Nicaragua, con vientos máximos sostenidos cercanos a las 80 millas por hora. Luego esa interacción con tierra va a estar debilitando rápidamente este sistema, no sin antes dejar acumulados de lluvia que fácilmente en sectores de Nicaragua, Salvador y también Honduras pudieran estar superando las 10 o incluso llegar a alcanzar hasta 15 pulgadas de lluvia, dejando peligrosas inundaciones repentinas. Y acá en el sur de la Florida no esperamos afortunadamente amenaza tropical, pero eso sí, la lluvia, como pueden ver, ha regresado este sábado al sur de la Florida.
In Florida today, nearly 2 weeks after Hurricane Ian hit, some homeowners were finally able to return to their houses to see what was still standing. Kathy Park was with some of those families as they made the painful journey home.
For the first time, anxious homeowners who survived Hurricane Ian shuttled in by bus to Fort Myers Beach, the only way residents can get onto the barrier island because of the widespread damage. Jerry Artrip went in knowing there would be devastation, but he wasn't prepared to find his home flattened and scattered in pieces.
My house is gone.
as I didn't know what to think. I spent 22 good years here, and it was tough.
A lot of memories.
A lot of good memories. I've had a lot of good time here.
What's kind of the plan today? Do you have one?
I don't have one.
This is Estero Boulevard, and this is the main drag here on Fort Myers Beach. You can barely make out the road because it's literally coated in sand. It looks like a ghost town here. And what struck us coming into this community is just how eerily quiet it is right now. Emergency responders are keeping a close watch with hazards at nearly every turn.
The island was covered in 12 to 18 feet of salt water from the storm surge. The structural integrity of many homes and buildings is compromised.
Thousands in the disaster zone are still without power, and in hard-hit Fort Myers Beach, there's no running water. Residents who made it in left with items they could carry back on the bus. Do you plan on rebuilding?
I hope so. I really hope so. I like this little island.
And Kathy joins us now from Fort Myers Beach. Kathy, when will the island be back open?
Jose, there was limited access onto the island until 5 o'clock this evening, but starting tomorrow at 7, residents, property owners, and business owners are actually allowed in, but it really depends on where your property is located. It'll be a staggered re-entry, and officials are saying all the structures on this island are unsafe, so enter at your own risk. Jose?
Kathy Park in Fort Myers Beach, thank you.
Time now for a tropical update, and we're talking about Julia that was recently upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane, and it's a very large storm in the Caribbean Sea. And earlier you can see some of the cloud cover heading into Roatan Bay Islands in Honduras. Julia is expected to make landfall in Nicaragua sometime early tomorrow morning, but those outer bands are moving through Honduras and Nicaragua, producing some really heavy rain. And the thing to be concerned about for these areas is going to be storm surge and mudslides, because Julia is booking it very quickly, moving 17 miles an hour to the west with winds of 75 miles an hour. And this is going to be impacting the vulnerable coastline of eastern Nicaragua as a Category 1 hurricane making landfall sometime early in the morning, bringing with it the storm surge and really heavy rain that could trigger some mudslides. The views are fantastic here in Central America, but the mountainous territories do make it difficult in terms of flash flood potential and mudslides. This will gradually cross through Central America, coming out on the eastern Pacific side of Central America by early Monday, likely then becoming a tropical depression into Tuesday. But some interesting things could happen if this doesn't totally spin down into a remnant low. It could re-strengthen again in the eastern Pacific. In terms of intensity, Julia will be hitting its peak intensity between now and landfall of about 75 to 80 mile an hour winds. Then it will be decreasing in strength as it moves through, again, the mountainous territories of Nicaragua. Hurricane warnings are still in place for the eastern coastline of Nicaragua, along with the islands of San Andres and Providencia. Tropical alerts in place, though, for the coastline of El Salvador and the western coast of Nicaragua, for where we're still going to be dealing with some of these impacts as Julia weakens, just not as much so as what will happen as it makes landfall. Storm surge, heavy rain, and flash flooding that could lead to mudslides. Those are our biggest concerns, because rain could be 6 to 12 inches. Isolated totals could be up to 15 inches, and that's definitely going to be enough to cause some concerns here across this vulnerable area. Anywhere you see these white areas is at least 6 inches of rain, but it's probably going to be much more than that in these spots, and especially with the terrain influence here, that could mean some significant flash flood potential for both Nicaragua and Honduras. Some of that heavy rain making it into Belize as well, and that speaks to the large size of this storm. It's taking up much of the Caribbean Sea right now, so we'll have to watch for what happens here in the next several hours. Julia, though, as it crosses into the eastern Pacific and spins down, if it retains that circulation, it would still keep the name Julia. But there is a low chance at the moment of it continuing to re-strengthen into the warmer waters of the eastern Pacific, close to Mexico. If it lost its circulation, it would no longer have a name. But if it reformed, then in the eastern Pacific, it would have the name Roslyn.
And hurricane hunters are tracking yet another storm quickly headed west.
And certified meteorologist Luke Doris is here to tell us about what he's learning about Hurricane Julia. Luke?
Hurricane Julia, you said it, Sanella. This is the 5th hurricane now of 2022. Became a hurricane today. It's Cat 1, winds to 75 miles per hour in the Caribbean, just about to make landfall in Nicaragua. This is Nicaragua right here, as a 75-ish mile per hour low wind Category 1 hurricane, bringing those hurricane winds to Central America and then drifting westward slowly through the weekend. Now, while while they will get wind impacts out of this, whenever you're talking Central America, which is mountainous, the greatest threat is often the rain, the flash flooding, and the mudslides. 6 inches to a foot of rain. That's the biggest threat with this storm. It's being pushed westward by this area of high pressure. I show you this because this is blocking anything from coming up toward us, including Julia, which gets pushed west into the Pacific. And a bit of good news, Julia is the only show in town. There's nothing else out there, no disturbances even that are being tracked by the Hurricane Center, so it should be a quiet entrance into next week as far as the tropics go.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos al noticiero Univisión fin de semana. Comenzamos hablando de la tormenta tropical Julia, que siguió fortaleciéndose y ya se convirtió en un huracán categoría 1. Con sus fuertes vientos avanza hacia Centroamérica. En el caso de Honduras, hoy elevaron la alerta de vigilancia a los 18 departamentos del país por las lluvias que se espera dejará a su paso. Claudia Mendoza nos tiene más información.
Norma Mejía y sus hijos tiemblan de miedo al ver caer la lluvia porque su casa está a pocos centímetros de ser tragada por el agua que la rodea. Teme que Julia, ahora convertido en huracán categoría 1, deje a su paso más lluvia sobre Honduras y destruya lo poco que tiene.
Estamos con miedo completamente, monitoreando las 24 horas, pero no quitamos aquí a la galerita porque ella es la que nos sirve de refugio.
Una parte está mojada y otra parte que se ha mojado aquí.
A Catalino Baiza lo encontramos en la orilla de una carretera. Improvisó una choza de palos y plásticos porque las lluvias que cayeron semanas atrás en Honduras le destruyeron su vivienda. Y ahora huye de las lluvias que ya comienzan a sentirse en Honduras por el huracán Julia.
No, venirlo para este bordo aquí porque aquí, hasta aquí no llega el agua. Sí, aquí es donde puede salvar uno. Allá no, porque esta la casa me rajó, ¿ves? Se puede ver las hendiduras de la casa.
El gobierno de Honduras decretó durante 24 horas alerta amarilla para todo el territorio nacional. Aunque se prevé que Julia ya no toque territorio hondureño, el temor persiste de que ríos importantes como este crezcan en su caudal debido a las fuertes lluvias que caen sobre el territorio centroamericano e inunden comunidades importantes del Valle de Sula.
Todavía tenemos alguna situación de riesgo en varios sectores de Honduras de tener inundaciones y tener deslizamiento, por lo tanto es importante mantener la vigilancia.
Por eso, Sonia Villanueva y cientos de vecinos de varios municipios del Valle de Sula abandonaron sus casas y ahora duermen en este bulevar hasta que Julia no sea una amenaza.
Bueno, la verdad que ahorita si llegara a llenar pierdo todo también porque como no tengo a dónde sacarlos, no tengo recursos para salir a alquilar a algún lado.
Este país sigue de cerca el avance del huracán Julia y aunque se pronostica que tocará tierras nicaragüenses y salvadoreñas en las próximas horas, dejará fuertes lluvias en Honduras, las que podrían provocar inundaciones graves en muchas zonas del país. En Cortés, Honduras, Claudia Mendoza, Univisión.
That was a tease.
Yeah, not a good one either, right?
Not really.
Yeah.
Something we have to get used to for the next week.
Probably about the next 4 or 5 days. Yeah. Hey, good news though. We've got a cold front coming in later this week, and next weekend looks great.
Oh, nice. Okay.
That's right.
Silver lining, right?
Silver lining and all that. That's right. Good. John Silver lining Gerard this morning. Good Sunday morning, everybody. And Hurricane Julia came ashore last night about 3:15 in the morning. In fact, let me show you this on satellite this morning. You can see how it's making landfall. Continues now. The back edge is now coming through as well over right around Bluefields in Nicaragua. And continues to push inland, farther and farther inland, but just a lot of storm surge there. Very, very heavy rain. And of course, we're expecting some pretty bad news to come out of Central America in the days ahead as this kind of interacts with some of the mountainous terrains of the Central America portion of the world there. So that's a bad news situation there. Well south of us, max winds are still 85 miles an hour as the back edge is now going through coastal sections of Nicaragua. So just want to make you aware that that has now come ashore. And the good news, though, I guess if you want to look at the silver lining again, there's nothing else in the tropics that we're tracking right now, at least for the next 5 days, should stay pretty quiet.
This is what it looked like yesterday as Hurricane Julia arrived over the island of San Andres on the way to Nicaragua. Data from the hurricane hunters indicated that Julia became a hurricane as it passed near San Andres. So right about the time is when it strengthened to a hurricane with those very warm waters over the western Caribbean. And there you can see the winds blowing. You see the rain coming down pretty torrentially. And it's really going to be the rain, Lynette, that is going to be the big factor here with Julia.
Exactly, causing a lot of flooding, mudslides as well.
well. As we look at what's going on with Hurricane Julia, so it made landfall, but it's moving inland now, but it still looks pretty healthy at this point. We can see those darker colors, plenty of clouds, those deep clouds coming in, and those thunderstorms as well as it continues to move inland and dump plenty of rain across the area there. So that's going to be the name of the game. We do have that landfall. It was made this morning about 3:15. It was a Category 1 with those winds sustained at about 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, strong enough winds to do some damage, but yeah, it is going to be the rainfall issue, as it often is here in Nicaragua with the landscape, the topography. Right now, it is 30 miles north-northwest of Bluefields, Nicaragua, so it's still just west of the coastline there, taking pretty much a beeline straight to the west, so it's going to take it right over in the eastern Pacific by the time we get to overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. Of course, interaction with land, it will weaken a bit, and you say, well, it's going into the Pacific, so it's going to be there so quickly and then it'll be done. Well, not necessarily. We may see some parts of it enter the Western Gulf once we get into next week, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. But in the meantime, still some hurricane warnings here along the East Coast, tropical storm warning along the West Coast there of El Salvador and Nicaragua.
Exactly, and there's still more rain to come with this thing, so we are talking up to a foot in some spots where you're seeing some of those deep reds there.
Yeah, so rainfall, it is going to be a real soaker for them.
Landfall in Nicaragua. This comes as a Category 1 storm, and we'll have those latest details coming up with our meteorologist, Chelsea. And behind bars, a man is arrested after police say that he's connected to the death of an 85-year-old woman. Now, we had reaction from family members of the Liberty City grandmother. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday morning, actually.
Sunday, yeah.
I'm Kristen Sanchez, and we have Chelsea here as well.
Yeah, so we're still tracking Julia as it made landfall, and we have our own showers and thunderstorms to talk about as it's a very busy day across South Florida. Here's Tropical Storm Julia. It's still holding winds at 85 miles per hour. It made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, and it's still working through areas of Nicaragua, moving west at 16 miles per hour, which is good because it's moving relatively quickly for a tropical system. Still going to hold its Category 1 strength as it works its way across Nicaragua, but even as it moves into the eastern Pacific, it's still going to produce a lot of heavy rain. And notice that the winds, they do weaken just a bit through Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday becoming a remnant low. There's still possibilities for heavy downpours that last all the way through early next week for a lot of Central America. That does include areas of the Yucatan Peninsula, Belize, over towards Guatemala, El Salvador. All of us in this area have the chance to see some very heavy rainfall, and that rainfall is also going to be producing mudslides, debris flows. So it's going to be problematic for these areas as this slowly works its way from east to west through the weekend.
This morning, Julia made landfall in Central America as a hurricane. Julia skirted Colombia as a tropical storm, leaving behind a trail of damage. Homes have been wiped out, fishing boats were bashed, and roads are washed out. Julia is bringing life-threatening flash flooding and a mudslide threat from heavy downpours, and that will continue for the next couple of days. So, Dr. Postel, we actually saw this strengthen into a hurricane as expected before making landfall.
Yeah, Molly, we did, and Julia is the only tropical entity on the map right now. It is now moving across Central America. As you mentioned, it made landfall at about 3:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning and brings a lot of heavy rain with it. Of course, flooding will be a big story across parts of the higher terrain, especially of Central America. Now, to give you some perspective, I mean, looking at the picture here, this is a pretty big circulation. I have a feeling that if it had spent more time over water, it could have gotten a lot stronger. There were a lot of things going for it. But, unfortunately, it's not moving super fast. Definitely quicker than some systems, but maybe not as fast as it was yesterday. And that means a lot of heavy rain for Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and even areas as far north as Belize and parts of southern Mexico over the coming days. This is a sort of a Central American Mexico weather phenomenon for us, and you can see that it's moving in that direction still. Remember, we were talking over the last couple of days that this really didn't have much of a chance of getting farther to the north. And that verified. It is continuing to move toward the west and probably gets out over the water eventually and may have have some time to gather some more strength once it does. But until then, it's the rainy story across much of Central America. And you can see that this is a future radar, right? It's an estimate of what the rain is going to look like. And you can see there's a lot of it, no doubt about that. In some cases, there will be feet of rain. And that's not that uncommon with tropical cyclones like this. They can bring in a lot of moisture into mountainous terrain over areas like Central America, and that leads to a lot of flooding. That's the big story with Julia. But looking back at the systems that we've seen, the named storms this year, this hurricane season, you know, Julia wasn't alone in taking that westward path across parts of the Caribbean. There have been a few others, especially in recent times. Yeah, Bonnie was one of the, well, it was the second named storm of the season, but was a low-riding system that moved through the tropical Caribbean. Well, there's Ian, also, of course, very recently, just a couple weeks ago, moved through the Caribbean on a similar path. And actually, Fiona tried to as well before getting turned toward the north. But again, Julia is going to be one of those Caribbean systems that this season moved from east to west. That was sort of one of those themes, I think, with some of the systems that moved across parts of the tropics. They just rolled across the Caribbean on toward the west.
Let's turn our attention to the tropics right now, because you might think, okay, is there anything else coming our way? And the answer is no. But we do have Tropical Storm Julia, and that's causing a lot of problems in Central America right now.
Julia was a hurricane yesterday evening and last night, and made landfall in Nicaragua at about 3:30 a.m. early this Sunday morning Eastern time as an 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. But of course, that belies the nature and the danger associated with Julia, because it's the heavy rain that is really impacting parts of Nicaragua, Honduras, and other areas of Central America as well.
As you watch this satellite loop, you'll notice that, you know, we lose some of those brighter pink colors, and that's a really good sign that this is weakening over some of the mountainous terrain, as expected. But the thing is yes, the wind is weakening, but we still have all of the rain.
All of the rain. And, you know, the other thing that I've been talking about when I'm watching this satellite picture is, my goodness, had Julia more time over water, it could have gotten a lot stronger based on some of the atmospheric conditions around it, and the fact that the water was so warm and the heat content was very high. But you mentioned, Molly, like not even anywhere near the center, but also far away, hundreds of miles from where the center of circulation is. There's a lot of heavy rain moving through Guatemala and parts of Belize and even southern Mexico.
And that's going to continue. So, you know, we take a look at where this is headed, kind of hugging the coast of El Salvador, as well as parts of Guatemala, maybe even eventually up towards the Pacific coast of Mexico as well.
And if this gets out over water, it probably could strengthen again. Not necessarily reflected in the forecast, but it's certainly one of the options that's on the table. We're not going to neglect that. And if heavy rain, obviously the big problem for many of us, this is the going forward for the next day and a half or so through tomorrow afternoon and evening, and rain will be really pretty much the significant impact here.
Then we look at the rest of the Atlantic basin and see, you know, is there anything that we need to be concerned about? And the answer is, at least for the next 5 days, no.
Those are great words. The next 5 days, and even probably a little bit beyond that, the tropics are going to head toward a little bit of a quiet period, but the hurricane season, not over yet.
This is some video out of Nicaragua where Hurricane Julia had made landfall earlier today as a hurricane there into Central America. Fortunately, not causing any threats for the United States, but this can still cause some impacts across Central America. So, of course, our thoughts are with them. But you can see those trees just in motion, all the heavy rain coming down. Made landfall at 3:15 in the morning, so very early in the daytime there. So with all that, we got up to 85-mile-per-hour winds, the pressure down to 982 millibars. So pretty strong thunderstorm, Category 1, hurricane, I should say, not just a thunderstorm, but it's traversed most of the width of Central America here across Nicaragua. So winds are down to 70 miles per hour. That is a high-end tropical storm. It's going to maintain its center, maintain its structure as it moves off into the Pacific basin. So it will retain its name of Julia. We saw that happen earlier this year with Bonnie, the second name on the list. But of course, that's long gone now. As we see over the next several days, it's going to continue to batter the southern coast here of El Salvador into Guatemala. So we could still see some impacts there as well, from heavy rain to those winds as well. 45-mile-per-hour winds still by Monday morning there south of El Salvador. total rainfall is also going to be an issue across some of these areas, upwards of 6 inches of rain, so very heavy rain. Some of these areas, nearly 200 millimeters of rainfall coming from Julia. Now, as this moves off into the Pacific, it's still going to draw some warm water from here. It's not quite warm enough to really keep it sustained, but just enough that it's not going to be weakening it. Next up would be Roslyn in our Eastern Pacific name, so unlikely, like I said, that it would regain a new name, though. Looking at the development here during the month of October for the Atlantic, it looks like we're going to see across the Northwest Caribbean, into the Gulf, into the Western Atlantic. That's usually where we see development during October. And of course, these waters are still very warm, as evidenced by Ian as it tracked through about this region here. So any other storms that develop here, fortunately though, there's nothing in the 5-day outlook, but anything that does will likely gain strength fairly quickly.
¿Qué tal? Les saluda con gusto Joana Suárez. Julia, convertida ahora en tormenta tropical, dejó daños a su paso por Nicaragua. El 10º huracán de la temporada ciclónica llegó a este país cargado con fuertes vientos y lluvias torrenciales, no sin antes pasar por el archipiélago colombiano de San Andrés y Providencia. Sonia Parizo Sánchez nos tiene las imágenes. Sonia, ¿qué se sabe hasta el momento? Buenas tardes.
Bueno, Joana, las comunicaciones han sido muy difíciles en las zonas que ya están siendo afectadas por el fenómeno meteorológico. Varios países de Centroamérica están en alerta roja. Uno de ellos es El Salvador. Con vientos de más de 80 millas por hora, el huracán Julia tocó tierra a las 3:15 de la madrugada en Laguna de Perlas, en la costa caribe de Nicaragua, arrojando lluvias torrenciales sobre toda la región costera. Julia arrancó techos, tumbó árboles y derribó postes de electricidad, dejando sin energía muchas zonas y dejó incomunicada la costa caribe del país, informó el gobierno local. 6,000 residentes de la zona afectada fueron evacuados el sábado. Antes del paso del sistema, los residentes se abastecieron con lo más necesario.
Ya hemos pasado por este tipo de cosas, pues ya la gente apenas dicen huracán, ya sabe, pues de hecho pues es preocupante. Pero sí estamos ya preparados para enfrentar este catástrofe que se nos avecina.
Horas antes, Julia pasó sobre el archipiélago colombiano de San Andrés y Providencia. Según el gobierno, no se reportaron graves daños y solo lesiones leves entre la población. Y a pesar de que no tocó directamente en Honduras, se reporta por lo menos una persona muerta y severas inundaciones que tienen a la ciudad de Choloma, al noroeste del país, bajo el agua. Allí 300 familias fueron evacuadas de la región. En San Pedro Sula, un carro fue arrastrado por la corriente. También El Salvador está sintiendo los efectos de Julia con fuertes vientos y lluvias. Autoridades salvadoreñas declararon estado de emergencia en todo el país y ya realizaron evacuaciones masivas en las zonas costeras. Según el Centro Nacional de Huracanes, Julia ha sido degradada a tormenta tropical. Se pronostican inundaciones severas y peligrosos deslizamientos de tierra tanto en México como en Honduras y Guatemala. Joana.
Preocupante la situación. Gracias, Sonia. Y seguimos hablando de afectaciones porque al menos 22 personas fallecieron y 52 están desaparecidas a consecuencia de las lluvias que impactaron la localidad de Tejerías en el estado de Aragua, en la zona central de Venezuela. La crecida de una quebrada arrastró viviendas, muebles e inundó las calles, arrasando con todo lo que el agua encontró a su paso.
Now let's get another check of the forecast from Chief Meteorologist Vitas Reed. Vitas.
Yeah, it looks like what we're seeing out there as far as the tropics are concerned. We still have one lingering storm down there over parts of Central America. And it looks like this storm, Julia, will continue to spin around and drop a lot of rainfall over Honduras, Guatemala, into Costa Rica and Nicaragua. So tracking the tropics, it looks like that is mainly the only thing that's out there other than a little bit of cluster storms over the Lesser Antilles. And it looks like we'll continue to see mostly clearing conditions off the west coast of Africa. So that's good news for us. As far as the latest track of this storm, tropical storm status, it looks like it'll continue to head out over the western edge of these countries here. Winds right now still 60 miles per hour, moving west at 16, and it looks like it will continue to lessen with intensity as it gets out west of Guatemala, and winds will start to die down as we go through the next day and a half here. As far as the hurricane season, we've gone over the peak, and in October, we're about right here in October, and we still have more season to go. And as we can see, the frequency of storms starts to lessen, but we still have the potential for activity to occur. And generally where we see the formation in this time of year is down in the Caribbean, which we actually saw with Ian, actually getting strong and forming and coming in this region here. And then out in the Atlantic, generally an area as well. We still have above normal temperatures out in the ocean and in the Caribbean, and that is something to definitely watch as we go through the next several days. But as of now, looking relatively quiet, knock on wood.
Now, taking you to the tropics, Tropical Storm Julia has made it right across Central America, from impacting Nicaragua around 3 o'clock this morning as a Category 1, and then now moving into the Pacific Basin. It'll probably come to an end sometime tomorrow afternoon. Now, this is not your typical occurrence. We really don't have systems that make their way from the Atlantic into the Pacific. The last time that this happened, we have to go back to Otto, which kept its name. Now, the only reason why they keep the name is because they remain more or less intact from the Atlantic Basin into the Pacific, and this happened back in 2016. If it falls apart here, by the way, and then the remnants reorganize, it gets a different name.
El huracán Julia tocó tierra en la costa caribeña de Nicaragua como huracán categoría 1, donde dejó lluvias torrenciales y severas inundaciones. El ciclón impactó en la zona de la Laguna de Perlas con vientos de 86 millas por hora y dejó fuertes precipitaciones. Hasta el momento, el gobierno de Ortega no ha dado declaraciones oficiales sobre las afectaciones provocadas por el evento meteorológico. Entre tanto, las fuertes lluvias registradas este sábado 8 de octubre en el estado Aragua, en Venezuela, provocaron un deslave en Las Tejerías. Luego de varias horas sin información, finalmente el gobierno confirmó al menos 22 personas muertas y 50 desaparecidas. Nicolás Maduro decretó tragedia nacional y 3 días de duelo.
Julia está debilitado, esto es muy buena noticia, sin embargo ha dejado muchísimas lluvias sobre América Central. En estos momentos continúa con un movimiento hacia el oeste para estar insertándose en aguas abiertas del Pacífico durante las próximas horas, debilitándose aún más, y para las próximas 24 horas ya pudiéramos estar hablando frente a las costas de Guatemala de una depresión tropical. De igual forma, a medida este sistema se va debilitando, continuará dejando muchísima lluvia en zonas de América Central y que se extenderán hasta el sur de México.
Once Hurricane Julia is now pounding the western coast of Central America this morning. The storm made landfall in Nicaragua on Sunday as a Category 1 storm. Now, the hurricane had sustained winds of 85 miles per hour when it moved ashore. Julia has now weakened into a tropical storm, but it's still dumping heavy rain, capable of producing life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides.
Always alerting, always tracking. This is Next Weather.
Dry season not far off, but we still got to keep an eye on the tropics.
Absolutely, yeah. Hurricane season isn't over until the end of November, and I have so many people that ask me all the time, whether it's when I'm grocery shopping or out and about, and I say, it's not over till it's over. However, as of now, Tropical Storm Julia is still dumping heavy rain and bringing gusty winds and the potential for flooding, flash floods, and mudslides here across parts of Central America, especially Nicaragua, as it continues to push off to the north and west, and it is just heading here near the coast of parts of Guatemala, and eventually it'll weaken to a low pressure system by this evening and then just be here in the Pacific. But as we take a look at the rest of the tropics in the Atlantic, well, we are quiet. In the next 5 days, cyclone development is not expected, so that's good news.
We're going to show you what else we've been tracking in the tropics here over the weekend. Landfall of Hurricane Julia in Nicaragua. This made landfall as a Category 1. This is looking back here to overnight Saturday into Sunday at 3:15 a.m. Honestly, if it had more time over water, it would have strengthened more. It was on a strengthening path at this point, but it had interaction with land prior to this, brought a lot of heavy rain to Venezuela, brought heavy rain to the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, and then very torrential rain here. In fact, disasters in Nicaragua with heavy rainfall and mudslides. Unfortunately, there was a fatality. Now, it made it intact over Central America into the Eastern Pacific, and so it kept its name. New advisory now has it as tropical depression, Julia, and so it is no longer a tropical storm. The moisture is still here, though, and so that's still going to be the main concern. You can see that path actually keeps it just inland with those winds continuing to weaken, but the moisture in place is going to mean that we have anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain in the forecast, watching El Salvador and Guatemala, especially for the concerns there of the heavy rainfall and some potential issues that come with it. Also keeping an eye on this area up here in southern Mexico. This is the rain in the next 5 days, 5 to 8 inches. Well, there's a area that we're watching here to watch right off the coast, just north of Belize and really just over the Yucatan Peninsula. It's moving this way into the Bay of Campeche, and that's the area where there's potential for development. It's not going to move further north. We've got so much wind shear to the north, the front dropping down this week, so it's going to stay south here. But if it does develop, it would be in this zone right here. And even if it doesn't develop, we are thinking there could be quite some rain across that area, which is why in southern Mexico, the forecast for more than 5 inches of rainfall. Very much a backloaded season so far. I mean, we started off with Alex and Bonnie. And by the way, like Julia, Bonnie was a storm that went from the Atlantic, tracked over Central America, and then into the Pacific and kept its name. Bonnie had lots of superlatives with it. But then we looked at the month of August, which basically the tropics took off. September, exceptionally busy, and with Ian, of course, one that we'll never forget. Now, at post-Julia, what will we have next? Karl's the next name on the list. But look, we have all the way from now to the end of November for hurricane season, and it's still possible for things to form even outside of that. So certainly, this is a time of year where you still cannot let your guard down.
Good afternoon. Well, Julia, the circulation center has unraveled this afternoon right in the vicinity of Guatemala. So at this point, it is mere remnants, but still drenching these parts. What's interesting is those remnants, once they get offshore of Mexico on the Pacific side, they may evolve into a new tropical cyclone. So that is something we'll be watching for in the days to come. Good news is we won't have to worry about this here in the U.S. or South Florida. Notice that development potential at 30% over the next 5 days. Another area, by the way, being highlighted by the National Hurricane Center has to do with a disturbance over the Yucatan Peninsula. That expected to head over toward the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. 20% development potential over the next 5. So that is low. Not too concerned about that feature at this point. It appears that the upper level winds are going to become more unfavorable in the Gulf as we're moving through the week. But those are the only 2 items. Also tracking a cold front. You'll want to hear more about that coming up. Calvin?
What was once Hurricane Julia dumping nearly a foot of rain across El Salvador, leading to scenes like this in San Miguel. Residents coming to the rescue of people that were trapped by the rising water, and just look how deep that water is. They've got inner tubes. That water's probably over their heads at some point, but intense rainfall has caused a lot of issues for us in Central America, unfortunately. And now we've got more concerns out there. So Julia, a little branch of that, has broken off and is out in the Pacific right now. They've also got a new system that's forming in the southern Gulf of Mexico right now. So this is the system right here. It looks very, very healthy at this point, a lot healthier than it did maybe even 12 hours ago. Texas is up here, South Texas or Brownsville, underneath the timestamp right there. But we think primarily a Mexico threat, but wouldn't completely rule out at least some rain getting into places like Texas. But I think we could have probably Tropical Storm Karl on our hands at any point here. It looks very well formed at this point. 80% odds that this does become our next tropical system here as designated by the Hurricane Center. And this is the 5-day development area. Likely it's going to happen way sooner than that day 5, all right? You can see a ton of moisture as highlighted here in the Gulf of Mexico, but also down here in the Pacific Ocean as well. That's a little branch of Julia that's broken off and may form into something here. Lower odds there than what we've got up here in the Gulf of Mexico. Nonetheless, that's where the action is right now. But primarily, we think going late into the week, it's going to be a threat through Mexico on both sides as the system of the Pacific goes through the coastline here, and the system here in the Gulf of Mexico stays near Mexico, maybe nudges up toward coastal Texas.
Briefly talk about Tropical Storm Karl. Let's update you because, okay, tropical storm in the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of times that means a U.S. Concern, right? Well, not so much with this case. This is actually kind of a piece that was split off from Hurricane Julia that hit Central America over the weekend. Well, a piece went into the Pacific, and another piece now actually rotating and becoming a new tropical storm Karl as of 4 p.m., 40 miles per hour. So a weak tropical storm, not looking super healthy. We have seen a blow up of thunderstorms today, and that's why this has gained a little bit of strength. And there's now a clear level circulation at the lower levels that the hurricane hunters have found as they've been flying out. But notice how far south it is from the bulk of the thunderstorm activity. So it's a bit lopsided, right? And the track is interesting. Notice intensity-wise, we're not talking about a rapidly strengthening storm, not forecasted to become a hurricane, but still something we'll have to monitor here, especially if you have plans in central parts of Mexico on the Gulf side. So Veracruz up towards Tampico, that area is really going to be a most concern. Could have some squally weather, a lot of thunderstorms, and increased rain chances over the coming days as it kind of meanders and then pushes off towards the south and west. We don't expect a lot of strengthening, atmospheric speaking. And things in the atmosphere are not going to allow this. It's going to be kind of sheared apart. And we've got the fronts that are going to be working through the U.S., and that's going to shove anything that forms here to the south. And that's why it's kind of pushing it off towards the southwest in the coming days. So we'll talk more about Karl here shortly.
Drenching rains in Acapulco, Mexico, leading to extensive flooding on the streets here. Look at that. And dangerous conditions with this kind of high water, fast moving water, especially when we get after dark. You know, very difficult to judge. All right, how high is that usually? There you can see some folks standing, looks like about waist deep, but all the problems that come with these tropical systems. And again, we've got Tropical Storm Karl. So yesterday, right after our show, we got the designation. 60-mile-per-hour winds with our tropical storm. Not expected to strengthen very much. So I don't think we're going to be anticipating much in the way of strengthening. In fact, I think it's going to stay about where it's at and then weaken as it makes its way closer to land. Now, you can see it's been moving off towards the north. It's going to take a turn back towards the south. So it's not going to move north. It's not going to head into the U.S. waters. Any Gulf Coast states will be affected, but where it will affect, likely bringing heavy rain and the possibility of some flash flooding, landslides, mudslides would be parts of Mexico. So tropical storm watches have been posted for communities like Veracruz. So there are areas closer to the Gulf of Mexico where we're concerned about the interaction with Karl as it, again, makes kind of that U-turn, heads back down towards the southern Gulf of Mexico, Bay of Campeche area. We've got Veracruz in play. Again, slow weakening, still a tropical storm as it makes landfall, likely during the late part of Friday, early Saturday. Again, rain is going to be the main threat with this storm moving forward. When we look at the rainfall still to come, 3 to 5 inches here for some coastal areas, 2 to 3 inches. But again, anytime we talk about terrain and that rain coming in a short period of time, flash flooding will certainly be top of mind and our biggest concern, Mike.
All right, we've actually had a ton of activity here. If you look past over the past, say, month and a half or so. If you take a look at the season, you know, we started out June, July, we had 3 named storms. August, zilch. We had nothing in August, then all of a sudden things took off in September, as they a lot of times do. But 6 named storms in September, and we've had 2 in October, including Julia, as well as now newly named Karl. But we are starting to wind the season down. Only about 18% of the season is still to go. Let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, where do we go from here? Typically in October, things start to wind down, but we can have some active times.
We can, Mike, and my eyes will be peeled toward the Western Caribbean. That is where most of the big trouble looms and forms this time of year. Even though we don't have circles on the map out in here, we still have tropical waves. It's just that the atmosphere is starting to look more like mid-October with more wind shear out there, but that can allow the systems to get into the Western Caribbean, and that's where they tend to generally come north. And so that's what this month and even into early November can be like. And our friends down in Central America certainly have a lot of issues historically in November. And look at historically how much activity forms in the Northwestern Caribbean, but then becomes a problem farther north, northwest, or northeast. So that's where we got to watch for not just the formation of storms, but still you can have hurricanes and major hurricanes from this point forward. And even in the middle part of the month, look at how the Northwest Caribbean is a place where the storms can get started, even though they come from tropical waves that might more innocently come across the tropical Atlantic this time of year. And you can also have, frontal systems and troughs coming into the central Atlantic that can either draw a tropical wave or formations can happen off of a front. So with that history, and you look at the pattern now, it kind of makes sense, right? You've got all this wind shear, all of these strong westerly winds in middle and upper levels squashing the tropical waves that are out there. And you've got frontal systems out here in the Atlantic where spin could show up. We got a tropical wave here. We've got another one coming off the coast, got another one in here. So they're lined up. It's just that they're going to have a hard time developing, but that can be eventually bad news if they get into this zone. So, that's part of what led to Julia and has led to Karl. But the overall pattern is more hostile to systems farther north. It's just if you get an opening, then you can have some trouble. So looking at the models, the colors showing the level spin, as Alex showed you, Karl's not going to come north. But then we have the tropical waves and those frontal systems, and that's where we have to watch for possible development out in here and then coming out in here. The good news is right now, there's nothing imminent looming, but this only takes us through a week from now. And Alex, when we get into late October, early November, remember in past years how the Caribbean can stay active way into the late part of the season.
All right, Lulu, we are tracking the 11th named storm of the season, Tropical Storm Karl, formed within the last 24 hours. Good news, though, it's trapped in the Bay of Campeche here. It's undergoing some wind shear. Hurricane hunters were in there and finding a little stronger this afternoon. Top winds went from 45 up to 60 miles an hour. It's 220 miles north-northeast of Veracruz, Mexico. Moving very slowly to the north at 3, but it's going to do an abrupt U-turn and get pushed to the south. Could become a little stronger here and then weaken as it moves into Mexico later on Friday and on into early Saturday. So actually moving away from the U.S. Because of this, tropical storm warnings up in effect for much of the Mexican area within its path. And it looks like the big issue with this will be the rainfall between now and Sunday afternoon. As you can see in the red and orange there, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain. And in the Gulf of Mexico, a lot more. But again, land areas, mostly 3 to 6. So that will probably preempt any major flooding in that area. So far, we've had 11 named storms out there, 5 of the hurricanes. And at this point in the season, you'll notice there we would normally have 12 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hurricanes. So we're just a little bit below average. The accumulated cyclone energy is actually only about 80% of normal out there. So we continue to stay below normal. That is good, but we can't let our guard down just yet because we're still at the back end of the hurricane season and we can still have some activity in the mid to late part of October. Once we get into November, though, normally storms are weaker and they drift off to the east and northeast.
Yeah, we've had a lot of heavy rainfall here in parts of Mexico. This was near Acapulco on the Pacific coast of Mexico. Heavy rain causing flooding here in the city streets. Meanwhile, another tropical system threatening Mexico's Gulf Coast. Tropical storm Karl is swirling off the coast, threatening to make a landfall soon over the next 24 to 48 hours as a tropical storm. Not expecting a lot of strengthening.
No, but it's another one of those slow movers that's going to be a rainfall induced flood and mudslide risk. And this part of the world is so vulnerable this time of year, Chris, to rain that produces the flash floods and mudslides, the mountainous terrain. Kind of like June, we get systems forming there, and we return to this area in October. But this time of year, you can get even major hurricanes in the Western Caribbean. Right now, Karl's barely moving, but it will slowly move southward. It's going to lose some of its wind strength, but not going to be moving very quickly, and it's going to have a broad envelope, so a lot of areas outside the cone could get the heavy rainfall. But why is it not moving? Because we have all the steering mechanisms up in here that are not picking it up. You know, you figure you got this trough, you got this front, you got the high. Wouldn't this slurp it up? It's just far enough away, and as this system moves away, you're going to have ridging built over Mexico to send it south.
Yeah, so that's what's keeping it away from the U.S.
Yeah.
And likely going to be an impact here for parts of Mexico.
Yeah, you could imagine, just looking at history, if the system was in the Northwest Caribbean, it'd be more likely to be turned around the Bermuda High and moved in ahead of that front. But it's not in that prime spot, thankfully, for Florida. But the Northwest Caribbean, for the rest of this month, mid and late October, that's where you tend to get a lot of formations. And people might not realize that a lot of these Western Caribbean formations are still tropical waves from Africa.
Yeah.
They're not forming out in the main development region this time of year as much because of all that wind shear.
Yeah, so they're kind of just struggling along, and then all of a sudden they get into a more favorable spot there in the Caribbean.
Yeah, so they're there. Here's one. Here's another one leaving Africa. These were the seedlings for Earl and Fiona and Ian and Julia, but they're going to be moving westward. And then maybe when they get into this part of the basin where the wind shear is weaker, then you can have something that ends up looking like this. You have the weak wind shear because you have upper level high pressure down there while you've got the jet stream activity getting more active up here. But look at how you get upper level high pressure south of the U.S. in this time of year, that kind of pattern.
Yeah, so knowing those features, looking ahead, do you see anything that could be of concern when it comes to tropical development outside of Karl?
Maybe eventually, not in the next 3 to 5 to 7 days, but you'll notice that we've got areas of spin. Those are the tropical waves moving westward, so they're not going to develop out here. And then if you say, look to next week, you got that next batch of cold air spinning another front down into the southwest Atlantic, into the Gulf. Conceivably, the tail end of a front, a tropical wave moving in, upper level, high pressure, warm waters. That could be the zone to watch over the next couple of weeks.
All right, so we've got some time to catch up. You know, make sure you're stocked up on supplies. We're not quite done with hurricane season, still about a quarter left. And we know the end of October can be notorious.
And the other zone to watch would be out here in the middle of the Atlantic, because a lot of times you get these tropical waves get turned northward, meet up with the front, and then they can get pulled backward toward Canada. So there's the GFS suggesting something. So there's suggestions out there.
Yeah.
So I would be surprised if we've seen our last named storm of the year. I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
We've had enough.
Yeah.
But could there be more? There could.
All right, thanks, Dr. Nab. We'll be back here on Storm Center.
New numbers from the state medical examiner's office tonight. 105 deaths are now being blamed on Hurricane Ian. People in Southwest Florida, they are facing a long and slow recovery process. Senator Marco Rubio is asking $33 billion in additional federal funding to help cover the cost of the historic storm. He laid out the request today, seeking more than $12 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers to repair damages and handle flood control. Nearly $1 billion would go toward cleaning up pollution caused by the storm, and then $10 billion would replenish FEMA's disaster relief fund.
Welcome back. We're tracking the tropics, and we have two things to track. Tropical Storm Karl, 50-mile-an-hour winds, so it's increased in its intensity, still near Mexico in that Bay of Campeche, and it's going to meander around and then go south and hit Mexico later on this week. It's not a factor for us, so that's good news with the Atlantic situation. But there is another wave, and this one just moved off of Africa, a sign that, we have a ways to go. Not till November 30th can we put a fork in the hurricane season. There's a 20% chance this glob of moisture materializes. It's going to be moving north and west near the Cabo Verde Islands over the next couple of days.
We have Karl. That is really the main player we'll be dealing with, and an area to watch, which is pretty unorganized and still very far out to sea. Not to mention these boundaries that are coming through. This helps keep the lower 48 actually quite safe and stable. And one of the reasons is they cause shear. They just kind of wipe everything out. But let's have a look at Central America, as we've been getting hit pretty hard. We had Julia, and now we have this system, Karl, bringing the rain, the moisture, and squeezing it all out. Karl's not looking too good right now. You can see that it's just trying to give us bursts of convection, but notice not only the dry air, but the shear on the northern side of this system. And you can see that also as we just show you what the data looks like. We do have everything kind of blowing this thing and tearing it apart. It's not a nice, concentric system. 50-mile-an-hour winds. Notice where the center is and where all the convection is. It's off to the side. That's an indication that you're seeing shear. You don't have to even look at anything else. You can just look at that and be like, yep, it's getting sheared, because otherwise you'd have those thunderstorms around the center. Veracruz, east and west, we have tropical storm watches, and you're like, wait, what? It's going to go south? Yeah, this thing is actually going to get pushed south and then go over into the eastern Pacific. I don't think it'll survive. It looks pretty ragged as it makes its way across Mexico. You can kind of see that circulation still there, but I don't know that it's still going to be a named system by the time it gets to the other side. We have had two systems that have crossed over from the eastern to the Pacific side. But Jordan, again, it's still, even though it doesn't look so good, you're still getting some heavy rainfall with this.
This is hugely encouraging, although we will have the risk for flash flooding, especially across the deserts. And then, of course, monitoring the tropics, although things are very quiet for the U.S. No threats right now. In fact, Tropical Storm Karl, barely a tropical storm any longer as it approaches the Mexican coast. Likely will bring some heavy rainfall with it, but even the thunderstorms are really collapsing. So Phew, we can breathe a sigh of relief, get those repairs done in Southwest Florida, and hopefully call it quits, although we're not anywhere close to the end of hurricane season.
Let's take a live look at the San Cristobal de las Casas in Mexico here in the state of Chiapas, the southernmost state of the country, famous for Mayan ruins and rainforests.
It's gorgeous. I mean, even shrouded in clouds, it is gorgeous. The area is being pummeled by Tropical Depression Karl as it rolls along the Mexican Gulf Coast. From Veracruz to Campeche, the storm has been downgraded now, but it could still dump a lot of rain over parts of southern Mexico, triggering flash flooding as well as mudslides, which are very common there when they get in heavy amounts of rain.
And this is not our first tropical entity. Just days ago, we had Julia also dump rain in this part of Mexico as well as Central America. So now it's post-tropical storm Karl, and this is the history, a lot of this from Julia last week. In many areas it picked up a half foot to over a foot of rain. Now with remnants of Karl through here, it's enhancing more rain.
Yeah, the ground already saturated in many of these locations across Nicaragua, Honduras, and so we are seeing a lot of runoff in these areas, eastern Mexico, seeing issues as Karl continues just to kind of putter along. And a slow-moving storm, whether it's tropical or post-tropical, it doesn't matter. It can bring in flooding issues.
Yeah, 2 to 3 to 5 to 8 inches of rain on top of what has already fallen. That's going to cause some concerns across the area. But looking out the long term here, our European model is still picking up some spins going on across the tropical Atlantic. But here in lower 48, big sweeping cold fronts come through, and whatever could develop, well, is shunted off the east coast of the U.S. It doesn't mean that it won't affect land or impact people. We still have about 16% Atlantic hurricane season to go. So don't sleep on this month, because this month has had some notorious hurricanes, like even Ida, not from last year. This is Ida from 2009, but things like Eta and Zeta, even Superstorm Sandy was a kind of a later October storm.
Yeah, that was really an incredible one that went down in the history books. Hopefully we will not see one of those in our lifetime again.
Good morning, everyone. Tracking the tropics, good news. Things are really quiet over the Atlantic Ocean, even off the coast of Africa. We're not tracking anything out there, and even closer to home, things are quiet. We have high pressure in control of our weather, and we're not going to be tracking any waves, at least for the next couple of days.
Last week, we were talking about Karl in the Gulf. It eventually made landfall in Mexico, leaving heavy rain, deadly flooding, sadly. And the satellite imagery you're looking at captures the intense lightning from the storm as it approached the coast. Now the tropics are quiet, but does it stick? We want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Hey, Dr. Knabb.
Hey, Alex, we still have some things to watch near Mexico. It's just that now it's on the Pacific side, but that doesn't mean it won't have any impact on the U.S. I'll explain in just a little bit. Now, on the Atlantic side, it's looking like October. We got a lot of low pressure systems and big undulation in the ridge trough pattern in the middle latitudes, and a lot of wind shear down here in the deep tropics. And that's generally a good thing because the waters are still plenty warm, especially there in the Caribbean, where most of the basin is still above average. So if anything changes atmospherically, the ocean is right there to supply the fuel. But we got low pressure systems up in here and a couple of tropical waves down here, and they actually could get together in a way I'll show you in the models that could lead to a system in the central Atlantic sometime over the next week. How tropical it will be is a big question, but the tropical waves are still out there, just getting hammered by wind shear. Now, on the Pacific side, we got a tropical wave right in here. And this one is in an area where, unlike over the Gulf of Mexico and much of the Atlantic, where there's strong shear, upper level high pressure is overhead and the waters are plenty warm. So we've got a likelihood of development here. In fact, it's in this zone, a 70% chance of formation in the next 5 days. And October is notorious for East Pacific systems curving back into Mexico because of all of the mid-latitude troughs and ridges to the north. So pick your poison. You want to look at the East Pac, you want to look at what's going on in the Atlantic, the colors of the low level spin, and over the next couple of days, maybe we don't get the East Pac system going, but After that, likely to. And then the combination of frontal lows and tropical waves could have an area of low pressure there in the central subtropical Atlantic with high pressure to its north that could make it move in the general direction of Bermuda. And then look at the East Pac system with big upper level high pressure could come into Mexico this weekend or into early next week. Could bring some moisture ahead of the next front that will be coming down into Texas. But look at that. Southeast of Bermuda, we've got a system that could take on some tropical characteristics, but it probably stays away from the U.S., but that'll be because of a non-tropical low pressure system near the northeastern U.S., perhaps early next week. And then I want to remind everybody, it was a little bit of hurricane history. It was on this date, October 17th, 72 years ago, that we had the last time a major hurricane core went right over downtown Miami. They've been fortunate for a long time, Mike. Yeah, even late October into early November. And just because you don't have any circles in the Atlantic doesn't mean there aren't tropical waves out there. It's just that there's wind shear that's hindering them. But the waters are warm, and the Western Caribbean can be a problem this time of year. So let's look back at how often we actually get sometimes really impactful, really bad systems, mostly originating in the Western Caribbean. And when I think October and Caribbean, I think of Mitch in 1998, which was a really intense and slow-moving system that slid down into Honduras. And we had the horrible flood-induced mudslides, and thousands of lives were lost. This is just one of the worst Caribbean hurricane events that we've ever seen, and Central America is almost always at risk for heavy rain this time of year. Well, going next chronologically in this collection of systems over the last couple of decades, look at Wilma, 2005. Became a really intense major hurricane in about the same place as Mitch, but it went in a completely different direction, impacted Yucatan, and made landfall as a very large Category 3 hurricane in southwest Florida. And I went through this one in southeastern Florida. We got Cat 2 conditions over there, and this was farther south than Ian. That's why it didn't produce the storm surge in Fort Myers that Ian did. But Wilma was a big and bad hurricane late in the 2005 season. And a couple years later, Noel in 2007 is a system not many people will remember, because as a hurricane, it was out here over the Atlantic and it weakened before coming near the eastern U.S. But as a tropical storm, it was a deadly system in places like Haiti. And then later is when it became a hurricane. So even as tropical storms, these Caribbean systems can have a tremendous impact. Then 2010 with Tomas reminds us, this track right here, that these tropical waves leaving Africa, which led to the formation of almost all of these systems, can actually become storms and hurricanes in the eastern Caribbean. So Tomas was a landfalling windward islands system, and then it went through the north central Caribbean and out into the Atlantic. So Tomas was kind of late in the season to get something making landfall in the eastern Caribbean. And who can forget Sandy in 2012, again forming in the western half of the Caribbean and became a very intense system as it crossed Cuba. Then it became very, very large and hung that left into the mid-Atlantic and northeastern part of the country, where water was the big impact from storm surge flooding and a large loss of life. And then Zeta in 2020 reminds us that Caribbean hurricanes can form after the wave goes innocently across and went across Yucatan. And then we had a major hurricane landfall in Louisiana in late October, and one of the worst wind events that we've seen in New Orleans and, Mike and Alex, up here in the Atlanta area. So even I had forgotten just how busy late October can be. Hopefully over the next week, things stay quiet and it stays that way, but we can't guarantee the season's over.
Yeah, not a long shot. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that.
The death toll now from Hurricane Ian now stands at 110. State medical examiners releasing a new report today updating that number. Some local law enforcement agencies have already reported over 100 deaths. That happened weeks ago, but FDLE says they only report confirmed deaths and confirm them after autopsies are conducted.
3 weeks ago, Hurricane Ian destroyed the Sanibel Causeway in 3 different places. But today I'm happy to report that starting at 11 a.m., the causeway will be reopened for the citizens of Lee County.
One more step in that long journey to recovery after Hurricane Ian ripped through our state. The bridge that connects Fort Myers to Sanibel Island is now back up and open and running. At least cars can get by. Last week, you may remember a convoy of bucket trucks and first responders were able to cross that bridge to repair and get to repair work that was much needed there on the island.
Good morning, everyone. It is 6 o'clock on your Sunday. Hope you're having a wonderful start to the day. And it sounds like it'll be a nice day, maybe a little bit of rain, right?
Yeah, nice, finishing touches on a nice fall weekend, really. Temperature is a little bit warmer than it should be this time of the year. But weather-wise, not bad. The humidity is low. A couple of spotty showers coming in today. Just a pesky shower or two. Nothing that's going to really have an impact on your outdoor plans. Good visibility out there right now this morning. And we're expecting a nice sunrise coming up in a little bit over an hour or so. There is a banana laying in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. National Hurricane Center will fly in and investigate that later on today. Just kidding. There's just a slight chance for development on that over the next 5 days as it heads in the general direction of Bermuda. I mention this for a couple of reasons. First of all, we watch everything that's out there. And secondly, just to remind you, we are still in hurricane season, even though things have been quiet lately. And there is really nothing else across the Gulf, the Caribbean, or the Atlantic Ocean to be concerned about right now.
The western coast of Mexico feeling the impacts from Hurricane Rosalind this morning. The hurricane is a Category 3 and it made landfall last hour. You can actually see the wind as it was picking up earlier this morning. The National Guard has been helping get people to shelters over the last couple of days. So again, we do have an official landfall, but Reynolds, I just checked the latest observation, and the winds have not really come down yet. So.
Oh gosh, yeah, I got to tell you, this video the sound, it does a pretty good job of capturing the noise of a landfalling hurricane. The best thing I can tell you, folks, is if you ever are boarding an airplane at the airport, you know, like when you're boarding, going through that little tunnel, sometimes outside you'll hear just the sound of the jet engines. That is pretty much what it sounds like, but that one does a pretty good job of it too.
Okay, so here is the official landfall statement from the Hurricane Center at 7:20 Eastern Time. Category 3 winds of 120, pressure 960 millibars, and you can see places like Puerto Vallarta, Mazatlan being affected by the heavy rain and strong winds.
Well, we were talking about sound, how does this sound? Unfortunately, this is still going to be a big threat when it moves inland because, Kelly, as you know, it's going to interact with high elevation, and with it, you could see some flooding in a lot of places.
Heavy rainfall. So initially it's a storm surge flooding, which is likely occurring now, especially to the east of that center. But also we've got to talk about the hilly terrain, and therefore all that tropical moisture will cause the possibility of flash flooding and even landslides.
It's time right now for that tropical update, and hopefully things are pretty calm out there in the tropics.
Yeah, we're still in that season right now. Luke, everything quiet out there?
Well, not exactly. Overall quiet. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but the Hurricane Center is monitoring 2 disturbances. One, an area of low pressure that could develop into depression, 30% odds, kind of low with this area northeast of the Bahamas. And then look at this, 70% odds near Bermuda. This morning, this had just 10% odds, but this little swirl has proven tenacious. You see that? It's got a closed circulation. It's just a matter of time. Will it be able to maintain thunderstorms near its center? If it does, then it will become a tropical depression later on today or tonight as it moves toward Bermuda. Now, right now, it's feeding off of the warm waters here just southeast of Bermuda. That's Bermuda right there. But once it gets up here to the north, you can see where it's headed. Much cooler water there. No indication that this would get very strong. It may become subtropical storm or tropical storm Lisa, but that would be about the ceiling for it, all right? Elsewhere, you see the other one down here, no big concern. Neither one of these a big threat to land other than some gusty showers for Bermuda. Christy?
And here on Storm Center, we track storms here in the U.S. and all over the world. Let's get a look at extreme weather we're seeing all across the globe, beginning in France, where fierce winds kicked up debris in the northern region of the country. As you can see, Sunday's strong winds caused extensive damage to homes and buildings in the area. Here's another look at the destruction in northern France. Winds also ripped down power lines and littered roadways with trees and other debris. And now an intense scene in Mexico as Hurricane Rosalind unleashed powerful winds. Look at the winds there in Acapulco, and they didn't even get the core of the hurricane. Rosalind's center made landfall early Sunday morning near the small town of Santa Cruz, which is north of Puerto Vallarta. And now let's look at some of the destruction caused by Hurricane Rosalind's powerful winds. You'll notice tilted power lines, other damaged infrastructure. This is what a major hurricane can do as wind and water impacts another rapidly intensifying hurricane close to land. And again, that weather system in the middle of the country right now has some of Rosalind's DNA, especially the moisture. So that's what's going on now. But let's turn back the clock to last Wednesday when it became a depression and then strengthened on Thursday. And then by Friday, into Friday night, rapidly intensifying into a Category 4 all day Saturday, making landfall on Sunday as a major hurricane. Then you see the moisture going up into Texas. Now, one more look at it as we take the broader view. You see how it formed over the warm waters with weak wind shear, but that system off of California is what turned it northward and northeastward into Mexico. That happens a lot in October. And again, Jackie, amazing how the moisture from this is fueling a storm in the middle of the U.S. days and days, hundreds of miles after landfall.
Yeah, we need that moisture, though, there, Dr. Knapp, for sure.
Let's head to the tropics and show you what we're dealing with. And we have two areas to watch right here. And by the way, the plume of tropical moisture getting right up into New England. Maine, we're seeing it, and showers all the way down into South America. We just showed you video earlier in the hour of Venezuela where we had a lot of damage due to flooding, and unfortunately we're getting more. I think that video was from Caracas, if my memory is correct. But it's not only into Venezuela. Look into the islands here, especially the Lesser Antilles, clouds and showers, and more importantly, Puerto Rico, which still recovery efforts ongoing from hurricanes, not only this year, but we've dealt with in the past, and lightning too, a lot of it here going over, say, Vieques, also seeing the storms. We do have flash flood warning on the south side of Puerto Rico, but this stream of moisture is not going to stop. I would not be surprised if we expanded some of these flash flood warnings. Not we, when I say we, I'm talking meteorologists, meaning the National Weather Service might expand some of those flash flood warnings. Right now, this has a 30% chance of development, and look at these lines. They are going north, and that is the direction that this energy will head. Over the next 5 days, we are going to see really just kind of meander around. We do get some effects here into Bermuda. But overall, notice this blob of energy hangs around in the Atlantic until we finally get a trough to sweep through, and that is going to keep it out to sea. So there it is there, and here's our trough that's coming on through. So that's the good news with that system. Now, as we look at our other system that's closer to South America, that is going to be heading westbound. So places like Honduras and Nicaragua could be getting rainfall from this. As we look at our rainfall forecast here, the Euro kind of keeps everything offshore, though, of course, Puerto Rico seeing more rain. The same with the GFS, keeps it a little bit farther east, but still some heavier showers moving northbound. As this system moves west, even if it doesn't get a name, it still could bring some heavy rain to Honduras and Nicaragua, and of course, South America as it skirts on by. The Euro has it going right into Central America, while the GFS wants to keep it a little bit farther north. So we'll just continue to follow this because it's not super developed right now. Does this become a depression? Does it get named? You see it goes a little bit farther to the north. Lisa would be the next name. I don't think we're going to get through the end of the naming, which, by the way, is we don't usually get through all the names. It's just been a couple years where it's been bonkers, but we don't usually get through all the names. 9% of the system remaining, of the season remaining, I should say. Everywhere you see a dot is where we usually get development in late October. Look at this cluster, too, just off the coast of South America. Jordan.
But the chance for rain will remain below average for this time of year. We're not going to get a temperature change with this next system. Now, in the tropics, there's nothing here to look at just yet. There's a lot of cloudiness, shower activity in the Caribbean, but an area of low pressure could form over the weekend, and the Hurricane Center giving it a 50% chance of that happening. But there is a lot of rain that's starting to materialize over in the eastern Caribbean Sea, and some of it's spreading northward where there's a broad area of low pressure in the southwestern Atlantic that the Hurricane Center is also keeping tabs on, giving it a 40% chance to form.
Maybe the occasional shower both Saturday and Sunday will be possible. Once again, we're not expecting an overly wet weekend, but just a chance of a few isolated showers, especially on Sunday. And all of this is as we continue to keep a close eye on the tropics, where we do have two different areas that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. Two areas broad areas of low pressure, one extending from Bermuda down into the Atlantic, but this one in the Caribbean is the one that we're keeping a close eye on because it continues to produce very heavy rain across the Lesser Antilles and also across portions of the Caribbean through the next couple of days. And the Hurricane Center is saying that this could become our next depression, if not this weekend, by early next week.
Time now for our tropical update. We're watching a disturbance that could become our next tropical depression.
And our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Irie, here now with the details. Michael.
Hey there, Calvin. That's right. It's still hurricane season, and we're about to go into November. Two systems, though, that we're watching here in the Atlantic today. You'll notice that one of them has a low chance of development, that one near Bermuda. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that one. We're going to talk about the one down here in the Caribbean, though. 70% chance of that one becoming a tropical depression or a named storm here over the next few days. When you look at what's happening on our surface map, we have a cold front that's actually coming down and coming across the Gulf of Mexico. That system near Bermuda, that's going to get wrapped up and absorbed by that frontal boundary over the weekend. So we're not concerned with that one. It's certainly not coming toward the United States. This one down in the Caribbean, though, headed off to the west. We don't anticipate it's going to make it into the Gulf. Lots of wind shear here protecting us. But if you have interest down here in the Western Caribbean, something to monitor here into next week. Back over to you.
1 month after Hurricane Ian, parts of Florida's southwest coast remains unrecognizable. The storm flattened homes and businesses in areas like Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel Island, moving ashore as a Category 4. Now, despite the destruction, there has been progress. Crews have worked around the clock to restore power and build temporary access to areas left cut off in the wake of the storm. Initial estimates suggest the storm caused more than $60 billion in damages overall, including infrastructure and agriculture.
Welcome back. Let's have a quick look at the tropics. We've got a couple of things to watch. One of them, an area to watch. Let's say a few hundred miles east of Cape Hatteras. No threat to the United States and not likely to develop. There's another one called Invest 95L. That's in the Caribbean. No threat to the United States, and that could develop over the next several days. Over water, it's pretty warm still in the Caribbean, and atmospheric conditions that just might allow it to get a bit stronger. That's called Invest 95L. It's an area of thunderstorms and a broad area of low pressure that is being investigated for future development. Not right now, but maybe in the next couple of days. This has a chance of becoming a tropical depression, maybe even a named storm, as it moves pretty much toward the west across parts of the Central Caribbean like that. So if you're thinking about who might be impacted down the line, well, maybe some heavy rain coming to parts of Mexico or Central America, Honduras, Belize. We'll be watching it over the next few days for sure, but it's a long way out yet and plenty of time for things to sort of change in the outlook. Now, how much more of the hurricane season do we have to deal with? Well, statistically and on average, meaning we have about 7% of it left, so not a whole lot there. And you can see that we are almost done, which technically the hurricane season ends November 30th. But remember, tropical development can happen any given calendar month as long as the atmosphere allows.
So you're saying we have a chance, Dr.
Yeah.
Costello. That's what I took away from that.
In the tropics, we've been watching a disturbance in the Caribbean, and this is now potential storm number 15. Potential because it's really not there yet in terms as a storm system. If it does get a name, the name will be Lisa, but they wanted to get the information out as it will be close for some impacts around Jamaica. System eventually moving towards Central America in the direction of Belize at the end of the week.
Yeah, I've missed that. Yeah. All right, to the tropics, breaking news here. We now have Tropical Storm Lisa. This was PTC 15. It is now Tropical Storm Lisa with winds of 40 miles per hour.
This storm is expected to strengthen as it continues its westward march. Tropical Storm Watch is posted now for Jamaica, no longer the Cayman Islands, but this storm, as it moves on, eventually, according to the National Hurricane Center, the updated cone here, maybe not to hurricane.
Yeah, so now it's just, 65 miles per hour right before landfall. We'll have to watch. Luckily, environmental conditions are not allowing that rapid strengthening.
Regardless, heavy rain is going to be an issue.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest issue.
Meanwhile, in the tropics, we now have newly named Tropical Storm Lisa in the Caribbean. It has winds of 40 miles per hour being tracked out of Jamaica, about 175 miles to the south of Kingston. And as it continues to move towards the west, it's really not looking too organized, but it was enough to call it a tropical storm. You can see a lot of the showers and thunderstorms associated with it remain to the east and to the south of the center, but it is expected to move into conditions a bit more favorable for development while it continues to encounter dry air. So it'll keep it in check and just keep a gradual strengthening through the next couple of days. However, as we head into the middle of the work week, it looks like forecast models are suggesting that this could become a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall somewhere near Belize. Of course, we're not expecting any threat to the U.S., and that goes for South Florida.
Really, really well placed. And then we look at the tropics. Still have a month left to go in the Atlantic hurricane season. We've got Tropical Storm Lisa moving through parts of the Caribbean. Forecast for this one moves it towards Central America by middle and end part of the week. Expected to strengthen a little bit, not looking at explosive intensification, but as we move forward, we'll likely be looking at a higher end tropical storm. All right, let's get you to the graphics, and I'll show you that forecast cone. Water vapor imagery showing the system right now. Again, some drier air across the Western Caribbean. So again, up against that, why we're not going to be looking at this storm really taking off. When we look at the enhanced satellite picture, you can see that convection beginning to become a little bit more focused towards the center of the storm. This moves off towards the west, and it's already brought some big rainfall to sections of the Caribbean. Look at Dominican Republic, some 3 to 5 inch totals there on the eastern part of the island, and Jamaica has seen some 3 to 5 inch totals as well. 45-mile-per-hour winds at latest check, so a little bit of strengthening here since the last advisory. Tropical storm watches out for portions of Jamaica, but again, we look at the forecast cone, expect a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm by early on Wednesday. This system moving into the coast of Belize. This will be bringing heavy rain showers, also some gusty winds, something that we'll be watching here closely. If you've got travel plans, also keeping an eye on Lisa. We'll be right back.
This Monday afternoon, we are tracking the tropics with newly formed Tropical Storm Lisa in the Caribbean. As you see there, joining us is Hurricane Specialist John Morales for the details here. John, how you doing? Good afternoon.
Hi, guys. Well, Lisa is the 12th named storm so far this year. By the way, that is the second lowest total so late in the season, going back to the year 2015. In 2015, there had only been 10 up to this point. So, I mean, it's been a relatively slow year, but you already know it only takes one, and that's what happened with Ian, right? We had that horrific hurricane, probably the costliest in the history of Florida, strike our state just last month. So this is Lisa. Obviously, it's a fledgling system. It's a newly formed tropical storm. Its highest sustained winds are only 40 miles per hour right now. There you see it on the infrared satellite picture. You can also see that Jamaica right now is under a tropical storm watch, and that might be upgraded later, but it is passing pretty far down to the south, so hopefully they'll miss out on any big impactful weather other than rain. Moving west at 14 miles per hour, and on that track, this is what's anticipated over the next few days. It's a system that's expected to head westbound towards the Yucatan Peninsula. So in other words, we're talking about a storm that is expected to probably hit Belize, and it's expected to do that by Wednesday. So again, on that track, this system would reach hurricane strength on Wednesday with 75-mile-per-hour winds, and then it would die off in Central American countries like Guatemala down the road. So lots of rain coming up for them, and probably some wind too from a Category 1 hurricane. Again, that's Wednesday, and no threat whatsoever to South Florida.
But across the globe, and a powerful system that was a tropical storm over the weekend wreaked havoc in the Philippines. This storm triggered widespread flooding and mudslides, killing more than 100 people. Dozens are still missing. Let's take an aerial view of the flooding in the area of the Philippines. In one area of the Philippines anyway, the floodwaters swamped many parts of the country, trapping people on their roofs. And this system has moved on from the Philippines, and now it's over the South China Sea and is now once again a typhoon, equivalent to a Category 1 hurricane. So it was a tropical storm over the Philippines, now re-strengthening, and you know, they don't have a beginning and end of their typhoon season out in the West Pacific. It's an all-year season. And this will be weakening, though, and maybe get close to Hong Kong as a weakening tropical storm and then go in the direction of Vietnam as it weakens. But an impactful system, already deadly consequences. Now, let's take a look at what's going on close to home here with Tropical Storm Lisa here in the Caribbean. Here's Jamaica. Here's the center of Lisa that has been taking days and days to organize over the Caribbean, moving westward, and now we're getting closer in time to impacts in Central America. We have hurricane watches up for the Bay Islands of Honduras and for Belize, where we could not only have the hurricane force winds, but some very dangerous, life-threatening storm surge as well. Upper level high pressure taking over, not much wind shear, plenty of warm water. The waters are warmer than average throughout the Atlantic Basin right now, and the Caribbean stays warm every year well into November. And there is our tropical storm moving westward to the south of our ridge. The threat for the heavy rains and mudslides in Jamaica is on the decrease, but it'll be on the increase in Central America. The worst of it passing to the south of Jamaica. Let's hope it stays that way. Here's the latest track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. Making it a hurricane before making landfall in Belize. Of course, it could be a little stronger or weaker than what is shown here, but certainly a high enough risk for that hurricane watch to go up. The other concern is that as it moves inland, it might go from 13 or 14 miles an hour forward speed to more like 10 or 9. So the slower forward motion is not good in terms of having the potential to produce some very heavy rainfall with flash floods and mudslides, not only the Yucatan Peninsula, especially the southern part, but getting into the southeastern Mexico and portions of Guatemala, Honduras, even El Salvador and Nicaragua could get some. So, Jackie, this is always the biggest concern when the system comes into Central America, the water impacts.
Right now, we are tracking Tropical Storm Lisa as it takes aim at Central America.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with the details.
We do have that new advisory, and Tropical Storm Lisa does appear to be gaining steam over the Caribbean Sea with thunderstorms firing near the center of this tropical storm. But with this advisory, those winds still at 45 miles per hour as it's moving west at 12 miles per hour. It's staying pretty far south of Jamaica. It's going to stay south of the Cayman Islands as well. And it's at this point about 600 miles east of Belize City. Here's that forecast cone showing that it gets closer to the Bay Islands of Honduras early Wednesday, and notice along the way it's forecast to strengthen to a hurricane and then headed for a landfall along the coast of Central America, poised to come in, it looks like, right along the coast of Belize as a Category 1 hurricane. Gets over land and it weakens. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about it here.
All right, guys, remember, even though it's November 1st, we are not at the end of the Atlantic season. You go through November 30th, so we still have 7% left. And within that 7%, I'd say this is pretty active, okay? We've got Lisa, which is trying to develop further as it makes its way to the west. It is forecast to become a hurricane and make its way right into Belize. Now, what's going to be interesting is to see how much of fighting that it does with this dry air. There's very little shear here. This is in terms of shear in the whole basin, this is the least amount of shear right in through here. So hurricane watches are posted. Tropical storm warnings are now into effect and through here. We're talking about tomorrow night into Thursday morning. 3 to 5 foot surge. This is a big deal. Belize City sits at sea level. All right. They have a little wall protecting the city, but it's not super high. All right. And then Dangriga, which is down to the south, and I've been there, again, right on the water. All right. You're talking about a town of about 10,000 people there in Dangriga. So here you go, 80 miles per hour. The good news is they start to weaken this a little bit before they bring it in. So hopefully that'll be the case. But either way, you've still got all that water that could pile up. And this is going to move at about average speed in terms of a tropical system. But look at the rainfall. The European goes gangbusters right over Belize City with 12 to 18 inches of rain. And then even the GFS is pretty bullish here with 5 to 8 inches, possibly even a little bit more than that. So here is 96L, which is making a big play toward becoming Martin. All right, we'll talk about that. Here's the 5-day development area. It's really got a couple of days here before it goes extra tropical. But look at the viz this morning. All right, there's the center right here. Big thunderstorms on the north side of that. So it's a little exposed, but still, I've seen worse looking named storms. I'm going to tell you that right now. And the water temperatures are plenty warm enough. I mean, look at this, 82 degrees sitting right here just to the east. So we've got plenty of warm water for this thing to make a run at Martin before all is said and done. We'll see.
Breaking now here for us as we follow the tropics. We're looking at the water vapor imagery right in the middle of the screen. You can see the area, that kind of ball-like shape, kind of churning and spinning a bit.
Yeah, that's a newly named tropical storm, and that is Martin here in the middle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, we've been looking at that, and the visible satellite really tells the story. You can see the circulation better here. Now, the water vapor showed you the dry air on the south side, which has been one of the challenges in development, but we do have that closed center of circulation, winds at 50 miles per hour.
Now you see the general motion eastbound at about 12 miles per hour, so it will continue to move away from Bermuda. No threat to the lower 48. Good news there. Continues to track its way in that general direction as we head through the next few days. So again, it doesn't look like much of a threat to land here, but nonetheless, we have another named storm.
So we have Martin, which is about a week late in terms of the 13th named storm and when you would expect to get it. But also we have Lisa at the same time.
Yes.
And Phil Klotzbach was sharing that we've only had 2 named storms at once in November, 2 other times. Or 2 other years, I should say.
Kind of surprising, right? You would think that would happen, I mean, not necessarily frequently, but more than just twice.
So what an odd season it's been.
Right. We haven't had a whole lot of systems, but now we get 2 in the month of November.
At the same time.
It's time now for your tropical update as we track Tropical Storm Lisa.
This late blooming storm could actually become a hurricane by sometime tomorrow. Luke is joining us to talk a little bit about that.
And look at this. Look at what's behind me. That's not Lisa.
Uh-oh.
Out of left field.
Who is it?
Yeah, this is Martin. This is Martin, Tropical Storm Martin. It formed this morning, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm east-northeast of Bermuda, well away from the U.S. out here in the middle of the ocean, all right? So what happened was we had a non-tropical, just normal type low, but it festered over these warm waters here, and over time you can develop tropical characteristics, which is what happened. So Tropical Storm Martin formed, forecast to become a hurricane as well as we go to Wednesday evening, to tomorrow evening. After that, you can see how the water temperatures to drop off of a cliff later on as it tracks out there in the middle of the icy waters of the North Atlantic, and it will be a very powerful but non-tropical low once again. All right, and then here is Tropical Storm Lisa in the middle of the Caribbean, moving westward, 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm on a collision course with Belize. Looks like it's going to make landfall there sometime by tomorrow evening, give or take. Also forecast to strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour winds forecast currently as it makes its way towards Central America. That's the only 2 that are out there, but this is the first time, or excuse me, only the 3rd time since the satellite era, which is 1966, that we've had 2 tropical storms at the same time in November. How about that?
Tropical Storm Laura on the move. Belize's prime minister has red flags hoisted. The red flag with a black center indicating that a tropical cyclone is threatening the country and likely to make landfall within 36 to 48 hours. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, has more on Laura and what else is happening in the tropics. And Dr. Knapp, this is likely to become a hurricane.
Yeah, all of a sudden we've got 2 named systems in the Atlantic Basin at one time here in November, with Martin up here in the North Atlantic and Lisa in the Caribbean. Now Martin, we knew the low was going to be there. We just weren't sure it was going to be tropical, but it shed its frontal boundaries, and now it's a tropical storm, but it's not headed toward the U.S. This is going to be a powerful post-tropical system over the North Atlantic. It'll only be tropical for another couple of days, but boy, is that going to be a bear to the shipping lanes up in the North Atlantic. Now, we've got land areas at great risk of wind and water impacts from Lisa here. A 65-mile-an-hour tropical storm is going to go north of Honduras. Hurricane warnings for the Bay Islands and for the coast of Belize, where we could have storm surge flooding as well with the shape of that coastline. A lot of dry air around it, but no wind shear to let the dry air in. Upper level high pressure, no wind shear. And also, I'm going to talk about this system over Texas and what it could do over the Atlantic in a little bit, so hold on to that thought. Plenty of warm water here in the Caribbean and even north of the Caribbean, and the waters remain warmer than average, as they have been all season. So that's why late season activity is pretty easy to come by. And then here comes the storm, where we're going to have the major amounts of rainfall coming in as this system slows down. So great risk of rain-induced flash floods and mudslides, Belize, Guatemala, Mexico as well. But look at the models here and watch this system over Texas as it comes off the East Coast here in a couple of days. It cuts off again here off the southeast coast, and the colors showing you the low-level spin that could form along a frontal boundary underneath this middle level low, and then it will cut off near the Bahamas, and who knows what kind of system this will be. Will it be hybrid? Will it be a tropical storm that's sheared? But in any case, by next week, this could be retrograding back toward the east coast of the U.S. So, Samantha, we cannot rule out a tropical or a hybrid system affecting the east coast of the U.S. next week, November.
In November. And we start thinking usually about wrapping things up. But of course, hurricane season lasts through
It's
this
not over
month.
yet.
It's not over till it's over. Thank you, Dr. Nab.
From Deerfield Beach right now.
Yeah, let's get a check from our forecast with our chief meteorologist, Vita Sri.
You know, it's a really beautiful night out there. You see those stars out. We did have a few scattered clouds, a few spotty showers, but looks like that's kind of tapering off and moved to the western edge of the state and around here on the eastern half of the state looking relatively quiet. But let's first start off by tracking the tropics. Taking a look at the tropical satellite, you can see 11 p.m. advisory showing those the motion here moving west at 15 miles per hour as we see those winds at 70 miles per hour, just about 4 miles per hour shy of hurricane status. We're looking at wind gusts up to about 85 miles per hour just north of Honduras as the storm is going to continue to have that counterclockwise spin moving towards the coastline of Belize and then the Yucatan Peninsula. So right now it looks like this storm is forecast to be a Category 1 storm, and then as we get through the overnight into tomorrow, it looks like it should be making its landfall there in Belize and then continue to work its way over the mountainous regions of Guatemala and then parts of southern Mexico. Then get over the Bay of Campeche, make a turn and come back and give them another douse of rain. So it looks like quite an interesting path here as we continue to go through the next 48 hours. As far as what's going on in the tropics, we can look at the other activity there, looking at Tropical Storm Martin, spinning around a little bit up there in the North Atlantic. That will head on out into the North Atlantic and kind of fall apart. But we have this little area around Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, 20% chance over the next 5 days of some type of formation. So a nice little wide area here we have to watch as we get into this upcoming weekend and then into early next week. There is some formation potential on some of the model runs showing that something could form in that region. So what we're looking at, our next storm name would be Nicole if we get another storm out there in the Atlantic. And we're in November. We're getting towards the end of the season, which is good news. One more month until we kind of wrap it up.
Obviously, it is busy across the tropics. We're bringing in John Morales, our hurricane specialist. John, a little busy out there. I mean, you know, it's not the end of hurricane season yet, but tracking 2 systems right now. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you at this hour of the day. Well, tell you what, having 2 named systems at once in November is quite unusual. This doesn't happen very often. That's Martin way out there in the Atlantic. And of course, we're going to be talking in detail about Lisa. Let's take this graphic full screen. Let me show you first where Martin's going to be headed, because it is expected to stay out to sea. So Martin's right there, and generally it's going to head off to the northeast. So no big deal there. Now we'll zoom into Lisa. Now Lisa is already in those bay waters to the north of Honduras. I mean, it is a very compact system. You see the Yucatan Peninsula off to the west, this being the Yucatan right here, of course, and Honduras is down here. There is the tropical storm for now, but it is forecast to strengthen further over the next several hours, so that, yes, it is forecast to become a hurricane. I mean, very, very compact, a very tight circulation here. That might actually help it in terms of it being able to generate those hurricane force winds, because, well, it won't take that long for it to spin up those wind speeds. Also, notice that we have hurricane warnings in effect. These are the Bay Islands north of Honduras. Roatan is the one most known there. They're under a hurricane warning. And of course, you see the red here along the coast of Belize. They're under a hurricane warning as well, as Lisa right now has winds of 70 miles per hour. So it's just below hurricane strength. It's moving west at 15 miles per hour, and the pressure has been dropping. It's all the way down to 992 millibars. So that's pretty significant, as it should continue to ramp up in intensity. This is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. So Wednesday afternoon, 2 p.m., that would be the position right there just off the coast of Belize. So by then, those storm surges, that rain, that wind would start to be felt along the Belize coast. And then by Thursday morning, you see it heading off towards the west into Guatemala. By then, it is expected to lose a considerable amount of strength, but the rains could stick around, and up to 10 inches of rain are anticipated in Belize and parts of Central America. So an active tropics for this time of the year. I tell you what, I can't wait for that humidity to drop here in South Florida. I don't like the summery feel to the air that we've got going out there today. All right, now back to you all.
Yeah, John, hard to celebrate fall when it feels like summer, right? Thanks for getting up early with us. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
And I give you a hard time about the Christmas music, but why should I give you trouble when it comes to staying in your lane in terms of the seasons when the weather's not doing it either? Today you can find spring, summer, winter, fall out there. You really can. And then the tropical season, we're still going. Yeah, look at this. We've got a couple of things we're watching. We've got Tropical Storm Martin. We also have Hurricane Lisa. Oh, and an area to watch, which we will definitely keep a sharp eye on this in days to come. As it stands now, Lisa, a hurricane category 1. Could be a rainmaker over the next several hours and days. And already your friends to the south over in, let's see, Honduras and Guatemala, Belize and Mexico, all areas where you have tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings in effect. Could be a very big rainmaker. In fact, as we go forward in time, eventually it's expected by early next week to curl its way into the Bay of Campeche, but not before leaving this calling card. The tally could be anywhere from 8 inches to 12, maybe as much as 14 inches of rain. Not out of the question, at least according to the Euro. USGFS model, not quite as bullish, but we're going to have to keep a sharp eye and see if they actually come into agreement. Well, we can all agree that it is busy out there, especially in the northern Atlantic, where we'll find Tropical Storm Martin, winds of 65 miles an hour, and the story of this one, not fully written just yet, but the narrative, potential narrative, brings it all the way into the northern Atlantic by early Saturday morning. We jettison our way into early Monday morning, and again, if this holds true, could be affecting the coast of Ireland. Perhaps the UK could have some big wave action, and the Highlands could deal with another bout of heavy rainfall.
All right, guys, let's talk about what's going on here in the tropics. All of a sudden, we are back-end loaded. We have a hurricane, Lisa. We have Martin, which is going to be a hurricane at 11, more than likely. And we have this area, 20% likely, that will come out of the Caribbean as we work our way through the next several days. And as it moves to the north and west, it could develop. It could become a subtropical or tropical depression here as it makes its way toward the southeast coast. But that's the key. It's going to come up and have to go this way. The problem is between the low itself, the entity, which could become said TD or subtropical storm, between that and the high to the north, which is very strong, about 1,045 millibars, you've got a heck of a pressure gradient here. Holy smoke, all right? So you've got this initial high and then another one coming, see it right across, it's coming right across New England here at about Tuesday. So that gradient is going nowhere. And if anything, it strengthens. So you're gonna have onshore wind, waves are gonna build up, high tide's gonna cause beach erosion. And remember what Ian did up here. All right, Ian caused a lot of problems for our friends on the South Carolina coast. So places like Pawleys Island, even Myrtle Beach, have a lot less dune to protect you, especially if we get a high water issue coming up and through here. So the guidance, at least the European, actually so does the GFS, closes off a low and brings in a system. But look at how lopsided it is. Look at where all the rain is. It goes as much as 1,000 miles off to the north of it. But here's the other issue. I mentioned the wind, all right? So you've got this subtropical entity with this gradient. Look at this wind. And if you just take this guidance verbatim, we're about 3 colors into the red here. All right? That's a heck of an onshore wind for a couple of days over a very large area. So wind over water equals waves. Here comes the waves with this thing up and also building as it goes along. And oof. Yeah, you're talking about some big waves beating up the beaches here as we work our way to Monday, Tuesday. So something to watch, which may not, be significant in terms of its intensity, but holy smoke, impact-wise, this encompasses the whole East Coast, Reynolds.
Well, we got to talk tropics because now Martin, a hurricane. So we've got two hurricanes.
That's pretty wild.
It's November 2nd.
Yeah.
We've got 2 hurricanes. Now, not going to be a factor for the U.S., but some areas are going to see impact. So let's walk over to the maps and we'll show you some of the weather we're dealing with. And one thing is for sure, as far as the weather goes, looks like I hit the wrong thing, actually. Let's see. All right. Looks like we've got the graphics stuck. There we go. All right. So we're full now. I'm going to just show you this here visually, and we'll show you Hurricane Lisa, which is there out over the central part of the Caribbean. That's about to make landfall. So we'll come back out, and we'll show you what we're dealing with. We've got Hurricane Lisa, again, not a strong hurricane, but something that we're watching. An area to watch that has really no activity with it right now. And Hurricane Martin, most healthy-looking hurricane at the moment, but very rare to get 2 hurricanes in the month of November simultaneously, but we did it. Here we go. Hurricane Lisa now strengthening to an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, still having a hard time getting its eye wrapped together, but it does look like there is some tightening up of storms, and we're really close now to Belize, only 55 miles from Belize City. And looking more closely, notice how winds are starting to pick up slowly. So that wind field is pretty compact, pretty tight, and will start to approach the coast within the next 4 to 6 hours, most likely. Hurricane warnings are up. Lingering tropical storm warnings here for Honduras. However, I don't think winds will be as much of an issue. We will see some piling up of water, too, on that north side. So heads up, especially the low-lying areas. Belize is not as mountainous as some of these other countries in Central America and across southern Mexico. So be mindful of that. Coastal flooding an issue, as well as heavy rainfall. The European really pinpointing a lot of rain from southern parts of the Bay of Campeche through Mexico and back over through Belize, where the heaviest rain will be. GFS not pinpointing as much, but still several inches of rainfall over the next couple of days. And then we take you out into the Caribbean, and again, watching this area, really not anything to write home about right now. Down the road, though, this could become something to watch, especially out over the Atlantic and staying off the East Coast. We'll talk about what it means for your forecast, say, along the coastal areas in just a few minutes. But it's a reminder, November, historically speaking, still about 6% of activity left in the season. So, Alex, hard to imagine 2 hurricanes. You know, it started off such a slow season, ending rather strong. Thankfully, those aren't going to be a concern for the lower 48.
Absolutely, indeed.
Front finally clears us on Friday, and we'll finally get a break from this humidity, slightly lower humidity. The breeze also begins to pick up, so if you're along coastal areas, it really will feel nice with that breeze. Everyone will finally enjoy the lower humidity. Tropics remain active. We're still in the middle of hurricane season. We have 3 systems in the tropics right now, 2 named systems. We have our 7th hurricane of the season. That's the one we find here in the Atlantic, Hurricane Martin, moving away from Bermuda in the U.S. This one is forecast to become a Category 2 hurricane and should remain over the open waters of the Atlantic until at least next week. We also have Hurricane Lisa forecast to make landfall later today in Belize, and this one's going to loop around and across Central America and into Mexico through the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we're keeping a close eye on this area right here in the National Hurricane Center, saying that an area of low pressure could develop this weekend somewhere in the southwest Atlantic, and then as it moves northward, we could see some development with this one. We'll have to watch that one here in South Florida.
Here we are, about less than 4 weeks, roughly 4 weeks away from the end of hurricane season, but plenty to talk about, right? So let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, joining us in the lab. Talk a little bit more about 2 hurricanes and potential trouble for the southeast coast, Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, and now, Mike, we've reached the average number of storms and hurricanes for a year, 14 and 7. After all that talk of how behind schedule we were in August, well, certainly we've caught up, and we're busy right now. Talk about Martin and what this area to watch is. There's nothing there. So where's it going to come from? We'll get to that in just a little bit. But let's talk about Lisa, which is just about to make landfall in Belize. It's centered just near their barrier reef, but make landfall within the next few hours this afternoon. 80-mile-per-hour max sustained winds. It's moving straight into northern Central America and into Mexico. Hurricane conditions, storm surge, and the rain-induced flood and mudslide risk is the big concern. And I'm going to talk about this system here in a little bit, because this area is what could lead to that area to watch. There's Martin, there's Lisa, no wind shear to speak of really overhead, and the visible imagery shows it continuing to organize, and it could even get a little bit stronger than the 80 miles an hour before it finally comes ashore. But certainly the very vulnerable coastline here of Belize, with Belize City right in here, could take some of the strongest winds and highest storm surges. You'll get some tropical storm conditions farther north in places like Cancun and Cozumel. Now, I know the cone gets into the southwest Gulf, but southwesterly shear is going to tear apart whatever the remnants are of it, so I'm not worried too much about that, but am worried about the rain-induced flash flood and mudslide risk from this system moving inland. Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and southeastern Mexico all at great risk. The system's not done once it makes landfall this afternoon. Now, I want to mention Martin quickly because it is somewhat relevant to what's going to happen over the southwest Atlantic. Martin is a hurricane that's going to become a powerful post-tropical system, but it's going to be a post-tropical system that leaves behind a front. So there's Martin, but watch in the models what happens to these other two systems that combine and lead to this area to watch. There's no system to watch in the Caribbean. It's just that this is the area where we could get tropical or subtropical formation over the next 5 days. And watch these two systems that I showed you on the water vapor. There's Martin. Now watch how this western system cuts off over the southeast U.S. coast, but there's some low-level spin left behind by that other system, and it's all connected in some ways to a front attached to Martin when it's post-tropical. But then this cutoff low leads to a very broad, complex area of low pressure in the middle and upper levels. It's not an ideal tropical situation, but it still could lead to low-level spin forming. And because we're going to have trough west, ridge east, it's going to be brought back toward the southeast coast early to middle part of next week. How might that play out at the surface? Onshore flow. That is going to be the big deal as high pressure moves offshore this weekend and increasing low pressure to the south of that. At the very least, Alex, we're going to have an extended period of high risk of rip currents, rough surf, beach erosion, and maybe tropical storm force winds. It's going to be a long weekend and next week on the East Coast.
Have a month of hurricane season left for the Atlantic, so no surprise maybe, although I think a lot of people are surprised. Yeah, November's still part of hurricane season, but we really expect things to wind down at this point. Right now we've got two hurricanes, Martin and Lisa, making landfall there in Belize. Right now we've got hurricane conditions from Belize up to southern parts of the Yucatan. We've seen tropical storm conditions throughout the day in other parts of Central America. So Guatemala and Honduras, you've been dealing with the impacts. It's an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, and all the threats with hurricanes will be on the table with this one. We're looking at storm surge, coastal sections of Belize, southern Yucatan Peninsula, life-threatening storm surge possible in these areas. Moving to the west at 14 miles an hour. Again, it's just off the coast at this point, and this will move inland. So moving west, bringing more in the way of wind. It's winding down, but heavy rain will continue. Even after this storm weakens to a tropical storm or depression, we've got the wind that will be ongoing. There's the hurricane warnings, the tropical storm warnings that are in effect for Lisa. And again, the forecast track by Thursday evening, 35-mile-per-hour system moving into parts, by the way, of the Gulf of Mexico. But over this path here in the next day, day and a half, very heavy rainfall likely through some of these Central American countries as well as southern Mexico. The European model says 3 to 5 inches is a good bet. Plenty of areas 5 to 8, even 8 to 12-inch totals. So flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding will be on the forecast for not just Belize, but into northern Guatemala, into Mexico. 3 to 5 inch totals also forecast by the USGFS. Then we've got Hurricane Martin, 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. This storm likely to strengthen a bit here in the next day or two. But, Mike, this thing is large, really big, and it's probably going to get bigger here in the next day. Moving out into parts of the northern Atlantic. Could we be looking at a big wind maker up that way into next week?
We're watching Hurricane Lisa and another system that could bring us some wet weather.
And hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry here now with the details for us. Michael.
Hey there, Calvin. A busy day here in November. 2 concurrent hurricanes, the first time that's happened in November since 2001. So it's been about 20 years. Here is Hurricane Lisa. That one is scraping Belize City right now with the eye wall. It's going to come ashore momentarily here as a Category 1 hurricane. May try to get back over the Gulf of Mexico, but we're not expecting any sort of re-strengthening or reorganization there. Hurricane Martin in the North Atlantic, that one is headed out to sea, so we're not going to have to worry about that. Let's talk about this kidney bean shaped system that we expect to develop here for the early to middle part of next week. When we look at the water vapor picture right now, you can see there is a jet stream flow, pretty flat jet stream here that dips down into the Atlantic. As we get into the weekend, that jet stream is going to amplify and an upper low is going to cut off here on the south side of this. To the south of that, we have a disturbance that's going to be rotating to the north. The combination of these two systems is going to make for a big, sprawling, low-pressure system to develop for the middle part of next week. We're not expecting right now, though, this to be any sort of significant tropical threat. What may happen here, though, is we may see some sort of subtropical formation. Right now, there's a lot of questions here in terms of what happens, but not a big concern, but it could be a weather maker, or probably will be a weather maker for us come the middle to latter part of next week, because we have high pressure to the north of this system, and the difference between high pressure to the north, low pressure to the south, means that we're going to get very brisk onshore winds here. So could see some squally rain bands coming through middle to latter part of next week. Still a lot of time here to iron these details out, so we'll keep you updated here in the days ahead.
Busy in the tropics. Last month, the hurricane season, and we have 3 systems that we're watching. 2 are hurricanes. We have Lisa making landfall in Belize right now. We have Martin, and we have an area of potentially disturbed weather later this week, mainly on the weekend, that we'll have to keep an eye on. Let's take a look at Lisa first, making landfall, as I said, in Belize as a hurricane. Winds at 85 miles an hour, cutting across the Yucatan and then eventually into the southern Gulf of Mexico, where it will dissipate on Monday and Tuesday. We go from Lisa to Martin in the North Atlantic. Impressive looking storm for this far north, still over some warm water. You can see the convection firing up near the center of this, and somewhat of an eye-like feature developing there. Now, the latest winds at 85, and that track up toward Greenland and Iceland, and looks like Scotland eventually, and the UK. Interesting track here the next 4 to 5 as it gets caught in the jet stream winds. And then this area that we're expecting at least has a low potential of developing, but both the GFS and the Euro try to at least develop a weak system, and they bring some gusty winds and some high rain chances into our area starting on Monday and Tuesday. We'll watch it. If it does strengthen, of course, we'll let you know. At this point, it does look like kind of a soggy start to next week, especially Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Welcome back to Storm Center. In this last month of the Atlantic hurricane season, the frequency of storms dips in November. Behind me here, you can see that the number of hurricanes and tropical storms each month of the season, where it starts slow, it picks up in activity, especially in September, and then begins to wane off a little bit. So this is data from the past 100 years, and on average, about 6% of the season is what's left ahead of us. It doesn't end till November 30th. So let's take a look at what we've seen so far in 2022. There you can see all of the named storms and the tracks of all of them. We've had 2 storms make landfall in the United States. It was Colin and, of course, Ian. But we've had 13 named storms overall, 2 of which are out there right now. We just had Lisa making landfall in Belize. And then, of course, we've got Hurricane Martin that's out over the open waters of the Atlantic. Of course, the big storm of this season has certainly been Hurricane Ian. It was a Category 4 monster storm that devastated southwest Florida in late September. It's responsible for nearly 140 deaths in the U.S. Ian also brought heavy flooding across central and northeastern Florida before bringing similar impacts to the Carolinas. Now we have another hurricane hitting Central America. Chris is over there with more on that.
In fact, Jackie, new video coming into the Weather Channel right now. Hurricane Lisa making landfall in Belize. I'm here standing next to hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp, looking at this video for the first time. Seeing wind, hard to tell if we have any surge here at the moment. In San Pedro, Belize, looks like perhaps some or at least some heavy rain producing some flooding here.
Yeah, and San Pedro is on a barrier island kind of northeast of Belize City. Now, Lisa has been a pretty small hurricane, so with the core of the hurricane going into Belize City, San Pedro might not have caught the worst of it because it was so small. The worst of it, I think, might have passed their south.
What's your concern going forward with Lisa?
Well, the water impacts inland. I mean, we're getting hurricane conditions and storm surge happening right now that we haven't seen video for yet in Belize City. That's obviously a big concern, but then moving inland. We'll talk about these other systems here in a little bit, but we've had landfall in the last hour here with the core going right into Belize City, and with high pressure over the eastern U.S., there's no surprise why this is headed straight west into Belize. And Chris, the shape of this coastline makes this area so vulnerable to storm surge, very low-lying barrier islands. The only good thing is the small size of this hurricane limiting the amount of storm surge that it can produce, how high and how large an area. But the rainfall-induced flash floods and mudslides are my next big concern.
Because that rainfall is going to extend well inland, too.
It is, because this isn't just going to go away, you know, and even though it's not likely to redevelop over the southwest Gulf because of wind shear, between now and then, it's going to be unleashing a lot of rainfall, not just several inches, but maybe up to a foot or more locally. And again, you've got complex terrain here that can really amplify the flood and mudslide risk.
And it's going to fall apart, you think, once it gets...
Yeah, I'm not worried about it doing much in the southwest Gulf. Now, Martin is also a hurricane. It's over the North Atlantic. Now, eventually, as a post-tropical system, it could affect Europe. But it's going to be a large and powerful system that will play a role in what happens over the southwest Atlantic over the next several days.
This is Josh Morgan with Weather Nation TV, and I'm skating along the edge of the eye of Hurricane Lisa in Belize City. That's why you can still hear the wind howling like it is. But it's not raining, as you've noticed. That's because we're in the eye. You can see some damage to my hotel that lost its sign there. Also lost a tree in the back and the fence went down. And that seems to be the story around town. It's light to moderate wind damage, I would say. I would say overall the city's getting through the hurricane pretty well, considering that it's taking a direct hit. Could be that the backside of the hurricane is going to move in soon. I haven't noticed a significant wind shift yet, but we'll see. It's Josh Morgan, Weather Nation TV in Belize.
Okay, so that was an update from earlier from Josh Morgan. That was as the eye of the storm was making its way onshore. Since then, we have seen a shift in the wind, and now he's dealing with storm surge down in Belize City.
This is Josh Morgan, Weather Nation TV. I'm in Belize City. The storm surge has come up. The streets are filling with water. My hotel is now surrounded. They've put sandbags down to keep the water out, but I don't know if that's going to work. And I got to move. That's my car right there. I got to drive inland or find higher ground fast. Josh Morgan, Weather Nation TV in Belize City.
And so that shows you all the different facets of how a hurricane can be impactful. It's not just about the wind, it's also about the other impacts, the flooding that comes from both freshwater and from that storm surge now moving into Belize City. So Lisa officially made her landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. The pressure was at 990 millibars, and it made landfall at about 4:20 Central Daylight Time, again, right near Belize City along the coast of Belize. So now, unfortunately, those folks are going to be dealing with the after effects of the system as it works its way inland, bringing in some of that heavier rain, that storm surge, and of course the lingering winds. The good news is as it moves inland, we are going to see the system starting to weaken over the next couple of hours, and then eventually it will become a tropical depression. As it moves back out into the Bay of Campeche from there, at least it's just going to kind of meander around there in the southern Gulf of Mexico for a couple of days. That is though why we still have those hurricane warnings in effect for the entire coast of Belize, because it is still a hurricane that is weakening as it's moving inland, so those gusts can still be hurricane strength in that area. And again, this is something we will continue to watch as it moves inland, bringing very heavy rain to the area. In fact, some locations could see close to 5 to 8 inches in addition to what they've already had, which could lead to that freshwater flooding in that area. Then we shift gears. We have another wave that we're going to be watching for the potential development. Now, this is a complicated low-pressure system. Could eventually become a tropical or subtropical low. It is currently somewhere around the Puerto Rico area, or will be developing around Puerto Rico and areas a little bit north of there. Again, this is kind of just a messy thing the models are hinting at. We'll know more once it actually starts to appear there. However, that wave will be moving to the north-northwest through the weekend and into the early parts of next week. Nothing imminent going on there. And then we have our other named storm in the Atlantic Basin. This is Martin. For the first time since 2001, we've had 2 hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin today across the region, and now we're going to see Martin working its way into the North Atlantic. So as it moves over those cooler waters, it will eventually weaken, but not before it takes a tour of the entire North Atlantic. Martin is something we'll be talking about over the next couple of days. Martin also brings our count for the season up to 13 named storms. An average season would have 14. So even though we had a very quiet start to the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season, we have seen those numbers catch up during the back half of the season, and we're not done yet. Hurricane season officially runs through the end of November.
This is Josh Morgan with Weather Nation TV, and I'm in Belize City. Hurricane Lisa is pulling away, but boy, did it pack a punch. During the eye of the hurricane, the storm surge suddenly came up over the seawall and raced into the city, and within minutes, much of the city was underwater. My hotel was surrounded, and I had to jump in the car and find higher ground to keep the car from getting swamped. And I found a little 2-block area, which was basically like an island, and that's where I rode out the rest of the hurricane. Now, streets like this behind me were lakes at the height site of the storm. Now, the water is slowly receding, but I think it's going to be a while before the city dries up. In addition to that, there's been a lot of wind damage around town, a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines, a lot of damage to roofs. And I think Lisa's a really good example of how you should never just say just a Category 1, because Lisa was a Category 1 and it brought this city to its knees. This is Josh Morgan, Weather Nation TV in Belize.
Thanks much, Josh. This hurricane season continues to be a rather active one. We have Lisa, we have Martin out into the central Atlantic, and also watching another area of interest that could develop, Kara, over the next couple of days between the Bahamas and Puerto Rico. So although hurricane season is not done quite yet, we're getting near the end of the season, and normally activity should begin to start winding down some.
Yeah, we have until the end of the month officially before the season fully ends, but we've seen things happen depending on the season. If the conditions are right, those storms can sometimes still develop. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, but we'll just have to see. Lisa, though, one of the 3 areas that we're looking at right now with that area of interest circled over towards Puerto Rico, that's a low pressure that's expected to form in a few days. So it hasn't yet formed. It's still clear out there for now, but there could be some energy leading to the possibility of some areas of potential development here. We also have Martin, which is racing off to the north and east in the North Atlantic and will be unlikely to affect land. Lisa, though, made landfall very close to Belize City, 4:20 p.m. Central Time on Wednesday, and rapidly has been decreasing in strength since then. But it did make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds and pressure at 990 millibars. So we're going to see this continue to push its way through the rest of Belize into the Yucatan Peninsula and continue to weaken as it moves still over land. The interesting thing, though, about Lisa is it's going to emerge back into the Gulf of Mexico and make a little bit of a loop back around into the weekend. And that's because there's a very strong high pressure over the southeastern U.S. that will prevent this from entering really into the Gulf. So it will push back down to the south, bringing some additional heavy rain to parts of Mexico around the Villahermosa area. Belize City and Chetumal, though, could get still another 4 to 5 inches of rain between now and Sunday with Lisa's presence, and that could be enough to cause some concerns with perhaps some flash flooding and also some landslides and mudslides in that vulnerable terrain area. For this other area of low pressure, again, it's expected to form in a couple of days and could be possibly getting a little bit of development as it moves to the northwest. But in general, it's pretty low chances at this point for any kind of potential development. Martin, too, this is very interesting. Martin's sort of looking like it's transitioning into an extratropical cyclone, but you can see the shape of the storm here. This is another system that's racing to the north and east. To give you some perspective of where this storm is, this is Canada over here. So it's so far north right now, continuing to move into colder waters, and it will eventually make that transition from tropical to extratropical, but not before it makes it all the way out towards Greenland, eventually making a turn to the east to possibly impact parts of Europe. So pretty interesting track. This could be taking Eastern Pacific, also looks to be very quiet at the moment, but we'll be continuing to monitor how things evolve here. It's just really interesting meteorologically, Jesse, with Martin making its way into the North Atlantic and then out towards Europe. Just not something that you see every day.
No, especially not during the month of November. Yeah, we can see tropical development throughout the month of November, but to see it that far to the north this part of the year, yeah, that's kind of strange. But hopefully, once we get done with these 2 named storms, Kara, hopefully we can say goodbye to the rest of the season. But of course, you know, we can still see things at the end of the month, maybe into December, although the calendar says we should be done with tropical season at November 30th. Mother Nature always has tricks up her sleeves.
That is true. Hopefully not this year, though.
I hope not this year either. It's been rather busy enough, especially we had Ian that brought all that catastrophic damage, unfortunately, into Florida.
Right now, we are tracking Hurricane Lisa and a new system brewing in the Atlantic.
Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, here now with the details. Hey, Betty.
Good evening. Well, after making landfall late this afternoon along the coast of Belize as a hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour, Lisa now weakening to a tropical storm, winds of 60 miles per hour with this latest advisory as it interacts with land. And even if it does, what's left of it at least, move out toward the Bay of Campeche, wind shear should keep it from strengthening. Elsewhere over the Atlantic, there is Hurricane Martin way out there, moving toward the North Atlantic. Forecast to become a Category 2 hurricane by early tomorrow. Not a concern for us. And in this area highlighted right here around the southwestern Atlantic, this is the spot to watch for early next week. An area of low pressure could evolve here, and we may see it trying to become a little bit better organized. Development potential low at this point, but we'll keep an eye on it. Calvin?
Now, here's the latest on Lisa. A tropical storm moving farther inland, getting weaker with 45-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west at 10, and based on the forecast track, the system's going to actually exit Mexico and move into the Bay of Campeche, Gulf of Mexico, and then whatever's left over will turn back south into Mexico.
All right, guys, Tropical Storm Lisa making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just to the south of Belize City, about 10 miles to the south. Last night at about 5:30, it ripped up some trees, down some power lines, did some damage to some structures, also created a bit of storm surge as well with some flash flooding. So that's what we saw with this particular system as it came into Belize City. Very, very well forecast, I might add. Let's take a look at it and talk about what else we have out there. Here's the storm. Again, all the stats coming in 4:20 Central Time. Pressure at 990 millibars. Again, 85-mile-per-hour Cat 1 as opposed to a Cat 4 or 5 we dealt with. Definitely better for our friends in Belize City that sit at sea level here. This is things going to futz around, produce some rain, spin a little bit over the Bay of Campeche, and then dissipate as it comes back to the south. Nothing brings it north. Nothing. But what a day yesterday. Yesterday, Lisa and Martin both strengthened into hurricanes. Remember, we were talking about that in the tropical update. This is the first time in 90 years that we've had 2 hurricanes in November at the same time with winds of at least 85 miles per hour. So August in November continues here in the tropics. All right. Remember, we couldn't buy an area of disturbed weather in August, but boy, we've got a few now. These two are going to blend, so I'm going to spend most of the time on this 30% area that the hurricane says. There's nothing there now, but there's going to be an evolving upper level low first. Then it develops what we call an inverted surface trough that kind of bends up to the north and east, and the whole thing actually has to retrograde or come back toward the United States East Coast. And that's what it's going to do. Now, the big question is, does it develop? Tropic, subtropical, maybe. But what I'm more worried about is look at that high to the north over western New York. That's about 1,045 millibars. And regardless of this low, 1010, 1009, that's a heck of a pressure gradient. And look at the fetch over the Atlantic. So we're going to be building waves. We're going to be pushing waves all the way back to the East Coast. And it's not just Florida, South Carolina. We're talking all the way up the Jersey Shore here. And sure, by the time we get into Wednesday, Thursday, we could be talking about some rain issues. As a matter of fact, if you buy the European verbatim, which I don't encourage you to do, it actually brings a surface low into the Gulf of Mexico with this. But I wouldn't be ready to hang my hat on anything developing at this point. I would focus on the beach issues, all right, and the wind and the battering at high tide, especially these areas that got hammered by Ian, if you remember, on the South Carolina coast. So again, just a quick look at the winds, Felicia. I want to show everybody getting into next week. You can see this huge wind field coming on up, and of course the waves as well making their way toward the East Coast. Several high tide cycles in play here where these beaches may take a beating.
So we're watching this area and you're like, what area? Well, there's really nothing there yet. But this is eventually going to become something, 30% chance of development as this disturbed weather moves up over the greater Antilles and emerges into the western Atlantic and then kind of takes its curve back to the west. Now, regardless of any development with this, the interaction between this low pressure system, this disturbance, and the high pressure is going to create what we call a pressure gradient, an intense pressure gradient over the western Atlantic with an onshore flow, and that's going to bring us that risk for coastal flooding and a higher risk for rip currents. I know any of the surfers, though, up and down the East Coast are going to be excited about these waves that we're going to see out of this as the seas are going to get rough. We're going to have hazardous boating conditions as well. So this system is going to really slowly organize as it meanders northward, ends up kind of there offshore of the Bahamas, offshore of Florida. And with that, with the wind that we're seeing with this onshore flow across the western Atlantic, this is battering these beaches in the coastal Carolinas that just are still trying to get things back together after Ian. We're seeing these winds picking up and direct that onshore flow with that coastal erosion and that possibility for coastal flooding there up and down the east coast of Florida. And then eventually, as we head through early next week, depending exactly on where it tracks, you're going to get some maybe squally weather out of this, some rain associated with it as well. Take a look at some of these wind gust forecasts that we have as we head through Monday and Tuesday and into Wednesday, as we have all those different atmospheric dynamics interacting with one another and bringing us those gusty winds. We'll also see the wave heights picking up as well, which is going to batter those beaches as we talked about. So regardless of a development with the system or exactly where it tracks, it's going to be impactful up and down the southeast coast.
Lower humidity, pleasant Friday on tap, and a nice Saturday as well, as we get a couple of these little pushes of drier air behind each front. All right, it's pretty busy in the tropics. We are tracking 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas. We've got tropical depression Lisa now. We still have Hurricane Martin over there, and then 2 areas that we're tracking over that could have some slight development over the next several days. This area stays pretty far to the east of us, but could bring some rain next week. Models all over the place on that one. Here's another system sliding slowly to Bermuda. Only a 10% chance of development. Then, of course, we have our 2 named systems. So it is now tropical depression Lisa. This was a hurricane yesterday at this time. Made landfall in Belize. It has weakened quickly here. A lot of the showers and thunderstorms have actually faded with this system as well. But that will be the threat as we continue to watch this working to the west-northwest, then does a loop here. Hopefully we can write the final advisory on this one this weekend. Still looking for some potential heavy rain here and there. Then to Martin we go. North Atlantic moves north and then to the east. Could bring some rain to the UK next week.
Take a look at this. Lisa made landfall as Category 1 hurricane in Belize on Wednesday. That storm bringing heavy rain, strong winds, storm surge to coastal parts of Belize and southern Yucatan, and flooding as it moved inland. Right now, Lisa has weakened to a tropical storm, still poses a threat to Belize City, Guatemala, southeast Mexico in that heavy rainfall. We don't have much hurricane season left, but there's quite a bit going on. In fact, when we look at the percent of activity that still remains, on average about 6% here through the remainder, last, 3.5 weeks of hurricane season. But Dr. Nab, quite a bit happening in the tropics. You know, we've got Lisa, we've got Martin out there in the Atlantic, and then some other areas to watch.
Yeah, and it's going to be multiple systems getting together to make one big disorganized mess this weekend, but that mess could be a problem for the east coast of the U.S. next week. Now, we've got our 13 storms and 7 hurricanes, so it's been kind of an average year, but it's not over. You know, in terms of the numbers. And these 2 areas to watch are going to be moving together so that you can really blend this one with this one. They're going to work together. And part of Martin's frontal systems are going to work together with that. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But I wanted to update you on Lisa, which is a depression over land here in southeastern Mexico. And you might be asking the very legitimate question, could this get out into the southwest Gulf and redevelop? Probably not, because of all of that wind shear. It'll get out in the Bay of Campeche, but too much wind shear, so it's just going to be a rainfall problem for a little while longer. Now, we've got Martin and its front up here, and we've got another non-tropical low and a front here, and we've got another area of disturbed weather in here, and we have a tropical wave down here. All of those things are going to be playing a role in what happens over the southwest Atlantic over the next week, including these upper level features. Watch what happens in the models. It's going to be a mess to keep track of it all, but there is warm water out there. That's what is still going on here in November, and it's warmer than average. So there's more than the average amount of fuel out there to power a tropical or subtropical system. Now, this system east of Bermuda, only a 10% chance, mostly in the next 2 to 3 days, but it is coming this way, and it will merge with this broader system that will be forming over the southwest Atlantic. Now, there is a tropical wave component in here, but it's all those other systems that will be getting together over the southwest Atlantic for the next 5 days that could produce a tropical or a hybrid system. So the colors are low-level spin, the white lines are upper-level trough. There's the wave, there's our 2 other systems, there's the front from post-tropical Martin that it will be soon. Look at how they all get together here with this broad, messy system this weekend. Not a very tropical setup. Colors all over the place. Where is the spin going to focus? Don't know. But trough west, ridge east is going to bring that system back toward the continental U.S. Tuesday into Wednesday. Maybe even a piece of it gets into the Gulf. So a lot of us will be dealing with this one way or another. But with this high already moving offshore, we have a strong onshore flow into the southeast and mid-Atlantic coast through the weekend. But as this broad, messy area of low pressure strengthens and we get another high coming off the coast early next week, the onshore flow, the beach erosion, the rip currents, the high surf, and maybe tropical storm conditions will be ramping up. So it will be a messy week from the mid-Atlantic down to Florida next week. Alex, we just don't know, and Mike, whether it's going to be tropical or subtropical, but I think the chances are pretty decent that this gets a name.
Okay, hurricane season take 2 here. A couple of systems in the Caribbean. They're worth watching.
It circles around there. Meteorologist Erica Delgado, she's live in the Weather Center with more. Erica?
Yeah, Lynn, so this is a reminder that hurricane season is not yet over. We have 4 systems, I should say, in the tropics. 2 of the ones in the Atlantic are the ones that we're keeping a close eye on. And you'll notice these yellow areas very close to South Florida. The one near Bermuda is a non-tropical area of low pressure that will be drifting south through the next couple of days. And the larger area in yellow that you see here near the Bahamas and the Atlantic, that's an area of low pressure that is forecast to form. So nothing is there just yet. So it's a bit of a complex weather pattern that we're keeping a close eye on here as we head into next week. I've drawn these 2 arrows for you so you can see exactly what's going to be happening. The area near Bermuda through the next few days will be dropping south and then eventually heading westward. And then once the other area of low pressure develops in the southwest Atlantic, this one will drift north and then westward. Models suggesting that both will merge and create a larger area of low pressure. So here are some of the models that are what they're suggesting. This is the European model, and as we head into the upcoming weekend, it's saying that it's going to be a little slower at developing this area of low pressure, and once it does and drifts into the Atlantic, it's keeping it a little farther away from the Bahamas and of course to South Florida. This is the American model, the GFS. They're saying that once these areas do merge and it develops here over the Atlantic, it's a little faster developing that area of low pressure, but it is a little closer to the Bahamas and a little closer to South Florida. Of course, that would mean more moisture for us as we head into next week. So here's what we know, what we don't know. We're watching 2 different areas for development this weekend, and models are suggesting that both areas could merge to produce one. And early forecast models are tracking this disturbance westward. What we don't know is how far west it will go, and because of that, what impacts, if any, we'll feel here in South Florida as we head into next week. So lots of uncertainty, plenty of time to watch. I'll have much more on this, plus your local forecast coming up in a few minutes.
It was another hot day in Marathon, tying a record for today. High of 89, the present mark still in the books from 2015. Meanwhile, in the tropics, 4 areas that the National Hurricane Center is eyeing. A tropical depression Lisa still holding on across Mexico. Meanwhile, Martin, the last advisory has been issued. We are not following that any longer. And then we have the possibility of something developing in these 2 yellow areas over the next few days. So we're going to take a good close-up view here. We are watching the possibility of 2 lows developing. The smaller one will probably get absorbed by the larger one sometime either the second half of the weekend or the early part of next week. The low will continue to track towards Florida. Now, even without any development whatsoever, we could see some downpours here across the area, possibly Tuesday, Wednesday, and into Thursday. What we will notice, however, is the wind speeds picking up by Saturday and Sunday.
We're keeping an eye on a potential disturbance near Florida next week.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with your tropical update.
And the spot we'll be focused on is highlighted in this yellow right around the southwest Atlantic in the vicinity of the Bahamas. The formation potential per the National Hurricane Center at 30% over the next 5 days. So essentially what happens is an upper level low, which we're sort of highlighting that by showing the spin in the mid levels of the atmosphere. That That glides westward over the western Atlantic as we're moving over the next several days. And then the surface flow, you can sort of see the evolution, these white lines of an area of low pressure at the surface. Starts out as a broad, a sprawling weather system. We'll see how wrapped up it gets moving toward Election Day. Right now, it does look as though we're in for some windy weather, rain chance possibly increasing as well, maybe some gusty rain bands, depending on how it all comes together. Whether it is tropical or subtropical, we'll see, but that's the expectation for now.
Damage across Belize after Hurricane Lisa made landfall Thursday. Lisa's winds toppled trees and tore apart homes. Heavy rain swamped Belize City, triggering flash flooding.
Lisa has since been downgraded to a tropical depression, but it continues to bring heavy rain and flash flooding to parts of southeastern Mexico. Lisa isn't the only tropical system that we're tracking and keeping our eye on. There is an area to watch in the Atlantic that could bring some rough weather to the southeast coast. So
whenever you see circles out here close to home, you start to get worried. It is November. This hurricane season runs through November 30th, and not to say you can't get development out of after that. But let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel to talk about this. And Greg, I mean, regardless of what this is, it will bring some impacts to the coast.
Right, and what it is not even available to look at on the surface weather maps.
Solid point, right.
It hasn't even developed yet.
Yeah.
Right, thank you guys very much. Let's have a look at the circles that these guys were talking about. There's a bunch of them out there, right? We've got an area to watch right here over the Atlantic. I'm not even sure I know what that is. I'm not going to concern myself with it. The tropical depression Lisa, which is the hurricane that came on board into Belize a few days ago. The Hurricane Center doesn't think it's going to get out of the southern Gulf of Mexico alive, so that's good news there. It'll likely disintegrate over the next few days in the region. But it's this one, out of all of them, surprisingly enough, that's got the best chance of it bringing impactful weather to the United States. We'll talk about that in a second, but I want to get to the notion that Jen was talking about, that, you know, the hurricane season doesn't technically end until November 30th, but it could really actually happen. You can get a hurricane or a tropical cyclone any month of the year if the atmosphere allows it to happen. It just doesn't often do it outside of the typical season boundaries, which is June 1st, November 30th. And strictly speaking, we have, according to those boundaries, 6%. But these are not rigid boundaries. They are semi-permeable. In other words, you can get, as I mentioned, development any time of the month, any time of the year, as long as it happens. And this is the next area to watch. And we will be watching this area of clear skies for now. Eventually, we think, perhaps turn into a breezy and showery weather maker over the southeastern U.S. during the coming days. Stay tuned.
Yeah, looking good out there, but looking breezy. But there's a system brewing in the Atlantic that could bring some rain to our area.
Say it isn't so. Chelsea joins us now with a look at your weekend forecast. Chelsea?
Yeah, I mean, if you step outside right now, it feels gorgeous. Temperatures are mild, but there are some changes that are anticipated for the second half of our weekend. Enjoy the evening tonight, enjoy it tomorrow. But I do want to point out there are two areas of interest. You can see the orange and the yellow shaded areas in the Atlantic. Well, those are areas that could bring in the chance for some moisture to take over South Florida. We also have Lisa that's sitting and spinning in the Bay of Campeche. Now, over the next 2 days, both systems have a very low chance. The one in the orange shade, it's over the next 5 days that we're watching. And I do want to show you two different models right now. We have the European model, which kind of fizzles things out as we get into the middle of the week. And then we have the GFS model, which unfortunately does keep it a lot more active for our area for next week, and maybe even some heavy downpours. But stay with me. I'll take more details on this in the extended forecast still ahead.
And right now we're keeping a very close watch on a system that could be a rainmaker for all of us in the upcoming days.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry is here with our tropical update. Michael.
Hey there, Nicole. That's right. It's November and we're still talking about the tropics. Take a look at our big map today. We're really going to focus our attention on that orange area there in the middle of your screen. Lisa is weakening there in the Bay of Campeche, not expecting any redevelopment there, not concerned about that system near Bermuda. Let's talk about this system, though. 40% chance of development over the next few days into probably a big, lumbering, subtropical system. What does all of that mean? Well, let's kind of walk through it with with you. This is the water vapor picture. We have a dip in the jet stream. So these are our winds very high up in the atmosphere, about 30,000 feet. And then at the base of this, what we're seeing right now is this upper level, mid-level, low pressure area that is cutting off from the jet stream flow. That is the beginning of this system we're going to be tracking into next week. Now, typically we don't start with what's happening at the mid and upper part of the atmosphere because we're looking for, with tropical development, at least usually, we're looking at what's happening near the surface, but we're going to start from the top and then kind of work our way down. This is going to be sort of a reverse formation if something does develop here very slowly in the coming days. This is the mid-level spin. So here is that area of low pressure at the mid part of the atmosphere. This is on Tuesday. A lot of spin here, big sprawling area. This is not like a typical tropical system that is very consolidated where you have all the showers and thunderstorms near where the surface circulation is. This one's going to be more spread out, but you can see by Tuesday, our models are showing an area of low pressure down here near the Bahamas, and then we have high pressure up here over the northeast states, and right in the middle here, see those lines where they come close together? That's the isobars, and when they're packed close together like that, you know that we're going to have very strong winds. So at the very least out of this system, we're expecting very windy conditions, very strong onshore flow beginning on Sunday, then into Monday, and then by the time we get to Tuesday into Wednesday, we could see some of these showers start to spread over the peninsula here. All of this weather is going to be moving in our direction. So regardless of what happens here, this is going to be a long-lasting, persistent system that's going to kind of go into the middle, latter part of next week. We'll have more details on this in the coming days as we iron those out.
This afternoon, this evening, and now into the nighttime, and he put the drone up into the air, give us an aerial view of a home that he was showing us earlier, if you're watching us about an hour ago live, of that car and that truck there next to this home, which appears to have the roof almost completely ripped off here and thrown into the side or the backyard. A lot of trees snapped and thrown down across the hoods of the car and the truck. A lot of trees leading up to this home also laid down here or snapped a little ways up on the trunk. A reminder, again, the atmosphere capable of producing tornadoes, and those tornadoes capable of doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, did get word out of Oklahoma in McCurtain County that one person was killed. Also reports of damage to several homes and several people trapped in storm shelters as well, which is sad as that is. It's nice to know that people were in storm shelters in some cases. And Karl, unfortunately, you know, when you talk about and you look at some of these tornadoes making a direct hit, sometimes the only safe place is underground.
Yeah, you know, we were just looking at some of the, you know, the significant damage that's occurred there, and we could be talking about EF2 to possibly EF3 damage, and it's going to be very hard to make it through that when you get a direct hit from that kind of wind. You're talking about winds that are reaching up well over 100 miles per hour. I think that is likely going to be what we see out of that Sulphur Springs storm. So we've got an ongoing threat tonight. We're looking at tornado warnings continuing at this hour in western parts of Arkansas. You notice where all this is relative to Little Rock. So certainly heads up there in Little Rock. We could be looking at very intense storms coming your way, probably about an hour and a half or so. Clark, Hot Spring, Montgomery counties under warning for a possible tornado right now. We're getting into an area that is called range folding, where we're not seeing as much as we'd like to see right now. But, you know, going back several frames, right in there in particular, we did see a pretty robust area of circulation that didn't last. It actually made its way a little more towards the northeast and then kind of washed out. And then maybe another little area of circulation behind that, kind of along the leading edge of this storm. So, you know, just to be on the safe side, let's track this leading edge out. And certainly we're going to see a damaging wind threat along with that, but maybe tornado circulation as well. Alpine, Lenox, Rockwell, Hot Springs, and all of those areas got some strong wind and possibly a tornado coming your way. Similar story here in Logan, Perry, and Yell counties. This morning going until 9:30. Not seeing anything that really jumps out in terms of a tornadic circulation, but we could see a little spin up developing along that. Then farther southeast of Texarkana, got a severe warning with a considerable threat tag, looking at the possibility of 70 mile per hour wind with this storm. Also tornado possible And then down towards Shreveport, Caddo Parish, Harrison County under warning. Again, considerable threat tag for 70-mile-per-hour wind and a tornado possible tag. So you see the leading edge of the strong wind that is right in there. And that is going to be coming towards Shreveport not very long from now, moving rapidly to the northeast. So on that trajectory, moving towards Wascom at 9:36, Blanchard 9:47, and Belcher at 9:50. Could be some damaging winds, 70-mile-per-hour wind coming your way in those areas. Then we're also watching a whole host of cells that are out ahead of this main line right in there. Those cells developing in an area where there's a lot of wind shear, so we'll need to keep a close eye on those for possible tornadoes. There's been a lot of activity today. We've had, I think, north of 15, 16 reports of tornadoes thus far. And so it certainly has been a very busy night, really energetic atmosphere here, Chris, with a strong parent storm. And we expect that this threat is going to be continuing right through the night tonight.
All right, we are turning now back to weather. Our meteorologist Michael Ehrenberg has been tracking the tropics.
Michael, what can you tell us?
Well, we have 3 systems out there, Liz and Jim, and there's only one that we need to watch very closely in the next few days. It's this non-tropical upper-level low now spinning north of Puerto Rico. Hurricane Center now giving it a 50% chance of becoming a subtropical depression by the early and mid parts of next week, and it is pointed in our general direction. Right now, again, it is an upper-level low that's dropped down from east of the North Carolina area. So it's a loft, it's weak, it's producing disorganized shower and thunderstorm activity, but it's thought late in the weekend and early next week at the surface, a low pressure area will develop. First off, it's going to be non-tropical. In the beginning, it's going to be stretched out and rather weak. Here's Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. And then our GFS model bends it to the west-northwest. And the GFS model brings a strong tropical storm into our viewing area by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Keep in mind, this is days out, and these things are going to change back and forth. It does bring us rain and wind for the mid part of next week before moving up the state of Florida. European model, a little bit different, a much weaker system with the center passing south of us and probably not even a tropical depression. So the models are disagreeing at this point. But you'll notice both models, and even other models I'm not showing here, do depict a fair amount of green rain. They predict a stiff onshore wind as high pressure interacts with both to produce a tight pressure gradient across the area. So whether it develops or not and where the track is, regardless, moisture will be coming in because it'll be a stretched out long area of low pressure. So that means higher rain chances at 40% Monday, 60% chance to rain and storms Tuesday and Wednesday, and then down to 50% as we head on into your Thursday. And European model has up their rainfall totals between 1 and 2.5 inches across the area. That's the week period ending next Friday. GFS model showing potentially for up to 3 to 5 inches of rain. So something we'll need to watch very carefully. So preliminarily, here's what we can expect. We're going to talk in broad terms right now because the system really hasn't formed yet. Gale force winds possible next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Coastal flooding, rough surf, beach erosion. And again, there is that heavy rain potential to come into the area. Not out of the question that it does become a named storm. And if it does, the next name on the list you'll notice is Nicole. We're also following what's left of Lisa, tropical depression Lisa, across the southern sections of the Gulf of Mexico. This thing's just going to kind of spin around and kind of dissipate and become a remnant low by the end of the week and not bother anybody. Here's your 10-day forecast where that weekend is always in view. Once again, the reminder to turn those clocks back Saturday night before going to bed. We gain an hour of sleep on Sunday. Low rain chances. Again, the weekend looking good. Monday, we begin to see an uptick in shower chances at 40%. And then all eyes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for some wind and rain, depending on how strong that system is, with lower temperatures, highs then in the lower 80s. In the meantime, have a great weekend.
Good morning, everyone. It is 5 o'clock on your Saturday, and you know there's a decent amount to watch in the weather world right now, right?
Yeah, there really is. And, you know, for anybody who wants to know, hey, when is all this going to move in? This meaning maybe something tropical. We're actually going to start feeling some of the impacts as early as today. But there's so much dry air out there that the shower's going to have a tough time really getting too organized. We'll see the wind coming in off the ocean. We'll see about a 50-50 mix of clouds and sunshine right through the weekend. So the weekend itself really not too bad unless you're going to be heading to the beach. You may want to have a plan B on that one. Some rip currents and rough surf down that way. But the showers will just kind of increase as we get into Monday and Tuesday next week. And by Wednesday, Thursday, whatever this thing becomes, will be close enough that we'll know there's something out there. In the meantime, take a look at what we're talking about here. All this code for some bad weather coming up next week. It's all Based on the tropics this morning, yes, I know it's November, but we're still in hurricane season. This mishmash of clouds and showers, very, very disorganized from the Caribbean up into the southwestern Atlantic Ocean. This is the hot spot we're keeping an eye on because the computer models for the past several days have been indicating something better organized, either tropical or subtropical maybe, coming out of there. The National Hurricane Center has indicated this in a medium chance for development over the next 5 days. That's a 60% chance. Remember, just a few days ago, it was 10 to 20%. So the confidence is growing that something somewhere in this orange spot is going to become better organized. So the system itself, as disorganized as it is still well down to the south of the islands there. So something to keep an eye on over the next few days. In the meantime, it's pretty quiet out there right now. The easterly winds have already started, and we're going to see some of those scattered showers coming off the ocean today, but not a rainy day at all. Temperatures nice and warm out there. 74, West Palm 77, Stewart 76 in Fort Pierce.
Now we do have an upper low nearby in the Atlantic, and with high pressure off the mid-Atlantic states, that's what's funneling in those stronger winds. So we will have marine issues with gusty winds along the coast between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but sustained winds will be between 15 to 20. We'll have a high risk of rip currents at area beaches and rough surf continuing this weekend. So we still have tropical depression Lisa. It should fall apart at any moment, but we're monitoring two other areas for development. There's a non-tropical low well east of Bermuda, and then eventually an area of low pressure is going to develop around the southwestern Atlantic Ocean, and it has a 60% chance of forming. This larger low will eventually absorb the smallest one well east of Bermuda. But regardless of development, we are looking at the potential for heavy rain moving into South Florida between Tuesday and Thursday of the upcoming week. And here are potential impacts. Plenty of moisture that's going to lead to possible rounds of heavy rain. We're going to have up to gale force winds of over 30 miles per hour forecast across the region, and king tides return on Monday, and that could make for coastal flooding concerns across the region. But yes, the rough surf and beach erosion will continue heading into the upcoming week. So something we'll continue to follow. Use caution.
More than a dozen possible tornadoes were reported in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas as severe weather moved through the region. The storm sent families scrambling for shelter and damaged or destroyed homes in several communities. CBS 4's Bradley Blackburn has the latest.
In Powderly, Texas, Friday evening, residents ran for cover as a possible tornado moved by their house, sending debris flying and snapping trees. Near Sulphur Springs, east of Dallas, another possible twister tracked across the sky. Dee Coleman took shelter from the weather by covering her family with a mattress.
The electricity went out. Right when it went out, it said, hey, take cover, and then the electricity went out, and I called him in the house, and we just took cover, and they came like within seconds.
By nightfall, damage was reported in multiple parts of the state. In Bowie County, a business crushed. In Powderly, the volunteer fire department went house to house looking for people who needed help. Across the county, officials said at least 50 homes were damaged or destroyed, and 10 people were treated at a hospital, some with critical injuries.
As soon as it happened, I just started going to the houses looking for people and make sure there's nobody in them.
Across the state line in southeast Oklahoma, a church was flattened to the ground. Other structures were also torn apart, and county officials confirmed one death. In Arkansas, damage was reported across the northwest part of the state. And in Hopkins County, Texas, multiple homes were damaged. Jason Allen with CBS Dallas was there on the ground.
The tornado picked that house up, and it moved it, and it redeposited it over here, a good 50 to 75 feet away.
Survivors picked through the debris, recovering what they could as a long cleanup process begins. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News.
Always alerting, always tracking. This is Next Weather.
Ever apparent, the ferocity of Mother Nature at times, but nothing to worry about here at least.
Right. Well, we do have to worry about more rain and increasing winds throughout next week. Now, this weekend, yes, it's breezy at times, not quite as gusty as yesterday, but still a good flow coming in off the Atlantic. That is helping create those quick moving showers, and they're zooming by across South Florida. Now, next week, we're going to be watching a system coming off of the Caribbean, eventually into the Atlantic. That system has a potential for development. Regardless of how strong or how well organized it gets, we're still going to see unsettled conditions, to say the least. It's still really uncertain as far as exact impacts, but we do know that next week, Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday, it's going to be even windier out there, and then also with a better chance for more showers. This system is a broad area of low pressure. The core of it is still over the Caribbean Sea. Eventually, it's going to cross over into the Atlantic waters, and then it's going to move towards the west-northwest. So we see this big orange polygon. Once it gets into this area, it will have that 60% chance for formation. So sometime midweek next week, it could develop. Right now, it's non-tropical, but it could gain those tropical characteristics. So as it gets closer to the east coast of Florida, we're expecting the winds to increase off the Atlantic. That is certainly going to cause some hazards on the water, maybe up to gale force winds as well next week, but also create more rain.
Well, violent tornadoes swept through dozens of Texas and Oklahoma communities last night, and one of the hardest hit was Idabel, Oklahoma.
And that's where we find storm checker Charles Peak. He's live on the ground this morning. Charles, we're getting an aerial view. What are we looking at here? Obviously a house and the roof completely torn off.
Yeah, Chris, this particular house had the roof completely torn off. It looks like most of the walls are still intact, but as I pan up, you can see in this neighborhood, most everything is going to be roof damage, trees down. This is a neighborhood that has a lot of trees. And earlier, as you saw it, in some cases by the golf course, it just literally laid down the trees here. Several roofs completely off, but from what I'm hearing from the neighbors and everything, they're sort of in dismay of what happened. But so far, everybody I've come across is okay this morning.
So this line was moving so quickly, Charles, that it was really difficult for people to respond quickly enough. Have most of the people you've spoken to so far, did they heed the warnings?
Yes, it is encouraging. Several of the residents I've talked to said they were watching it. There was obviously a lot of advance notice for this storm when it finally got to this area. And they got one lady that she's talking about got in her bathtub, put her shoes on, covered up there, and was able to talk to her this morning.
And it's interesting to see the orientation of the trees that are down. Charles, we appreciate this bird's eye view the morning after this devastating tornado moved through.
You know, that really gives you the scope of the damage when you can see it. If you're on the ground at one house, it's bad. But when you see the neighborhood, when you see the terrain,
and
that's
you pull
where,
out, it's so expansive for sure. Well, we're going to head over to Greg Postel right now. Dr. Postel, it looks like we have to keep our eye on the tropics, even though we're into November.
Yeah, not quite done yet.
Right, that's right. You know, the hurricane season, as you guys know, technically ends November 30th, so we haven't reached that yet. So we're still in the so-called hurricane season, believe it or not. And of course, we can get development any time of the year if the atmosphere gives it a window. And today and this next week, it's trying to open up a window, at least a little, with a couple of things I want to draw our attention to. Invest 97L and this area to watch. Neither of those systems right now are tropical. They are associated with non-tropical weather patterns. There is a lot of jet stream energy around. There is some low pressure out there, but it is not a tropical cyclone by any means. Neither one of those guys are, but they do bear watching because they're probably going to bring impactful weather to the southeast U.S., let's say middle to latter stages of next week. And that really could be all the way from the Carolinas all the way down through Florida, because what we've got out here now, both of those guys are kind of headed that way. And when that happens, regardless of what you want to call it or how it eventually matures, we are going to be dealing with impactful weather, rain, some breezes, and some perhaps coastal flooding, kind of like a nor'easter across that part of the country. So this is where they are right now, those two areas to watch, right? And there's the dip in the jet stream, strong winds aloft. So whatever's going on underneath that jet stream is associated with those jet stream dynamics and not strictly a tropical cyclone. So we don't need to worry about a hurricane, I don't think. Unless something changes, we'll tell you, of course, but it doesn't look like that. But instead, we're going to track these areas of spin aloft over the next few days as they move westward and they get closer to the coast. And what we might see happening at the surface underneath all that upper level gymnastics is, an area of low pressure with some breezy conditions, not just because of any low pressure that might develop. There's a strong high pressure over the North Atlantic, and onshore winds later in the upcoming week could lead to some coastal flooding and, of course, some heavy rain as well. So unsettled weather appears to be the theme, Sam, as we go toward the end of the week. Not much to worry yet, anyway, about tropical development specifically.
But still some impacts there along the coast for sure.
And a couple more showers just spread along the Atlantic, moving towards downtown West Palm Beach, the Palm Beach Gardens, and as we head up the Treasure Coast, a couple more showers, nothing on the severe side, so some quick movers out there. Now, as we look at the bigger picture, we do have two areas that we're tracking in the tropics, two that can become named storms. The next two names on the list are Nicole and Owen. Now, which one will become which? That's the big question now. With this system, this one's going to stay out to sea, no impacts to land. This is the blob that we're watching, where along this area it'll have a better chance to come together as a tropical storm, or even maybe subtropical, meaning it's going to get its energy source from elsewhere. Strongest winds will be on the outer bands. But regardless, this is heading towards our direction here in South Florida. Now, it is going to bring rain and wind along with it. So for your Sunday, Monday, very typical on and off showers likely when we have the onshore wind. Heading into Tuesday, we're going to see a couple morning showers, afternoon showers. No major impacts just yet. Winds will begin to pick up overnight. And then here's our system better forming and coming together. And it looks like it will be maybe subtropical with the outer bands containing the strongest of winds. This will inch towards the state of Florida. Now, the latest model run, American model, does take this one and skims it up the Florida coast, keeps it pretty much moving out to sea. Although as we take a look at another model, that one will bring it a little bit closer to the Florida Peninsula. Now, this is the European, so again, still a lot of uncertainty, but some of the things that we do know is that we're going to be dealing with a lot of rain. Now, heaviest of rain will be mostly along the coastal areas, a little bit drier along the inland portion of Florida. Better scenario for the western half of the state where they're still recovering from Ian. But look at the rainfall totals over the next couple of days, anywhere between 2 to 4, 5 to even 6. Isolated spots could see even up to 7 inches of rain. So here's what we know so far. Tropical, subtropical, regardless, we're going to be dealing with the rain. Coastal impacts, a lot of flooding, dangerous surf, beach erosion, and then we could see winds up to 45. Maybe even an isolated tornado or two can be rolled out whenever we have that tropical moisture moving in.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
And now on the storm station, activity in the Atlantic late in hurricane season. We are tracking the tropics, and we want to give you a live view of North Bay Village on this Sunday morning. It is a whole lot brighter out there because of the time change.
Yes, I feel refreshed. Thanks for the extra hour.
We needed
you guys
it.
Enjoy that.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Erica Delgado in the Plex with us this morning with the first look at your forecast. Hey, Erica, good morning.
You know, I was a little nervous that maybe the time change would mess up my sleep pattern, but I just forget that now phones do it for you automatically. Back in the day, it wasn't the case, though. South Florida, we're keeping a close eye on the tropics. As we get ready for Thanksgiving preparations, the last thing we thought is that maybe we'd be dealing with a tropical system nearby. And right now, we are keeping a close eye on it because there could be a tropical system nearby in the next couple of days. So let's talk about what we're watching. There's two different areas in the tropics. We have a well-defined area of low pressure near Bermuda. This is the one that also has a high chance of developing, but this one's moving towards the north and away from South Florida, not something we need to worry about. This is the one that we need to watch. An area of low pressure is now developing about 100 miles near Puerto Rico, and this one has a high chance of developing. Both at a race to see which one will become a tropical storm first. If they do, their names would be Nicole. Let's talk about the two different models that we normally tend to look at. This is the American model, the GFS model, starting later on this morning. Here's that area of low pressure developing near Puerto Rico. It will be lifting towards the north as we work our way into the start of the work week. As we head into Wednesday, models are suggesting that this is going to begin to shift a little closer to the Bahamas and towards South Florida. That means that our wind speeds will continue to increase each day as we go about our work week. So the GFS model does show disturbance, but it shows it just taking a little more of a northerly track still along the Florida Peninsula. This is what the European model is suggesting. It will also track towards the north, and eventually high pressure will nudge it towards the west. And then as we head into Wednesday, Thursday, this one looks like more of a southerly track. So for us here in South Florida, regardless of development, we are expecting gusty downpours as we work our way into the upcoming work week. Now, what is uncertain is the exact track. Would it be more north, more south, and what kind of system will we be dealing with? Will it just be an area of low pressure, a tropical depression, or a tropical storm nearby? The closer the system gets to South Florida means more rain for us. So we'll take a closer look at your forecast in the week ahead. That's coming up in a few minutes.
There is a tropical or some kind of weather system coming in from the Atlantic over the next couple of days along the southeast U.S. An area of low pressure will be bringing some coastal concerns to the region, like, I don't know, Lauderdale by the Sea, Florida, Savannah, Georgia. You see those on your screen right now. The weather today, awesome. High 70s, low 80s for many of us, and the weather conditions are nearly perfect, certainly for this time of year. But they'll get worse as we go into the midweek period because of this system right here that's encircled. It is under investigation by the National Hurricane Center, and you might be wondering, why are we looking at a system that looks like that? Why does the Hurricane Center care about a system like that? Well, there's some chance, right, that it could turn into, let's say, a tropical storm or something. Probably not. It's going to be a hybrid system. Think of it as a nor'easter that's going to bring lots of impacts spread over a very large area, including some pretty strong winds, maybe gale force winds, also some coastal flooding with very large waves because of the wind pattern over the Atlantic Ocean spread over a large area. And overall, just nasty weather moving in to Florida and other areas in the southeast, beginning, let's say, as early as midweek. This is the development area right here. I would sort of pull back a little bit on thinking this in terms of traditional tropical development, because it's not. It's got a jet stream with it. It's always going to have a jet stream with it. You could put this jet stream over the United States right now, and it would look pretty much just like that. And I think that's going to be the case going forward. Now, there may be some concentrated areas of thunderstorms in there, which is what we have to watch, because when you do that over water, yes, sometimes you can get nastier conditions embedded within the overall weather pattern. But either way, messy weather is coming. And look at the wind that I put on here in the background. This is a forecast from ECMWF, just showing you that we've got essentially a large area of winds, probably 20 to 30 and higher than that. That's going to bring some big waves and coastal flooding and beach erosion in many locations, potentially up and down the eastern seaboard. The area of low pressure somewhere around here by early in the week. We'll be circulating around it some gale force winds, and depending on how it organizes in a small area right near the middle, we can get stronger winds than that as well, something to watch. But overall, it feels like a large, broad, hybrid-like system with messy weather for many of us, from the Florida Keys through Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina, which is why I put the rainfall amounts here, which are not trivial going up through the mid-Atlantic. This is an accumulation strictly from Wednesday through Friday, but you could go beyond that, Lynette. It feels like, as you mentioned earlier, rightly so, this is going to be with us for days, and it may just ride up the East Coast with windy and rainy weather all the way till next weekend.
Local 10 News starts right now.
And off the top at 5 o'clock, we're keeping tabs on an unusual late-season storm still developing as it heads this way.
And it could bring a lot of nasty weather this week. Certified meteorologist Luke Doris is here to time it all out for us. Luke, what can we expect?
Okay, let's hit the highlights here right off the bat. All right, so this is expected to impact Florida. We can say that with a pretty high degree of confidence. And the primary impacts, the worst of it, Wednesday and Thursday. It is also forecast to intensify. At this point, a tropical storm or a hybrid, what we call subtropical storm, that seems likely, though the Hurricane Center noting today that a low-end hurricane can't be ruled out. And also it's likely to be a large and lopsided system, so it's one of these ones where it doesn't matter where just the center goes, impacts will extend a long way out. We're talking about far-reaching coastal flooding, tropical storm force wind gusts, and the worst of the weather with this being lopsided is going to be on the north side of the low pressure. Hurricane Center gives it high odds, 90% that it is able to become a tropical system. And notice the This flare up of thunderstorms over here on the right side of the low, that's telling us that it's trying to maybe undergo some sort of organizing process already. And the quicker that it organizes, the more time it will spend over warm water, the stronger it could become. And that's a trend that we have noticed in the models. The models today have trended a little bit stronger than they did yesterday. Let me show you the tracks here, and they pretty much all agree. I'm showing you several computer models here that it's headed toward Florida. Now, where in Florida does the center go? Well, there's a lot of spread here, anywhere from Jacksonville to the deep southern part of Miami-Dade County, kind of a clustering up around Fort Pierce right now, but just highlighting the uncertainty at this point. There's also a couple kinks in here, and anytime that you have kinks in that track tells us it's a complex steering pattern and a lot of question marks. But as I mentioned, it doesn't necessarily matter that much where the center goes, because look at all this purple that you see extending all the way up to North Carolina. These are tropical storm force wind gusts. Big area here of bad weather. The highest would be just north of the center of low pressure, but notice to the south, much lighter. If this thing tracks to your north, you don't probably get all that big of impacts out of it. Coastal flooding, another concern here. This is a week of king tides. We'll see that made worse by this storm system. This is just, look at this for timing. By Tuesday night, it could start to go downhill with gusty showers. It peaks Wednesday and Thursday as it makes its closest approach, though again, that track could change. And we mentioned that it's unusual. In fact, only one time in the record books have we had a November storm come from the east. That was the 1935 Yankee hurricane that made landfall on the north side of Miami Beach. So yeah, it's an oddball, and it's one that we need to pay attention to.
But first at 11, we're taking a look at our first warning weather satellite, where we are tracking a tropical disturbance that is expected to impact our shores. As a precaution, we are declaring Wednesday and Thursday first warning weather days. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jade Jarvis. We have team coverage tonight on what is expected to become a rough week of weather for South Florida and possibly a wet and windy election day. First warning meteorologist Brooke Silverang will have more on the direct impact you can expect in your neighborhood, but we begin with severe weather expert Mike Lyons on the developing storm. Mike?
Yeah, usually at this time of year, Jade, we're talking about cool weather, gorgeous weather across South Florida. The last thing we're thinking about is a hurricane, but that's a real possibility in the coming days. Tonight, we're tracking this tropical disturbance about 300 miles or so north of Puerto Rico. Could become a tropical storm, a subtropical storm, maybe even a hurricane. And every computer model brings this system towards South Florida on Wednesday with a landfall near Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast on Thursday. As Jade pointed out, rough weather coming our way in the coming days. Here's the latest suite of computer models. They've shifted just a little bit farther to the north, 50 or 60 miles, but not much of a difference. As you can see, still pinpointing parts of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast as we head into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Let me show you a couple of our global models, because again, all of the modeling agreeing on the future track of the system. Here's the European model. This is Tuesday morning at about 1:30. This represents the center of the storm. Here it is 2 p.m. Wednesday in the Bahamas, and then Wednesday night into Thursday, making landfall again, Palm Beach County, parts of the Treasure Coast as a tropical storm. The next name on the list, by the way, is Nicole. Now here's the GFS, same track. You can see it here on 11 a.m. Tuesday. It does take a little dive toward the west-southwest and then right into Palm Beach County. The difference, the GFS, a little bit stronger, suggesting this system could become a Category 1 hurricane. And in terms of the intensity, here are the new computer models from the Hurricane Center. All the models, for the most part, except one, predicting a tropical storm coming our way. So again, could be a hurricane, could be a tropical storm, could be a subtropical storm. Bottom line, it means a lot of wind and rain and beach erosion for South Florida.
We begin this hour tracking the tropics. Subtropical storm Nicole forming in the Atlantic. The Sunshine State now in the cone of concern.
Meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez is in the Hurricane Center this morning with the latest on this storm of the season. Good morning, Viv.
That's right, and it's aiming for the state of Florida. We have a newly formed subtropical storm Nicole. It happened at 4 o'clock this morning, producing winds of up to 45 miles per hour. And this one formed northeast of the Bahamas, and it is currently moving to the northwest at about 14 miles per hour. But here is the latest forecast track just to show you that parts of South Florida are included under that cone of concern. So as we move on into Wednesday, it could actually near hurricane strength with winds of up to 70 miles per hour. But by this point, it's going to be moving through the northwestern Bahamas and then eventually heading into Thursday, 1 o'clock in the morning, approaching the coastline, the east coast of Florida, anywhere between Miami and points northward into Jacksonville. And then eventually some strong upper level winds is going to carry it to the north. So this is a southeast coastal worry for the United States. Now, most of the spaghetti models are in agreement that it's going to continue to track to the north, but then eventually high pressure is going to nudge it toward the west and into parts of Florida. And model consensus is in agreement with these models tightly packed together that will eventually be the case late week. There are watches in effect, tropical storm watch in effect for our friends in the northwestern Bahamas, and that includes Andros Island, Grand Bahama, Freeport, and Nassau as we speak. And some additional advisories for the state of Florida will likely be required later today. So what is a subtropical system? It does look like a regular system, but it usually has a cloud-free center and the cold center versus warm on a regular system. But most of the rain is located 100 miles from that center, but similar impacts expected even with a subtropical system.
Good morning. It is Monday, the 7th of November, and we're glad you're watching America's Morning Headquarters. It's going to be a busy week coming up. We are waking up to a brand new subtropical storm, Nicole. And don't stumble over the word sub. We're talking the rain, wind, coastal erosion that Nicole puts out will have the same fury as an ordinary tropical storm. And look, it's actually strengthening as it heads toward the Bahama Islands as we head towards Wednesday and eventually southern Florida Thursday morning before engulfing much of the southeast coast by the weekend. Let's get right over to Jim Cantora because I know a lot of people are wondering subtropical versus tropical storm. And Jim, it could actually approach hurricane strength before too long.
Yeah, Kelly, let's talk about, I'm sorry, I was talking to my producer, so I apologize for not listening to what you were saying there. And I was also looking at the hurricane hunters. They're out there right now, just about ready to head into this thing. They're pretty far to the north of it, too. So they're starting to find, certainly finding the stronger winds still to the north. And that's why it's subtropical, because the wind is up in here. Okay, that's where the strongest winds are. They're not around the center like you would see with something that is purely tropical. So I just want to make that clear. But because of the time change, we'll have a new advisory, an intermediate advisory, because we have the tropical storm watches out for the Bahamas. And as Kelly mentioned, we are going to see this thing ramp up. It is not out of the woods that it could become a hurricane, but it has to change its structure a little bit, all right? And that means it's going to have to get, I think, some stronger winds in and around the center. I don't think you're just going to get gradient winds of hurricane force. But you know what? We're going to be pretty doggone close. So right now, tropical storm watches are out for the Bahamas. Do we anticipate them for Florida? Yes, absolutely. And we will get them eventually, likely sometime today. We'll see them come out because it's really a time thing. Remember, it's that 48-hour period where we're expecting some of the worst conditions. And then, once we get into the 36 hours, you start getting into the warnings. So this will ramp up pretty quickly today and certainly tomorrow. So again, here's the center now. Here's all the wind off to the north. You're talking about all this deep convection on the east side. It's a very, very lopsided system, as we've been talking about. You can see the dry air around that. There's some thunderstorms and some rain, but really not much. Most of the rain is way down in the islands, all right, way down in the greater Antilles right now. We'll have some showers that will continue to rotate in, but remember how dry the air was. What you're going to notice on the beaches today is the wind picking up a little bit. You'll also start to see the waves building. Waves will slowly build today. Today's kind of one of those, we're just kind of waiting for it to get going. And tomorrow, a whole different story. Then we'll see, I think, a few more showers come in, especially the later we go during the day. And then the waves, of course, will be a big deal. And even bands of rain by the time we get into Wednesday at midnight. Thunderstorms, a possibility too. Some of those storms could certainly fire up and produce some gusty winds. We expect that from Daytona Beach all the way down to the Palm Beaches. Rainfall, again, depending on where this comes and goes. I think there'll be enough of a break between it. So sure, localized flooding, absolutely a possibility. Florida is probably the least in drought state that we have in the country right now. All right, so you're looking good. Plus, with your soil type, I'm not super concerned about a rainfall event in Florida. So that is what we will watch. But it's the wind and the waves, Jordan, which we will focus in on, which I think will be the top story with Nicole.
NBC 6 News Today at 6:30 starts now.
Okay, it's getting close to the 7 o'clock hour. It's 6:53. Thanks so much for sticking with us here, South Florida. I'm Chris Anderson.
I'm Constance Jones. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but we're back on air now, and we're here to talk about weather this morning.
Yeah, our crew's working hard to get us back on, so that's good news. We want to get over to Adam Berg now, who has a check of our weather forecast, and it's a busy week weather-wise. Adam, what's happening up?
Yeah, busy week. We've got subtropical storm Nicole, and basically what that means is it's got tropical and non-tropical characteristics. Basically, tropical systems have a very warm core. This one does not have that yet. In fact, it looks more like a mid-latitude system with that comma shape to it. Nonetheless, we are going to be looking at strengthening. The 7 a.m. advisory is now in, wind still at 45 miles per hour. No change to the track until we hit 10 a.m., so every 6 hours for a new track. Now, with that said, we still have these tropical storm watches out here, so very similar, the 7 a.m. update versus what we were dealing with at 4 a.m. when subtropical storm Nicole was born. Now, with these tropical storm watches out, that means within 36 to 48 hours, we could see tropical storm conditions across portions of the Bahamas. And as we extend that cone into South Florida, yes, possible tropical storm conditions for us as well. Now, if this forecast were to verify, most of South Florida sits south of this system. That would be on the clean side. That doesn't mean we don't have impacts. That just means our impacts likely a little less than near and north of the system. This forecast will change a lot between now and then. They always do. But nonetheless, strong tropical storm possible just north of us as it stands right now. Different forecasts here, looking at the different models. European model shows again the heaviest rain across the northern Bahamas and then likely north of us here, Palm Beach County. As it stands right now, probably seeing the heaviest rain. The European model calling for widespread 4 inches plus. As we look at the American model here, it shows a little bit more widespread 5-inch plus, but same general track here. The heaviest rain, as you can see, a little farther to our north, Broward, and then into Palm Beach County impacts would be a little bit greater. What about winds with this? 39 miles per hour and above is tropical storm force. With the European model, it's looking like Wednesday afternoon is when we could see winds strong enough to touch tropical storm force. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, for instance, in Fort Lauderdale. We now look at the American model. It has, again, fewer impacts to the south, larger impacts to the north, just like with the rain. It has the strongest gusts coming a little bit later Wednesday into Thursday morning, and as you can see here, slightly stronger places like Pompano Beach.
Forming overnight, South Florida is in the forecast cone. Your next weather forecast coming up.
This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
Good morning once again, South Florida. We are straight up 9 o'clock on this Monday, November 7th. I'm Keith Jones. All eyes on this new storm that's going to impact South Florida in the coming days. Next weather meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez now tracking this for us.
Yes, and subtropical storm Nicole is a large storm system. You can see that wind field. And the reason that it's classified as subtropical is because it has a cold core versus a tropical storm that has a warm core. In addition to that, you'll notice that the center of circulation is mostly cloud free, and the strongest storms extend well out and away from the center. But regardless of if this makes landfall a little bit to the north of us, which right now we've been seeing a little bit of that trend going on, you can't pay attention to that because we will likely all be seeing the same impacts of heavy rain, coastal flooding, as well as gusty winds, as Nicole could be at or near hurricane strength as it makes landfall somewhere along the Bahamas or the east coast of Florida as we head into late Tuesday into Wednesday, potentially early Thursday. There's a lot of uncertainty as you'll see the cone widens up. Much of the state of Florida is in the cone along with parts of the southeastern United States. The forecast models have been in agreement that it'll move northwest, then turn southwest and west towards our general direction, and eventually a front will steer it to the north and the northeast. So what do we know? Tomorrow through Friday, gusty winds, coastal flooding, heavy rain intensifying, especially Wednesday, Thursday. What we don't know, exact details regarding the intensity and the location of the landfall. What to do now? Stay tuned as we gather more data and information. We're going to update you and we'll fine-tune the forecast, but we are preparing for the potential of all of this moisture and heavy rain and gusty winds impacting us. And although right now we're mainly quiet, I'll talk about your election day forecast and a closer look at our impacts the next few days. Right now, though, we do need to get to Austin with a look at your commute. Good morning.
All right, let's take you out to the Bahamas right now. Beautiful day for now.
Yeah, it's looking really appetizing, right? But we do have to watch out. The Grand Minister urging families to prepare for wind and wave impacts, including erosion along Grand Bahama. Surf concerns, especially for vacationers, with this being the season where the tourism tries to pick up just a bit.
I can see the Atlantis out there, maybe some cruise ships going in or out. So these are all things to consider when we look at the fact that we are under a hurricane watch here in the northwestern Bahamas, which does include Nassau and Freeport and the other islands.
Yeah, so hurricane conditions are possible in this zone here in the next 48 hours. And then off towards the west, you get towards the coast of Florida and Georgia, where there are a number of alerts, hurricane watches, as well as tropical storm watches that are in place, as well as storm surge watches too. So the impacts, they will be felt here in the lower 48.
Now let's look at that projected path. Over the next several days, we expect more of a turn to the west. It has been moving northwest this morning, but takes that western turn on the approach to the Bahamas and then to Florida by Wednesday night into Thursday. And then we see it move somewhere over the peninsula, perhaps back out over the Gulf of Mexico waters, and then make a turn to the north and east. So a lot to watch. And this thing is with us through the entire week here.
Yeah, so you'll be hearing a lot about Nicole here in the coming days, no doubt about it. So I want to kind of give you the latest on what's going on with this subtropical system, subtropical storm. There's the visible satellite, and you can kind of pick out, there it is. There's the center of the circulation right there.
Yeah, really can see that on the visible satellite picture. You know, one thing that we are noticing when it comes to a subtropical storm is the circulation itself might not be the most impressive part. It's the fact that it's really big and spread out. And it is formed differently than a true tropical system. It's fueled by temperature contrast in addition to the warmer sea surface temperatures, and they're usually pretty lopsided.
Yeah, exactly. They don't look the best when it comes to the presentation here. But again, the weather that is being felt by these things can be well away from the center, and that's exactly what we are anticipating with this thing. So when we look at a tropical system, you get the energy being derived essentially from those warm ocean waters here. That's a tropical system, a little bit different than a subtropical system, where it does get some of its energy from the waters, the warm waters, but also from the temperature contrast and differences in the environment.
Yes. So either way, you're going to have impacts. And so we want to take you through some of those impacts. First, just giving you an update on where we are. We still have 5% remaining of the season. We're not done yet. Tropical season runs through November 30th, and you can get things developing beyond that, too.
When we break it down, October and November, going back to 1851, you can see October, you get about 20% of the named storms in that month, where it's 5% in November. So that number certainly does come down quite a bit, but it's still a number, it's still a value. It can happen.
Yeah, if you're playing the odds, you'd be like, nah, I'm gonna be good in November, but there's still that chance, which is what we are dealing with. November, you often look down here to the Caribbean, which is where we saw Lisa just come through, but you look back in history, there have been a few up in the zone where we have subtropical storm Nicole right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're add another November to the list here of dealing with a tropical cyclone. This is going back to across the entire record of the November major hurricane. So category 3 or higher, 9 of them total, and you can see the general area, a lot of them kind of clustered here in the western parts of the Caribbean.
Yeah, definitely remember Ada from a few years ago, from 2020. That just brought tremendous wind, really rainfall here into Central America. Go up into Michelle, 2001, 140-mile-per-hour winds, and ultimately made landfall there in that Big Bend area of Florida.
Yeah, way back in history, 1932. 175 mile per hour system there that had an impact on Cuba. So whew, these things can get powerful. Now, Nicole not expected to get to that mark, but still a system that will have impacts, and we will certainly be detailing that. Of course, there's the list. Nicole, next up, hopefully we won't have to deal with it, but next up would be the O name, and that would be Owen.
There is an area to watch out there still. Yeah.
Off the top at noon, Broward County is under a hurricane watch, and Miami-Dade County is under a tropical storm watch as subtropical storm Nicole forms near the Bahamas.
And the unusual late season storm system could become a hurricane before it does make landfall in Florida sometime this week.
Oh boy, we have a lot to get through, Luke. I remember last week we thought, oh, this is fine. This is not going to be anything, and here we are.
Well, yeah, for the past couple weeks we were saying we're probably done for the season unless something weird were to happen. This is weird. Only twice in the record books have we had a November storm come from the Atlantic. This is not normal, all right? So we did have a subtropical storm in Nicole form early this morning. 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm there in the southwest Atlantic. There's the cone. It will aim toward Florida later this week. Here's a closer look at the cone, all right? So watch as it strengthens. You can see up to a strong tropical storm by tomorrow evening, approaching the northern Bahamas by Wednesday morning, nudging up on hurricane strength. And as it passes over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, it's going to be borderline. Strong tropical storm, low-end hurricane. That is the ceiling. We're not looking at a major strong hurricane here, but it could briefly attain low-end hurricane strength with the center coming ashore, forecast anywhere from deep South Dade all the way up to near Melbourne or so. So some models have it going north, some south, so there's still that spread. And because of that, the potential impacts here have prompted the watches today. So in the yellow across the entire east coast of Florida, you have a tropical storm watch. It means tropical storm conditions are possible within 48 hours. And in the orange, that is a hurricane watch that does include the Bahamas, Broward County, Palm Beach County. And that means hurricane conditions are possible, and they may start as early as Wednesday night. Tropical storm conditions could start as early as tomorrow night, as Tuesday night. Now, Dade County and the Upper Keys are under that. Here it is on satellite. That right there is the center. But look, this is a weird-looking storm. It's a hybrid. It's not a purely tropical storm, so it's got far-reaching impacts. Looks almost more like a nor'easter-type storm, and in some ways it is. This is the tropical storm force wind field. Big wind field. This is going to be a big storm with far-reaching impacts way outside the cone. There's your cone. There's your tropical storm force wind field. All right, so let's look at timing here. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock, approaching on the northern Bahamas, but not here yet with the sustained tropical storm force winds. But by Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, this is at 6 a.m., forecast is those sustained tropical storm winds spill over into Florida. And look at it take basically up the entire state. Wednesday is going to be a windy, rough day. The orange that you see is strong tropical storm, potentially low-end hurricane winds. That's why we have the hurricane watch where it's possible as we go into Wednesday night and early Thursday. Now, by Thursday, look at the winds. It's a lopsided storm system, stronger winds to the north. So if the storm tracks further south, that could bring those stronger winds over Dade and Broward. Tracks further north, it wouldn't be as big of impacts for South Florida. Now with this, we also have a storm surge watch across almost the entire east coast of Florida. Now it stops in Dade County, but we do have that watch for Broward and Palm Beach. That's where we could see some surge, 2 to 4 feet, less for Biscayne Bay, where we could see 1 to 2 feet. That's below the watch criteria. Now, one more thing, and that's the rain threat here. And there is a risk for some flooding, though. The greatest flood threat's going to be to our north, where we could see 4 to 6 inches, more likely 2 to 4. Not a huge rainmaker, but wind and surge. It's going to be a nasty couple days. Some people could be under tropical storm winds for 36 hours. So long-lived event.
Live. The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And right now, the new advisory for subtropical storm Nicole is in. Broward County is in the cone of concern. It remains under a hurricane watch and a storm surge watch. The storm coming together unusually late in the season and is headed toward Florida.
Nicole is gradually organizing and could bring flooding to parts of South Florida. Ian Margol is standing by to show us how people across South Florida are preparing, and we'll check in with hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry.
But let's begin with our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, with the new advisory. Betty?
Well, this system is forecast to strengthen. As of right now, the maximum sustained winds are at 45 miles per hour. Subtropical storm Nicole moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. And as of this advisory, it's 435 miles east-northeast of the northwestern Bahamas. I should mention that the northwest Bahamas now under a hurricane warning. So we'll be working to get the warnings and watches updated on our graphics that are coming in in with a new advisory. In the meantime, let's check out the projected path for subtropical storm Nicole. The National Hurricane Center still shows it moving northwestward and then eventually moving toward the west, and along the way strengthening, such that by Wednesday, as it is starting to move near or over the northwest Bahamas, they're showing a strong tropical storm, winds of 70 miles per hour. And then as it approaches the east coast of Florida on Wednesday night, early Thursday time frame, the wee hours of Thursday morning, it's forecast to be a hurricane. And as far as that point of landfall, of course, we can't pinpoint it precisely at this moment, but just on a glance at the forecast track, I know you're noticing somewhere within the vicinity of, say, the coast of Palm Beach County, maybe more north of West Palm Beach or south of. Either way, we cannot ignore the warnings that are in place for parts of our area, the hurricane watches, and then, of course, the tropical storm watch for a portion of Miami-Dade. In terms of what I'm seeing right now, as far as the conditions, the winds we are going to anticipate as we step into Election Day, north-northeast winds, Dade and Broward, 20 to 25 miles per hour, gusts 35 to 40. Wednesday, north winds 20 to 25 miles per hour, gusts 40 plus miles per hour. And of course, we've just got to keep tabs on the system and how it wraps up and exactly where the core of it is going to head. Right now, still looking, though, the worst of the conditions will be north and east of center. But let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Michael Lowry, to talk a lot more about this one. Michael, we know we're going to get some wind, some rainfall, but another big calling card may just be some of those coastal impacts in terms of that persistent onshore flow.
Yeah, hey there, Betty. That's right. This one, don't focus too much on whether or not it's a tropical storm or hurricane when it gets closer to the coast, because we know that this is going to act more like a nor'easter, if you're familiar with those systems up in the northeast that are sort of big and have wide arms. That's what this one's going to have here along the coast. Take a look at the water vapor picture. We have very dry air to the west of this system. We have some dry air to the east. What's going on is we have a dip in the jet stream that's kind of scooped this up in the middle, and the system here in the center is very elongated still. So this is going to take a little bit of time to cook. It's not sort of your traditional, conventional looking tropical storm at this point, but we think that there is the chance for this to organize and sort of consolidate a little more in the days ahead. When you look at the surface pressure, this is part of the forecast as well, as we have high pressure that's building in over Canada and the Northeast. So regardless of what happens with this system, we have low pressure in the south, we have high pressure to the north, and in the middle is kind of the squeeze play, and that's where we fall with strong onshore winds here, building waves over the next several days. We can kind of time this out for you as we get into Tuesday and into Wednesday. Take a look at these near-shore wave forecasts, up to 8 feet, maybe even 10 feet. That is near the shore. That's going to be on top of storm surge. That's going to be on the order of several feet. So we expect several rounds of coastal flooding from this for South Florida, beginning with the high tide on Tuesday morning and even continuing perhaps into Thursday morning, with this system likely going to the north of us, but it's still early to say that with confidence. And then the winds turning offshore by the time we get on Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening. So here's the storm surge forecast from the Hurricane Center, 2 to 4 feet. Remember, this is just a still water rise. And so we then have those breaking waves that are pushing the water onshore. All of those familiar places that flood during tropical storms, areas along Biscayne Bay into Brickell, into downtown Miami that flood. We're going to get some widespread coastal flooding here, and that's going to be a big calling card of the system. So stay tuned. We'll have the latest updates, obviously, as they come to us from the Hurricane Center. Back over to you.
So a lot to go into this, but again, unrelenting onshore flow, battering waves, beach erosion, and eventually we'll have some coastal flooding and overwash.
All right, thanks, Mike. We'll get back to Mike here in just a little bit. But Dr. Knapp, still the question as we look at the cone of uncertainty, where exactly is it going to go? And when you look at this, Dr. Knapp, the fact that it is so big, how much do you think that the actual path is really going to matter? And who's it going to matter the most for?
Yeah, it's going to matter in terms of who gets the strongest hurricane force winds and really bona fide storm surge once the inner core congeals, becomes tropical, and that's when the exact track matters. But everybody north of Nicole is going to be getting tremendous onshore flow. So there's no avoiding.
So wherever the center is, essentially, everyone north.
Yeah, all the way into the Carolinas, no matter what. And this is coming toward Florida because look at that big trough out west producing the snowstorms, right? And the big ridge that's building here. That is what is causing Nicole to go westward, because this whole pattern, trough west, ridge east, makes it impossible for this to recurve and go out to sea. This is coming toward Florida, and then it's going to go in between this ridge and this trough, because that trough, going to bring the snowstorm to the upper plains, is going to pick up Nicole, but over land. So what I don't like about that path is it keeps South Carolina and North Carolina in onshore flow for days and days and days. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the gradient. So we got Nicole, the low, and then our Great Lakes high. These are the two weather systems that are going to be combining for days and days to produce onshore flow. So I'm going to fast forward a couple days. Let's go to Wednesday. So Wednesday night, Nicole getting close to landfall, but the high is due north of it. From the mid-Atlantic, Chesapeake, all the way down to wherever Nicole is coming ashore, onshore flow, rip currents, beach erosion, coastal flooding, the works.
And you look at all these lines here, Dr. Nab, and it's the onshore flow. I like to think of this as similar as topographical maps, right? So this would be like the Grand Canyon and a huge mountain range. Difference in elevation, dramatic. Difference in pressure, dramatic.
Yep, and because of the rotation of the Earth, the winds tend to follow these lines instead of going straight into the low. And so with the path of Nicole ahead of that trough, look at, here we are on Friday. You still have onshore flow into North Carolina. So the pounding on the beaches is going to be tremendous. And that's just the Euro's depiction of it. But I want to look at the Euro ensembles, because back to your original point about where does the center come ashore, maybe as a hurricane, that's important, because that will determine who gets the really big storm surge and hurricane force winds. And there's a lot of variability here. It could make landfall anywhere from near Miami to, say, Cape Canaveral, or even a little bit farther north, late Wednesday into Thursday.
And that's also going to be perhaps where there could be evacuations, right? If any of these lines just to the north of that would be the most likely location. Is that fair to say?
And I think because of the uncertainty, I think tomorrow evacuations will have to be called for that whole storm surge watch zone without knowing for sure if you're going to be
That's a pretty big zone.
It is, but that's the nature of the beast when you have a large storm and that gradient to the north. So, but again, it's important to remember we could still get landfall of a hurricane anywhere within that cone.
All right, Dr. Nab, a lot to get to this hour, of course. I want to talk more about what you're most confident, least confident in the path. Also, the strength, the possible high end and the possible low end with that. We'll get to that here on Storm Center, but for now, let's head over to Jeff.
All right. There's a reason that the hurricane season extends all the way to the end of November, and we're seeing an example of that right now. Of course, Nicole comes nearly 6 weeks after Hurricane Ian tore through Florida. The monster storm took out power to millions of customers, and weeks later, crews are still busy making repairs to power poles and infrastructure, especially in hard-hit southwest Florida. Now, I guess if there is any silver lining here to this whole system, Nicole, it is that the impacts will mainly be on the East Coast. I'm not saying there won't be any on the West Coast, but it looks like most of our impact here, of course, as Dr. Nab was just discussing, is going to be from the onshore wind flow here. And look how far inland the tropical storm watches have been extended. They include Orlando, Lakeland, Kissimmee, all the way down to Lake Okeechobee is actually under a hurricane watch, and that is well inland. All right, let's take a look at that wind field. And for right now, the tropical storm force winds are way away from even the Bahamas, let alone the east coast of Florida. But as this whole system starts to make the right-hand turn and starts to move closer to Florida, well, then the tropical storm force winds start to come in late Tuesday night and on into Wednesday morning. Here are the hurricane force winds right here over the Bahamas. But again, we could be having maybe hurricane force gusts as this comes ashore as we head through this week. All right, what do the winds look like here? Gusting along the east coast. Again, this is a northeast to northeasterly fetch here, which will eventually, as the center of the system moves inland, will start to go more toward the south and southwest. And notice here in southwest Florida where Ian was, 20 to 25, maybe 30-mile-an-hour gusts. So nothing like we saw with the major hurricane there. We are going to have a lot of rain with this as well. So we're talking about the potential for some flash flooding, which could exist all the way up along the east coast of Florida, as well as that onshore wind and, of course, the coastal problems all the way into Thursday morning. The European model brings a lot of rain in. Some areas maybe 3 to 5 inches worth of rain. The GFS model probably even a little bit more. So again, I think the main effect here is going to be that onshore flow, and that's going to cause maybe some overwash at the very least, and probably a lot of coastal flooding. To talk more about that, let's get back to Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Jeff, we certainly want to keep a close watch on Nicole's storm surge threat. That proved to be catastrophic with Hurricane.
Miami-Dade, Broward, and most of the east coast of Florida are bracing for Nicole. Water levels are being lowered in advance of the storm to prepare for any possible flooding. Hello again. Good evening. It's a late season surprise in November.
Sure is. Hurricane, tropical storm, and storm surge watches issued for our area. We have extensive Team 7 coverage, and we start with the chief meteorologist, Phil Farrow, live in the Storm Center. Phil.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, we have this system, a subtropical storm, Nicole, sitting a few hundred miles away from the Bahamas. But I want to take you right now to the National Hurricane Center. We're going to speak with the acting director, Jamie Rome. Good afternoon, Jamie. What can you tell us about the future of the system? Will it get to Category 1 by the time it reaches South Florida?
Well, I think it's going to be close, and for all intents and purposes, I need everybody to prepare for a Category 1, because whether it's a top-end tropical storm or a borderline Category 1, the impacts will be relatively unchanged, and what people should do prepare should be absolutely unchanged.
All right, so we're talking about wind, we're talking about rain. How much rain are we expecting across the area?
I think we could get several inches of rain, and we'll start refining that forecast tomorrow. But on the end of rainy season, I mean, we're coming out of rainy season, you know, soils are kind of saturated, lakes are kind of high, so it could even a little bit of rain could cause potential problems.
So the highest threat for loss of life is obviously a storm surge. What are we expecting?
Well, we're looking at here, let me switch graphics really quick. Anywhere in this yellow area here could have some impactful storm surge, with Palm Beach County in the 2 to 4 feet range, and then north of Palm Beach up the Florida East Coast, potentially 3 to 5 feet. And those numbers might not sound all that impressive, except that some of the dunes, which are our first line defense in coastal flooding, have been either compromised or eroded from Ian.
What kind of an impact will the king tides have with that?
Yeah, that's a great point. We're at the time of the year where the tides run higher than normal anyway. So it's so-called king tides. And so these numbers are going to be exacerbated by that higher than normal tide. That's going to allow the water to sort of penetrate into communities a little bit more effectively.
Is this going to be a fast-moving system across South Florida, or is it going to slow down? What's in the atmosphere that could impact it?
It's not a particularly fast or a slow system in that regard. And we go back to the cone here, you can sort of see how it kind of works its way across Florida. So approaching Florida on Wednesday or late Thursday, and then it's probably Friday before it completely exits the state.
All right, thank you very much, Acting Director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome. Thanks for joining us, Jamie.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's go back here to the satellite loop. We've been talking about this little system. Notice the center of circulation, but look how far away from the center we find all the cloud cover, and that's one of the reasons why it's been designated as a subtropical storm, and I'll show you the difference in just a moment. 45-mile-an-hour winds moving northwest at 9, just over 400 miles away from the northwestern Bahamas. Now, as far as where it might end up, well, let's begin first with the difference between what a regular tropical storm is and a subtropical one. We begin with the cloud cover. Tropical storm, all the cloudiness is right next to the center of circulation. Not so with a subtropical system. And then as far as a tropical storm, that has a warm core or a warm center. Now the subtropical system does not have that. They go with a cold core. And then finally rain. All the rain is wrapped around that center in a tropical system. Subtropical storm, the rain could be as much as 100 miles away from the center of circulation. But this system will probably get its act together as it moves very close here to the Gulf Stream current, plenty of warm water, and that is going to allow it to reach Category 1 status. And a reminder that what the cone shows you is just where the center of the system is going to be. It could be this far north, this far south. Then it's going to run into a front. It's going to hit the brakes and then make a turn once again back into Florida. So just about everyone here is going to feel some impacts from Nicole. The close-up cone suggests that we could see a Category 1 system making landfall across the area and then making its way into the Gulf of Mexico and then raining once again all across the state. We could be soggy here all the way through Thursday. Once again, we want to remind you that we are no longer showing you the line in the cone nor the icons. We want to avoid any confusion or misunderstanding like what was seen across West Florida with Ian, where a lot of folks thought that it would make landfall in Tampa, even though Fort Myers was in the cone. So we pledge to you to keep it as simple to understand as possible.
Tomorrow is a critical preparation day. You could have storm surge warnings and evacuation instructions go up.
And not unprecedented. This has happened in the past.
It has. You know, in October and November, we tend to look into the Western Caribbean for trouble that could come north and affect places like Florida. But we've had a few in November form north of the Caribbean and then come this way.
Now, more likely they're going to go out to sea, though, right?
Yeah,
this time of year?
Especially the farther east they are. But I'll show you one that was just north of Puerto Rico and hit Florida a number of years ago.
But it's pretty rare to get this kind of a deal here.
It is. This is not common, but it's just not unprecedented. And the other thing, too, is that this is a large system, and we haven't seen a system quite like this in this zone that's paired with that high pressure. And also what's different this year, not only are the waters warm over the southwest Atlantic, they're way warmer than average. So this is not like 10, 20, 30 years ago when November was a lot cooler than this.
And so there's conditions that are favorable, right, for development, the warm water, not a lot of wind shear.
Yeah, everything. And so it doesn't feel like November. It feels more like an October setup. And when I saw this cone come out with this shape, I thought of Kate, 1985, that formed north of Puerto Rico, had this shaped track, latest Florida landfall ever.
Good evening. First at 11, we will begin with the tropics right now. Nicole, taking aim at Florida.
And tonight, of course, we have team coverage beginning with our first alert chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel, with the very latest. Steve.
Yes, and a new track and new watches and warnings that are in place right now, especially warnings that have just been issued for our coastline, and that includes a storm surge warning. Here's a look at the storm tonight. Still subtropical, but it looks like it may be starting to transition to a tropical storm as it gets a little bit better organized. A lot of convection going on near the center of circulation here, something that's been lacking in the last couple of days. A lot of dry air near the center, but that seems to be being pushed away from the center in the last, I would say, through the evening hours. It is expected to strengthen a little bit on Tuesday, up to a strong tropical storm on Wednesday as it approaches Abacos and eventually across Grand Bahama, intensifying to a Category 1 hurricane on Wednesday evening, with a landfall here as a Category 1 Wednesday night, early Thursday, around midnight or in the early morning hours of Thursday before sunrise, and then racing up toward Tampa and then up the East Coast after that. It's a long track, and we're going to see fluctuations in it. We could see a track a little farther to the north because this is an error cone. So anywhere along the East Coast all the way up through the Cape and even up around the Jacksonville area, although that's a very unlikely track for a storm like this. As far as the computer model guidance, in good agreement, not in great agreement. This is one of the reasons we expect some fluctuations too. New tropical storm warnings for the entire coastline. That's in addition to the hurricane watch. We also have a tropical storm watch that is for Okeechobee County and all areas in yellow here. And we also have the storm surge watch has been upgraded to a warning along our coastline. That's because there's a massive risk of storm surge, several feet of water, and at high tide, a full moon, and the king tides. It's not a great combination, and we could see significant beach erosion and coastal flooding because of that. I think the greatest threat will be Wednesday night and into early Thursday. With more on the impacts on the coastal and the impacts for our area from this storm, I want to bring in James Whelan because it's really going to go downhill as far as our weather starting into Wednesday and Thursday, right, James?
Yeah, let's time this out here and show you why some of the steering currents are there. Now, normally we'd expect this thing just to race off to the north, but this time this high comes in and just blocks it. It can't go up and over the high, so that high pressure kind of caps as far as north as it's going to go, so it continues that westward motion or even pushes a little bit south to get away from this high. Finally, as we go through time here, this is landfall. It's in the overnight from Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Then here comes this cold front. It wants to go towards the cold front here, that little gutter action where it's trying to funnel up ahead of the cold front, and eventually that front will kick it on out. Now, if it were just a day later, this front would come and it would kick it out and it wouldn't even make any landfall anywhere. But the timing is such now that it is going to make that landfall before that front comes and kicks it on out. Afterwards, we will enjoy some really, really nice weather on Sunday with some drier air. The second thing is the fetch from this thing. Absolutely huge. So fetch is just how much wind is blowing over the distance of water, how much water it's blowing over. And this is like a good 1,200 to 1,300 mile fetch of northeast winds. All of that just piles up the water along the coast. And that will go from all the way from Jacksonville through the Cape and all the way down through Palm Beach County too before subsiding. Seas building 12 to 18 feet. Elsewhere, as we go into the peak of it, 20 to 25 feet. That's going to be one heck of a surge coming on into with the pounding surf on top of that. And that means some coastal beach erosion will be possible. In fact, significant beach erosion expected, especially Treasure Coast northward there. And we expect that to be at its peak, like Steve said, with the high tide and the full moon high tide Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and just slowly abate after that.
Steve, talk a bit more about that as James illustrates and as you did, that storm surge. And we talk about high tides, all that coming together, but you've also got to look at the intracoastal, the St. Lucie River, the estuary, all that combined.
Absolutely. And if you look back historically at hurricanes that have had an impact here, Francis and Jean in particular, our highest storm surge was not along the beaches. It was in the intracoastal, in the Indian River around Vero and Fort Pierce. We had upwards of 6 feet of storm surge in those areas because the water flows in the inlet. In that case, it was Fort Pierce and it was Sebastian. The water has nowhere to go except up. And sometimes we can see our highest storm surge and our greatest threat in those rivers like the Loxahatchee, the St. Lucie River, and in the intracoastal because the water just is trapped. It has nowhere to go and it keeps coming in.
In terms of preparedness, a lot of people have sort of dismissed and said, well, it's the end of hurricane season. We don't have to worry now.
Yeah.
And should you put shutters up, and when should you do it?
Well, you have 1 day left. Not really, because by Wednesday, we're looking at tropical storm conditions. So it just becomes dangerous at that point to be dealing with any kind of shutters. You might be able to get away with putting hurricane accordion shutters up because at least they're focused on. But as far as panels, it just becomes too dangerous. You're on ladders. We always say hurricane watch issued. That's when you start your preparations to put up the shutters. But by Wednesday, it's really too late at that point.
All right, Steve, thank you.
Take it seriously is the bottom line. Steve and company will be here tracking it every step of the way on air and online.
And you can actually track the tropics and the local forecast right on your phone with our WPTV First Alert weather team. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to download our free WPTV News app. Now, tonight, more than half of the counties in Florida are under a state of emergency. That includes, of course, our entire 5-county viewing area.
Governor Ron DeSantis issuing that order today. His office says it's in an abundance of caution, so emergency officials who could be impacted are mobilized and ready to respond.
Good morning. I'm Erin Guy alongside Nathalie Pozo, Stephen Graves. Thanks so much for waking up with us.
It is Tuesday, November 8th, and we have live team coverage this morning as we track Nicole's path and bring you commitment coverage on this election day. First warning meteorologist Sandra Shaw is keeping a close watch on Nicole for us. Sandra, we understand the track has had a slight change.
It has, and it's a little more favorable for us. You know, it's always fine-tuning when we get down here to the 48 hours before a landfalling tropical cyclone, and every little detail or nuance makes a big difference. And so what we're dealing with is maybe a little bit further north, landfalling north of Vero Beach now, which should actually be more conducive to a better situation for us. Either way, though, it's going to be a sloppy mess late tomorrow. tomorrow, very windy, and then lots of downpours and coastal erosion through Thursday when that landfall occurs. It looks sloppy here at the center of Nicole this morning. You can see all the tropical moisture around it and that spin trying to develop with the counterclockwise motion, but it's just not having any luck. There's a lot of dry air in the center. When things change is really when it's knocking on our doorstep tomorrow over the hotter waters of the Gulf Stream and the Bahamas. Until then, it's still going to look kind of rough, but we have to prepare either way. And so it does look like there's possibly going to be an intensification to Category 1 hurricane strength. Right now, it is transitioning from a subtropical storm into a tropical storm, which just means that it'll draw its energy really from the water as opposed to the pressure gradient. 45-mile-an-hour winds right now, those intensify up to 70 by tomorrow afternoon. Then, of course, 75 plus as a Category 1 hurricane as we hit early Thursday. And, you know, here's Vero Beach, so maybe just north of Sebastian, maybe a landfall up here near the Space Coast. So we'll continue to assess that situation. That's the center of the cone, but anybody is fair game within all of the cone of uncertainty. It moves up the state, and then it looks like maybe just rides along the Big Bend area and then takes a northeast swing up the coastal Carolina way and then up the U.S. eastern seaboard past the mid-Atlantic coast as well. We have storm surge warnings. We have hurricane watches up for most of our area, including all of our area now this morning. Just added Okeechobee, and it looks like today at least would be fine for your preparations with that said. So especially if you're right on the coastline, do the sandbagging, do the prevention, because the beaches are really going to take a pounding. Today, low 80s with just a slight passing shower here and there. And the winds are going to be a big deal, Vanessa.
Oh, yes, Sandra. And later on this afternoon, those winds will be topping anywhere between 25 to 30 miles per hour. Right now, it is very breezy out there, keeping our temperatures quite comfortable out there. So we're not complaining. Right now, we do have those winds out of the northeast up to 15 miles per hour and wind gusts over 20 miles per hour. Now, in the next 24 hours, on Wednesday morning, we could see some strong tropical storm wind gusts up to 39 to 40 miles per hour, especially near the coastal areas of the Treasure Coast and parts of the Palm Beaches. Now, around Thursday, 3 o'clock in the morning, it looks like the center will be just north of Vero Beach near Sebastian area, and the strongest winds will be near Indian River County and clipping onto Fort Pierce area. And these are winds over 60 miles per hour. Just 2 hours ago, this over here was right over Palm Beach County, and the latest advisory as of the 4 o'clock has shifted more towards the north, which is great news. So as the storm tracks towards the west, the strongest winds will be to the north of us. So tomorrow we could see some severe weather, maybe 1 or 2 quick tornadoes possible, especially Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Again, very gusty winds for the next 48 hours. Rainfall totals up to 8 inches locally, especially in Indian River County and down into Fort Pierce. On and off rain, very windy conditions, and very strong coastal impacts starting today and lingering until Friday. Sandra Shaw will have your full forecast coming up later on.
But we start with Nicole, which poses a threat from Florida to the southeast and beyond. Alex, what do you have right now?
Jess, I mean, literally within the last 2 seconds, your last 2 words, the alert, the advisory came out. So I'm just glancing over, and it looks like the very latest is that hurricane warnings now issued for portions of the east coast of Florida. So that is probably the very latest here from us. We'll, of course, fine-tune and get all the graphics up to date here for you, but that seems to be the newest information, as it is now a hurricane warning for portions of the east coast of Florida. We'll show you exactly where that is in a bit. But a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm now, so it's no longer subtropical. It is fully transitioned to a tropical storm, and we anticipate that was going to take place as we were seeing and organizing a bit more. Those thunderstorms were starting to coalesce right around where that center was. So it's fully now getting all of its energy from that warm water of the Atlantic. Moving westbound at about 9 miles per hour at this time, 350 miles to the northeast there of the northwestern portions of the Bahamas. There's that visible satellite. Again, there's the center of the circulation. A little bit more shower and thunderstorm activity that's in place there right around that zone. So a little bit more organization is taking place. There are some of those alerts. I think that's the old map, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll try to update that here for you before long. The same for some of the updates that'll be taking place there in the Bahamas. But nonetheless, we could be looking at hurricane conditions there as well as tropical storm conditions there as you head farther to the south.
This is 7 News at Noon.
First this noon, your storm station tracking Nicole, the storm turning tropical as of the latest advisory.
South Florida no longer in the forecast cone, but this will be a sunshine state storm. And even us here in South Florida, we're going to be feeling Nicole's effects.
The storm colliding with high tides means coastal areas could see flooding, cities and towns offering up ways for you to protect your property. Storm surge is a huge threat with this system.
And this noon, we have live Team 7 coverage. We begin with meteorologist Erica Delgado. She is in the storm center with much more. Erica?
Alex, that's right. And we do have the latest advisory. Just a reminder that because of the time change, our advisories are now coming in an hour earlier. So instead of the full advisory coming in at 11 a.m., it's now at 10 a.m. Before I show you that, I want to show you the cloud cover associated with Nicole because things are beginning to change now, unfolding here. Now that it has transitioned to a tropical storm, no longer subtropical, we're now beginning to see more of that look of what we're used to seeing of a tropical system, with more of the clouds now beginning to wrap around the center and some more thunderstorm activity near the center of the storm. Here's the latest advisory. The full 10 a.m. advisory with winds of 50 miles per hour shows Nicole now strengthening over the warm waters of the Atlantic, and it's now moving towards the west at 9 miles per hour. All this was forecast as high pressure will continue to steer Nicole a little closer to the Bahamas. It is still being tracked out of the northwestern Bahamas, about 350 miles to the northeast, so it's inching closer and closer with every advisory. We'll start off with the close-up cone so we can see exactly where landfall is in relation to South Florida. And as it approaches the northwestern Bahamas throughout the day on Wednesday, hurricane conditions possible across the islands, and that's because the National Hurricane Center is saying that we could be seeing Nicole strengthening to a Category 1 hurricane by Wednesday evening, and especially as it moves into the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, we could see some strengthening continuing before making that Florida landfall. South Florida, at least most of South Florida, remains out of the cone, just northern areas of Palm Beach County northward. So landfall could be anywhere from areas of the east central coast of Florida and as far south as Palm Beach. So I want to make that clear. Don't focus on that center of the eye of the cone, which would normally be right here towards central Florida, because any shift to the south, impacts would continue to spread across portions of South Florida. And we're still expecting impacts all across the state because the system will be so large. High pressure will steer Nicole to the southwest later today and eventually making that turn, moving across much of our state. And then eventually, as we work our way into the weekend, a front will come through and wash Nicole out back to shore once again. But impacts will be spreading up and down the state, and that's why we have watches and warnings. We've separated them for you. We'll start off with the hurricane watches and warnings, with hurricane warnings extending from the northwestern Bahamas, and they extend into hurricane watches here for areas of Broward County and Palm Beach, and hurricane warnings extending up and down the coast. Now, as far as tropical storm watches and warnings, tropical storm warning for Andros Island and a tropical storm warning also for Broward, Miami-Dade does remain under a tropical storm watch at this time, with no advisories issued just yet for the Florida Keys. That's the very latest, but I'll have much more for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Kiters out and again enjoying some sunshine right now. The waves, though, they're a little bit bigger than what we were dealing with yesterday, and we're going to watch those waves get much larger, Colleen, as we watch the impacts of Nicole approach.
Yeah, and of course, you were talking about the kite surfers. You can see the wind. It has been pretty strong the last couple days, and that will continue to increase as we have Tropical Storm Nicole setting eyes on the east coast of Florida. Let's talk about the nuts and bolts. Where's Nicole right now? 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west at 9 miles per hour, and it is just to the northeast of the northwestern side of the Bahamas. So again, it's going to be taking this track. We do have warnings posted in the Bahamas, and then of course we do have warnings posted as it gets closer to the east coast of Florida. So now subtropical storm Nicole, now a tropical storm, so getting a little more tropical in nature, a little more well defined in that nature. Either way, it's going to be bringing some big impacts to Florida once again in the terms of storm surge, just sheer water, rainfall amounts, and then of course the wind. Here's a closer look at all those alerts. Hurricane warning there from Melbourne up through Daytona Beach, as well as the coastline there of West Palm Beach. Tropical storm warnings outside of that. And then let's not just focus on the coast, but how about across the rest of the state to the western coast of Florida? You have a tropical storm watch in place for Tampa up through Cedar Key, the Nature Coast, as well as even the coastline of Georgia. So a far-reaching storm. Here's a look at those warnings in terms of storm surge. We do have the warnings there from Brunswick all the way down through Jacksonville, including the St. Johns River, Daytona Beach, Melbourne. And then we're going to be watching as Nicole goes across Florida and then takes a right-hand turn back up across the Nature Coast. And that's why we have those watches there in place around Cedar Key, where they could also see that onshore wind and that uptick in storm surge. Here's a look at how much storm surge we are expecting. 3 to 5 feet. That could be the top of the tier there around Daytona Beach and Melbourne. And then we could also be looking at about 2 to 4 feet as we head across the western coast of Florida. Chris?
Live, NBC6 News at 4 starts now.
Thanks so much for being with us now at 4 o'clock as we continue tracking Tropical Storm Nicole. The system is expected to continue gaining strength as it takes aim right there at our coastline.
Yeah, both Miami-Dade and Broward are out of the cone of concern but remain under watches and warnings. So Steve McLaughlin is joining us now with a look at that new advisory that just came here at 4 o'clock. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Roxy and Shelley. So I would say overall this is an encouraging day for South Florida because we don't see hurricane conditions anywhere in our area. And because of the trend being north, I think this is much better news for us. Now, that being said, I want everyone, especially in Broward County, to be prepared tomorrow, especially in the afternoon, for tropical storm conditions. But if you're down in Miami-Dade County, I think at most you're going to have some tropical storm gusts down in the Keys. It's breezy, but probably not even at the level of tropical storm winds. But Broward County, especially northern Broward County, yes, there are tropical storm conditions in the forecast tomorrow. But the heart of this storm, no doubt, is going to miss us to the north. But it is getting stronger. Winds are up to 65, it gets to 74, it becomes a hurricane. Now, you might remember yesterday this was a subtropical storm, and it was very lopsided. We had all the activity to the north and out over the ocean. It's starting to look more like a tropical storm, which it officially is. You can see the storms coming closer to the center. It's a little bit more symmetrical, but it's still lopsided. The activity is going to be north of the center, and we are south of the center. So even if the storm gets very close to us, the north side still misses us, and that's good news. Huge counterclockwise circulation. You've probably felt the humidity dropping all day. That's a northerly wind, but it's about to bring in showers, and on and off rain showers are in the forecast everywhere for the rest of tonight, throughout the day tomorrow, and even into Thursday. So here's the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. A couple of things to point out. Number one, our confidence that this could briefly become a Category 1 hurricane by only a couple of miles per hour, or at least a strong tropical storm. That could happen as early as tomorrow evening. Category 1 over the Bahamas. What's most important for us, none of us, 0% of South Florida in the cone of concern. Now, if this were a storm going to our south, we would tell you that even though we're not in the cone of concern, we could still have really strong gusty winds and even tropical storm conditions. Because the storm is going to our north and because the worst weather is to the north, the worst case scenario for us, the only way we would get a direct hit here is if the storm took the far southern track. What's looking more likely is the center or even northern track. So that does bring some tropical storm conditions in here, but we don't get the heart of the storm, and that is good news. By the way, this storm will hold together and be all the way up toward Boston and New York and D.C. and Philly. That would be on Saturday.
Closely watching Tropical Storm Nicole, likely to become a hurricane and make landfall in the east coast of Florida tomorrow. That is a look at time lapse of the day in Daytona Beach, where the surf was pretty rough today. We're anticipating a lot of beach erosion here along the east coast of Florida. A lot of places have already had a lot of beach taken away from this system and also previously from Ian as well. But Jackie has a closer look at this storm, Jackie, which has gotten a lot more impressive today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, some really significant changes in terms of its organization and its structure. So this is now a tropical storm, not that subtropical or hybrid system that we were talking about, meaning it has warm core all the way throughout. It's also becoming more organized. And so we've seen the pressure drop today. We've seen the wind speeds increase today, 65 miles per hour. And I think those will likely go stronger with time. The pressure has been lower from the last two advisories. Sometimes there's a little lag time from when the pressure drops and the wind speed begins to increase, but the winds Not only are they strong here as a strong tropical storm, but they're really far-reaching. They stretch out almost 400 miles from the center of the storm, so that's huge. And if you look at this, yeah, the clouds that you're seeing in Florida, the high-level clouds that you're seeing here into parts of the Carolinas, that's already from Nicole. So watch for conditions to deteriorate starting tomorrow, most likely in the afternoon, but it could happen as early as the morning, which is why all those preparations really had to get done today. The evacuation orders are going into effect tomorrow morning in some of those counties that we had mentioned earlier, including you in Flagler. And you want to get on the road as soon as you can, right? If you can evacuate yet tonight, that might be a better thing to do, is to get out and get to a safe place. And all you have to do is go a little farther inland. Now, we've got many alerts that are in effect. These have changed since earlier today. Tropical storm watches stretch from north of Charleston in this yellow area all the way down the west coast or the Gulf Coast of Florida. We've got tropical storm warnings in the interior. This includes places like Orlando up towards Jacksonville. And then a hurricane warning covers the smallest area, but it does stretch from Daytona down to south of West Palm, and that's generally along and east of Interstate 95 in those areas where it gets really skinny, as you can see. So much of Florida will be impacted in one way, shape, or form. You need to be concerned and prepared to lose power. That's why we always tell you to have that kit ready. You need to have your medical kit, but you need to have a way to, have your batteries charged and that kind of thing. Make sure your phone is fully charged by tomorrow morning as well. So let that thing charge up, and if you have any extra battery packs, do that as well. Storm surge warnings are in effect from near Brunswick, Georgia, all the way down to Palm County, and that's where life-threatening storm surge is expected. It could be worst case reasonable scenario, 5 feet above what's normally dry ground. So that is life-threatening. And notice the surge possible here in the Big Bend area of Florida too. So we'll wait and see what happens exactly with this track, because it gets a little tricky when we start to curve on up towards the north. If that happens a little bit sooner, you're going to be in better shape towards the Big Bend. But if that happens later and we get back over open water, then we're going to be dealing with some more surge issues throughout here. Mike, this then moves through the Appalachians, into the Mid-Atlantic, then into the Northeast, but it gets absorbed, of course, by that big winter storm across parts of the West. So it's going to book out of here by the end of the weekend.
We'll be happy to get rid of it for sure. Jackie, thank you.
We begin with our severe weather expert, Mike Lyons. Mike?
And we begin tonight with the news that Nicole is on the verge of becoming a Category 1 hurricane. Very close right now. Winds are 70 miles per hour. As we look at the radar out of the Bahamas, we can see an eye wall beginning to form, and it's likely by 1 a.m., certainly by 4 a.m. Wednesday morning, we will be dealing with a Category 1 hurricane. It also appears very likely tonight that Cat 1 hurricane will make landfall somewhere in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast Wednesday night, with wind and rain and coastal impacts. Chris and Glenn will dive deep into those impacts in just a second. Let's talk about the storm itself and the 11 o'clock advisory from, the 10 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Again, winds right now right around 70 miles per hour, but the storm forecast to intensify even a bit more. Let me show you the 11 o'clock advisory, 10 o'clock. Winds right now 70 miles per hour. There's the storm. It's about 300 miles or so east of Florida at the present time. And as you can see, it's moving west-southwest at 10 miles per hour. Don't get confused by that unusual movement, which suggests to some that it's tracking farther south. It is, but that will be brief. During the day tomorrow, it moves due west. Then by tomorrow night, as it approaches South Florida, it turns northwest. Right now, landfall somewhere, perhaps northern Palm Beach County, Martin County, St. Lucie County. But the size of the storm, it covers 500 to 600 miles of ocean, means the impacts will be felt everywhere in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Here's a little closer look at the storm itself. Again, Cat 1 as we head toward tomorrow. The storm moving here as we head toward Thursday morning over central Florida, beginning to weaken, and finally moving off toward the west-northwest in a much weaker state. Unprecedented, to say the least, to have a Category 1 hurricane make landfall on Florida's east coast in early November. But again, tonight, it seems very likely.
All the way up past the dunes. I'll talk more about that, but I'll run through the latest on this new advisory that just came in. Again, winds are still at 70 miles per hour, so no change there. It's still a very large system with the tropical storm force conditions extending out more than 400 miles from the center, which is what makes this particular storm so dangerous, because we're going to see that onshore flow and the risk for tropical storm force winds all the way up the east coast of Florida, especially to the right of the center and even into coastal Georgia and South Carolina. As you look at the projected path, we're going to continue to watch it cross over the Florida Peninsula from east coast to west, and then make a little loop-de-loop and move up into South Georgia and up through the Carolinas. Eventually, the Northeast gets it. So we'll be tracking and timing that out for you today, especially as we get new information coming in. But also just watching conditions through today continue to go downhill along the coast. There are some evacuations, some mandatory, some voluntary along the barrier islands here on the east coast of Florida. And that will be something that needs to be done today as the winds will continue to ramp up through the day today. Yesterday was really a preparation day. Today, hopefully, you're able to just hunker down. This wind is no joke out here. I'm right on. Woo! That's a lot of sea foam out there, Postel. Oh, boy. And we're well past the high tide. In fact, it seemed like the water was going back out, but you know what can happen in a approaching tropical system.
Yeah, Jen, be careful out there because those waves are huge. Yeah. And the coastal flooding is very significant.
We're going to be walking back in a little. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that because you need to be careful right along the beaches today. The waves, as I mentioned, are giant. Certainly offshore, the big ones are breaking, and then the wave run-up continues to eat away at the beaches. Jen, thank you so much for that live reporting. It's valuable to be right there on the beaches and letting everyone know what's happening in real time. Now, this is, again, the primary takeaway from all of Nicole is the size and scope of the impacts primarily associated with the big waves and the beach erosion that is accompanying it, because the wind is extending over hundreds of miles. When you increase the fetch or the distance that the wind is acting on the water, you're going to make bigger waves, and that's what we've got. And all of that wave run-up and the coastal flooding and the like is happening now in Florida and will continue throughout the afternoon today and early tonight. The wind, you can see on the map, not really so much of a factor. I mean, we are occasionally getting wind gusts of around 40 miles per hour. We saw one gust of near 50. Here, that would be, let's see, Marineland. That's not that far from St. Augustine. And overall, the wind is not going to be so much of a factor except for the area near where the center comes on shore tonight. That would likely be after midnight, and the center being right around there. There's probably going to be like a squall line-ish type of event where, you know, you're going to see what you've got now for much of the afternoon and the evening, and then there'll be a burst and an uptick of the wind and the rain as that squall line, or, you know, you can call it an eye wall, whatever you want to do it, is going to be moving inbound. That's where the winds of 60 to 75 miles per hour in gusts are likely going to reside. Elsewhere, it is going to be just kind of a messy, breezy / windy day with a lot of beach erosion. Again, there's some of the current conditions all the way from Melbourne down to Miami. The winds sustained are 20 to 30 miles per hour generally. We see some locally higher gusts than that, but not much. Same thing up the coast through Fernandina Beach. Let me give you now an example of, or a certain estimate of what Nicole is going to be doing. The strongest of all the winds are going to be right in there around midnight or shortly thereafter in a small little area near where the center of circulation is. That's going to be near Vero Beach, north to West Palm likely, and probably just south of Cocoa. But in that zone, we could see 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. At least that's the way it looks right now. Of course, if something changes, we'll let you know. But there's going to continue to be a lot of rain, and that onshore wind will not let up, especially north of the center from, let's say, Melbourne on through North Florida and into Georgia. And then we continue with the Nicole, or what's left of it, tomorrow and tomorrow night. And that is going to bring, Lynette, a lot of rain to the Panhandle, Florida and southern Georgia. But it doesn't stop there. We know many other areas are going to see significant rainfall as well into the Northeast.
First at 3, tracking Nicole. The tropical storm is nearing hurricane strength as it moves over the Bahamas. And this right now is a live look at Marsh Harbor, where you can certainly see how things have deteriorated this afternoon there. The surf kicking up and the winds are just beating down that tree.
And here in South Florida, major concerns over flooding. Miami-Dade is no longer under a tropical storm watch, but watches and warnings are still in effect in Broward County.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Kruger. That system will approach the east coast of Florida tonight.
And I'm Janice Fernandez. We have breaking news right now. Broward schools will be closed tomorrow because of the storm. Miami-Dade, though, will not be closed tomorrow.
And again, if your child attends schools in Broward County, classes canceled for tomorrow. Again, they're going to be reopening in Miami-Dade, which is a good thing for those kids down there. And we want to turn things over right now to Luke Doris with more.
Okay, here's the latest advisory, and the storm last centered right over Marsh Harbor, so Great Abaco. Next in line is going to be Grand Bahama, still a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, moving to the west, still forecast to become a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall later on tonight. So no big changes here with the idea of the storm's strength or where it's going. The primary story so far has been, and you'll see this on the news as we go ahead, is what's going on with the beaches and the coastal effects. We've got this storm that has a really big arm to push a lot of water, and that's piling up along our beaches. That's causing beach erosion. That's causing storm surge, and we have the king tides also going on, so we have higher than normal high tides. So this is really what's been seen so far, and it's been pretty rough in some locations, like Hollywood's had it bad and parts of Fort Lauderdale. 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is the upper end. That's what's possible for Broward County. Now let me show you the radar, and the idea is this. That is the left eye, the eye wall of Nicole that's moving through the Bahamas now. So we're still pretty far away from that, but we are getting these feeder bands that are pushing through, and they're bringing some wind gusts. We have seen tropical storm conditions at times in these, but the stronger wind gusts will come as we get closer to that, or as that comes closer to us and we get a more primary feeder band that would move in. That would be later on tonight. All right, so here's your wind gust. This is captured at the top of the hour. It's not necessarily a live wind gust, but 25, 30, 35 mile per hour wind gust. There's one that's up there near 40 by Fort Pierce. Nothing too wild, yes, just yet, but certainly gusty. Let's talk about timing here. All right, so this is the big expansive tropical storm wind field, the calling card of this tropical storm, and we are in the realm of the tropical storm envelope already. And as we go throughout the day, that will continue for Broward, maybe clip northern Miami-Dade. But again, we're not expecting much in the way of tropical storm conditions in Miami-Dade. You're just too far south away from the center. Here we are by 7 o'clock, forecast to become a hurricane as it makes its final approach toward the east coast of Florida. Landfall is going to be somewhere Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Jupiter, in that range along the Treasure Coast up here, likely north of West Palm. Also, we notice that the strongest part of the storm is the center and north. We are on the weaker south side, but still, this will be our closest approach. This is about midnight is whenever we would get landfall. The closest approach, that would bring most likely the strongest wind gusts if we get one of those bands to pass over Broward County, all right? So tropical storm conditions really will peak at about, 8 tonight until midnight, 1 o'clock. After that, here it goes. This is by tomorrow. Sunrise, we're already outside of the tropical storm envelope. Conditions will improve greatly for tomorrow as the storm moves out to the north and to the west. Janice?
Okay, Luke, we'll be watching. Turning now to our team coverage. We've just learned Fort Lauderdale Beach will be closed because of Nicole.
And look, Lieutenant Sanella Sabovic is joining us live. She's out that way with the details on this one. Sanella?
Well, Christy and Janice, the weather here deteriorating as the day has been progressing here along Fort Lauderdale Beach. We've had gusty wind, off and on rain, and when the rain does fall, boy, it comes down hard, creating some flooding here along A1A. You mix that with the king tides, and this is what you are getting. At one point during the day, just to put this into perspective, a portion of the street just had a puddle. As the day progressed, take a look. A1A right at Northeast 9th Street is looking more like a river than a roadway, and in some areas where the sidewalk meets the street, there's about a foot of water that has collected here, making for some dangerous driving conditions, low visibility down the street as well. Northbound and southbound, water has just collected here, but the street has not closed just yet. You see Fort Lauderdale police officers on the scene there in the distance just to make sure that everyone is safe here. And you mentioned the beaches being closed. That's due to the high surf, hazardous conditions here on the beach Fort Lauderdale city officials are stressing for people to stay away from the beach. That is because there are no lifeguards here on duty. Ocean Rescue is not here, so they're saying if you do come here, you are really at your own risk. So stay away from the beaches, stay away from these flooded roadways. Now, A1A, if you go a bit north of here, if you go a bit south of here, you're not seeing this type of flooding. It's not as bad. But again, here, A1A, right at Northeast 9th Street, this is an area prone for flooding. But again, when you mix in those high tides, this is what you are getting here. I also want to point out businesses are open for tourists. We did speak to a manager at Primanti Brothers, the famous pizzeria. It's open 24/7. They say that they will stay open, and they're actually seeing business kick up as people are coming in because they're seeing that they are open. So again, this is definitely an area that you are going to want to avoid. City officials again stressing, please stay away from the beaches and stay away from these streets that are flood prone. I'll send it back to you, Christy and Janice.
And Sanella, we obviously talked to you at noon, and we've definitely seen things change for you out there. I could see that the cars behind you, some of them struggling to get by. How high would you say the water is, at least in comparison to yourself? Is it sort of just covering your ankles at this point? How close is the water getting? How high is the water getting, rather?
Right, and that really depends on where you stand. Some parts of the sidewalk, it is coming to my ankles, but in some spots where the sidewalk and the street meet, especially down there by the street light along Northeast 9th Street, there's been about a foot of rain that we have seen when we were crossing the street. And I just want to step in here so you can see the difference here. So again, it's an area that you're going to want to avoid. City officials are stressing to please, if you don't need to be on the roadways, stay home.
And breaking news from the National Hurricane Center. Tropical Storm Nicole is now Hurricane Nicole. So it's jumped up to that 5 miles an hour to 75 miles an hour. The planes have been out there all day waiting for that. That's not going to be a big difference in what we see, certainly on the coast and eventual overall impacts. But obviously now with that center coming ashore into the Treasure Coast tonight, you need to be prepared for what could be even a little bit of a stronger wind and obviously some more power outages. We are locked and loaded tonight, ladies and gentlemen, with live team coverage. As you can see back in the studio with Jackie Jarris, Mike Bettis. We've got Justin Michaels. He's in Orlando this evening talking about the big closures there to Disney World. And we're going to continue to watch the tremendous beating that this east coast of Florida is taking today, all the way up to Georgia, all the way up to South Carolina, well outside the cone. We know it's on its way, again, toward the coastline tonight, and it will make approach and inland past about 1 o'clock this evening, it looks like, from some of the later computer models. And if you look at the radar, if you just watch whether you have a radar on an app or you have one that you're watching on the Weather Channel when Jackie and Mike show it, you'll see, the outer part of that where the more persistent rain and wind is. So some of the worst weather in terms of wind and rain is in that. But obviously this 485-mile wide wind field that this thing possesses, which is just incredible, has pushed all that wind over the water and created this 2-day now bashing of the beaches. And that's going to continue. We're going through high tide at about 8:15 tonight. We're going to go through it tomorrow morning at about 9 a.m. So here's the result of that. During the day today, because of what Ian did and now what Nicole has been doing, we've got about a dozen structures here that are compromised. And not just homes, but buildings, condominiums. And the one I'm standing on in front of this Pirates Cove here was evacuated. The highest amount of evacuees from one of the buildings, to my understanding, has been 100. So that's a lot of people to just ask to leave the confines of their home where they were just going to hunker down tonight, let this thing come due, let the ocean do what it's going to do. But they've been asked to leave this evening because these buildings are compromised because of what's going on. We've been showing you the pictures all day, either by drone or, video standing there where the waves are coming up, beating on the beaches, taking even out more large structures like cement pilings. We're looking at even underground waterways that are, sewer drains that are going out, being exposed now. Any kind of effort between Ian and Nicole is pretty much to no resolve because there's no way that's going to hold back what this thing is pushing in tonight. Again, you're just looking at these pictures. This is where I am right now. This restroom behind me has fallen in. We're going to see the wave run up probably come about halfway up the street, and even, again, right to the end of this building, there's nothing left to hold back the water. So it's just pounding and pounding and pounding on the building here, Jackie. Unfortunately, a lot of folks, that thought they were dealing with this evening kind of in the comfort of their own home or not. They're being asked to move inland to Daytona, and it's a whole different world over there. The winds aren't as strong, and obviously you don't have that wave action to deal with. But up here in Volusia County, it's all about the wave action.
Very unnerving, and the worst is yet to come there for sure, Jim. And now that the sun is down, the sun is down earlier for folks. I think it's more unnerving under those kinds of conditions. Well, if you missed it at the top of the hour there, Jim broke the news that Nicole is now a hurricane. It is a Category 1 hurricane, maximum wind 75 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters have been actively flying into this. It has made landfall over Grand Bahama Island right there, and they sampled stronger winds as well as lower pressure. So the pressure is dropped to 980 millibars. The winds have increased, but keep in mind that there's really very little difference in terms of impacts from a very strong tropical storm and a lower end Category 1 hurricane. So we are still on track, staying the course for the impacts and what we can expect going forward here with Nicole. This is a giant storm, a very large wind field. The tropical storm force winds go out well over 400 miles from the center of the storm, and a lot of that is, it's not symmetrical all the way around. A lot of it is on the north side of that. We've been feeling the impacts all day long, and the wave action has been running up and will continue to do so as landfall is expected overnight tonight.
Hurricane Nicole is centered, about 55, 60 miles off the coast of Palm Beach County, but it's not going to make landfall there. It's moving west-northwest and going to make landfall a little bit farther up the coast where the coastline bends in a little bit. So given all of that, looks like 4 to 5 hours plus or minus when the center crosses the coastline. And so what we're getting on the northwest side here in places like Fort Pierce and Vero Beach and Stewart is a kind of a ragged primary outer band, but then you're going to get the northwestern eye wall or the northern eye wall, and that's where the strongest winds will be once it comes ashore, and that's when we get the strongest onshore push from the storm itself, thankfully coming in at about low tide astronomically. But there's 3 a.m. the model has it as one possibility there coming in just south of Vero Beach, and then you're going to have the really strong winds and the storm surge on the northern side of that continuing in northeast Florida well into tomorrow morning. And then with all of that wind and rain inland over central and northern Florida all night long, tomorrow afternoon, evening, you'll get the onshore push into the Florida Big Bend. And we got this very long fetch that continues to push the Atlantic Ocean into this concave-shaped coastline of the southeast U.S., plus the business end of the hurricane here with a northwestern eye wall that's starting to perk up a little bit. And again, looking at what kind of winds we're experiencing, there's the western eye wall up in here, and even in Palm Beach County, we're getting gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. South of 595 in Broward, not much going on, but north of there, you're getting some of these outer bands. And then Stewart is gusting to 40, 45 miles an hour. So is Fort Pierce. Vero Beach now gusting over 50 miles an hour at that airport. Melbourne over 40 miles an hour. And then the Cape Canaveral area gusting over 40. Even Orlando now gusting 30 to 35, almost gust to tropical storm force. And we've had the gusts about 60 miles an hour there north of Cape Canaveral at Klondike Beach, and gusting even near tropical storm force all the way up to St. Augustine, Chris. So it's going to get worse overnight before it gets better.
Back here on the east coast of Florida, this is meteorologist Mike Seidel. It's Vero Beach, Florida, Indian River County. And let's go to the radar, because this is really our best tool right now, because Nicole is just a few hours away from landfall. It is moving west-northwest, and it looks like it's going to landfall around Fort Pierce. It's a large eye, about 50 miles wide. In fact, the edge of it, the eastern edge, or the western edge, is just about to the coast. But it's the northern and northeastern areas that is swinging in this way. The rain's starting again. We've had gusts to 75 miles an hour here at the coast, and at the airport inland, the peak gust is 50, much like we've seen up in Melbourne. This is not your typical system because it's very broad in nature. We have the high to the north, so we've got impacts all the way up into South Carolina with tropical storm watches. You don't often see watches extending that far from a tropical system. It really is all about the surf here at the beach and on the coast, because that combined with the higher than average tides, we've seen buildings, houses taken out. They've lost their front yards. They've literally collapsed into the Atlantic up north in Volusia County around Daytona Shores, Daytona Beach area. Here we haven't lost any property. We've got a nice seawall here. Nothing has been threatened. We have had some water blow over the fence here. But the surge warning 3 to 5 feet is being counterbalanced by the fact that the tide is going out. The low tide now is about an hour and 45 minutes away, So that is helping us out. The winds are still rough, though. They're sustained in the 40s, and we've had, like I said, the gusts of 75. The most recent gust up the coast has been 64, and at the airport, 57 miles an hour. Plus, you throw in the rain to the mix. The flood watches up and down the coast, most of the East Coast, until at least early tomorrow afternoon. So, Chris, it's been a long night so far, a long week on these beaches. The number one impact by far, the loss of sand, just the precious beach sand that we know we all like to go out and put our chair on and enjoy. Well, there's not much left. Now, with that said, when the tides get back to normal, there'll be some beach here, but the dune is gone, and all we've got is basically bare rocks and the concrete wall and the steel pilings underneath.
Again, there's the center. Let me stand out of the way, and you can look at a rare sight, a landfalling hurricane. Here it comes, moving right into parts of the Treasure Coast, but this is what we're concerned about. Notice how quickly these showers, these squalls are moving. We measured them with some of our technology here, our first warning Doppler radar, and some of these individual cells were moving at 70 miles per hour. One was moving at hurricane speed up to 75 miles per hour. So let's focus on these really nasty cells that could produce some significant damage here in Indian River County. This is the danger zone at the moment. Sebastian, Indian River Shores, Vero Beach, Florida Bridge. There's one offshore, another one moving onshore, a third that is right around I-95. And again, they're moving very, very fast at 60 to 70 miles per hour. As you can see, as we put the radar into motion, look how fast these cells are moving across the area as the storm itself moves onshore. Down the road, because of its proximity to the storm itself, rain is a lot less. There's still some blustery winds here. You move into Martin County, parts of northern Palm Beach County. Again, not much going on here. Most of the activity much farther to our north. Highland Beach, Boca, dealing with some heavy rain. And here comes the other side of the storm, moving off toward the south. Let's bring in Chris now to talk a little bit more about this. Chris, you and I were talking. Storm Prediction Center, they've been watching for the potential of an isolated tornado. They sent out a discussion a short time ago. They may issue a watch, but it seems unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it just seems like most of the energy is way up to our north, especially as you go closer to Orlando. There's a 40% chance they'll issue, but I don't think they're going to follow through with that. Really haven't seen too many rotating storms. That's good. We can kind of throw away that isolated tornado threat. But you can see the most of the energy is on the northern side. The center right here, you got the bulk of the activity and the energy way up towards the north into the northeast. There's not much on the south side of this system, so it is top heavy as that system continues to roll on through. But nonetheless, it's producing just a tremendous amount of rain and also the chance for these gusty, damaging winds. And as we go to Fort Pierce to Vero Beach, again, that's the bullseye within the next couple of hours as it does make landfall for these damaging winds that could be as high as 60 miles per hour plus. Again, we could see some wind gusts up to 75, 80 in some locations. So with that being said, with that chance of damaging winds, there are going to be some power outages. As we take a look at another one of our exclusive weather products, we will be tracking the potential for power outages through 3 o'clock in the morning. The higher threat obviously will be from the Treasure Coast around Stewart, Martin County, parts of Indian River, up towards Okeechobee County. This is through 3 o'clock in the morning. And then as the center moves inland on the backside, we're going to get some strong winds. So you can see there is a chance that we see some power outages from Okeechobee County back towards Indian River, St. Lucie. That's going to be the hot spot as we go through the overnight hours. Glenn?
All right, welcome back. It is approaching the 2 o'clock hour, 2 a.m. We are covering Hurricane Nicole as it inches its way closer to our coastline, really specifically on the Treasure Coast right now, wedged between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce. Expecting landfall in about an hour. Of course, that could change. Monitoring all the conditions to the Treasure Coast really being heavily impacted as we speak.
So Steve Weigel, if you can jump on in and tell us the latest on this hurricane.
Yeah, and we're just getting a new update in from the Hurricane Center on the storm. So let's take a look. There's a look at the radar, and it's a massive storm with a massive eye that seems to be shrinking a little bit as it moves closer to the coastline. In fact, the western edge of the eye wall has been brushing the coast or moving a little farther inland around Port St. Lucie for the last couple of hours. What is also important here is that the winds, which all day and yesterday were from the northeast, have now started to shift offshore, and that helped push some of this water that we've been dealing with and all the damage from storm surge. That'll help push some of this water back out into the ocean where it belongs. And it looks like we still have an issue through Vero and Sebastian and maybe Fort Pierce with likely the winds starting to go light there because they're starting to get into the eye, but some pretty strong winds, but from a different direction coming in now in Martin County. And this will eventually, I would say in the next half hour to 45 minutes, start to develop around Port St. Lucie too, as this entire center works its way north and eventually makes landfall, which is very close to that area now. So some good news, but on the downside of this and this track is that we're seeing these rain bands sit over areas for extended periods of time. So we're going to have to watch for perhaps a flood situation here if that continues. Here's a look at the radar with heavy rain working in across, well, we have Vero and Fort Pierce, a little heavier farther south. This is now becoming the southern edge of the eye wall of the hurricane, from Hobe Sound back through 95 and the Turnpike, through Indiantown. Some pretty good downpours here, even to Cuesta and Jupiter, right along the county line, developing some heavy rain in that area. Also northern Palm Beach County, big rains all the way back through the acreage, and that west to east wind pushing off the showers and the persistent rain. There's a look at Delray to Boca, where it's been off and on rain. We had a big area of rain just work off the coast, and we have more that's pushing in from the west, right along the county line. But unfortunately, most of it is just north of the county line, so having a significant impact on Boca.
Welcome back. The time now is 4:34. You are watching an extended edition of WPBF 25 News. Just minutes ago, Nicole downgraded to a tropical storm. It made landfall at 3 o'clock this morning. It's a Category 1 hurricane on the Treasure Coast, just south of Vero Beach. Good morning once again, and thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Nathalie Pozo.
And I'm Erin Guy. We have team coverage as we continue to monitor now Tropical Storm Nicole. We want to begin with our team of first warning meteorologist Vanessa Vanette standing by. We start with Sandra Shaw.
All right. Well, we had landfall again, as you mentioned, North Hutchinson Island, south of Vero Beach at 3 a.m. The magnitude of this storm, now a tropical storm, is huge, up to 480 miles in the center. There's landfall taking place right now where that clear part of the eye crosses over near just south of Vero Beach. Let's watch it one more time. I'm mesmerized by this. Here you see the evolution. It starts to make landfall, and there we go. Right at 3, it clears, and then it's now moving up near Palm Bay, and that's where the center is over east central Florida, and continues to move to the west-northwest at 14 miles an hour. So it's getting out of our hair and getting out of our hair pretty quickly, which is great news this morning. Specificity, it's got 70-mile-an-hour winds now, so it's still legitimate, and we're seeing some high wind gusts and some squally rains, though this has not been a huge rain event for us, fortunately. It's going to continue to move up north of Tampa, hit into the Gulf, and retain its presence and power as a tropical storm, and then make a fourth landfall over Tallahassee, and then move through southern Georgia and then die out quickly after that. So the evolution would be yesterday afternoon, Abaco Island, first landfall, and then we had Grand Bahama over last night, and then we had us at 3 a.m. this morning, and then tonight we're going to have Tallahassee at about 8:30 or so. Nicole is still producing some squalls, as Vanessa has been pointing out, mainly over that area that's so hard hit by Ian and was just devastated by that 15-foot storm surge they saw with Ian. Our storm surge was legitimate. It was 3 feet. We haven't seen that here in numerous years, and we haven't seen a landfalling hurricane here since over the U.S., I should say, in this late point of November in 37 years. November the 10th, mark it down. It is historic.
It shows because of our camera angle, but I think it's more the wind just blowing and funneling all of the rain into one spot, and that's really what's happening.
Yeah. All right, Jen, we appreciate your work, and we'll get back out to you in a little bit. We want to show everyone who's just joining us here, maybe just waking up, what the very latest is with Nicole, and it is now a tropical storm. It did make landfall as a hurricane on the East Coast. It's the latest in the season that we've had a hurricane make landfall here on the east coast of Florida. Right now, our winds are at 70 miles an hour, and I do really think that the headlines with this system, yes, will breeze some of the power outages and the breezy conditions, but I do think the erosion is what's really going to grab headlines with this. So many people have had their property chewed away at by the erosion here. So 70 miles an hour, moving at 14 miles an hour, which is good. There's your landfall. It was right around Vero Beach as a Category 1, just barely a Category 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. And here are some of our top gusts. Port Canaveral 71, Melbourne at 70, and you can see even up into Jacksonville gusting to 51 miles an hour with this system. So we've seen our wind totals 50 to 70 miles an hour, and we've also seen some of those heavier rainfall totals coming in as well. Look at Fort Myers. Of course, this area is where we had Ian, and we got just hammered by Ian. Doesn't help to see that we have very heavy rainfall there. It's all sweeping east. We have to worry about thunderstorms on the east side of this, and also still winds. Look at Daytona Beach gusting to 62. Tampa even gusting to 38 miles an hour. I know there are some schools closed around the Tampa Bay area due to this system. Notice our tropical storm force winds extend out 450 miles from the center. As Jen was mentioning, it's a massive storm. And just because it's going inland doesn't mean it's over. We still have to worry about rainfall in the southeast and eventually all the way into the northeast. Still, tropical storm warnings extending into Florida, Georgia, as you head into South Carolina as well. Power outages, they're going up. We have 85,000 customers, the most in Brevard County, where we are without power this morning. Airports are closed. Traveling is going to be tough here into Florida, whether you're flying or if you're driving.
Now, let me get to my graphics and I can show you exactly where Nicole is rolling across parts of Florida. The center of circulation is somewhere in there, probably just north of Tampa, but it's a big system and the rain is being spread pretty far and wide now, creeping into southern Georgia and still impacting many other places with gusty winds. We saw Tampa gusting over 50 miles per hour lately. And you might be wondering, with the track from NHC kind of moving like that, is it possible that Nicole could re-strengthen at least a little bit, given that it's very likely going to move over the northern Gulf of Mexico, over water? The answer is no. There's not enough time. There are too many other factors in the way. Nicole will likely continue to weaken as it moves, even over water, for those few short hours. The worst weather now may indeed be in and around the Jacksonville area and just north there, Amelia Island, perhaps Brunswick Island, Cumberland Island. We have some supercells coming in from the water. What does that mean? These are thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes. It doesn't mean they are right now, but this is the part of Nicole that is supportive of severe weather and that kind of thunderstorm. There's plenty of wind shear in the environment. There's enough instability. And with that in mind, well, of course, the great forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center went out and put this tornado watch until 1 o'clock, meaning conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and close to the watch area. Be mindful of that. Up and down northeast Florida and in southern Georgia, we're going to have that tornado risk. That is not going to be the last tornado watch that is going to be issued by SPC. I can almost guarantee you that. The wind right now, as I mentioned, is significant, but by far and away the legacy that Nicole will leave behind is the damage and the destruction from the wave action, the beach erosion, and the pounding, the relentless pounding from the rough surf that the beaches took. Now, here on the winds, you can see many locations, the winds are generally 20 to 30 with gusts, in some cases, over 50. By far and away, the strongest of all the winds are still out over water. You can see that here over the Gulf of Mexico and wind off the Atlantic shoreline. That means that the greatest water rises are where that wind offshore is moving onshore, that onshore wind component. Here near Jacksonville, we're seeing at Fernandina Beach, Amelia Island, the water rise is 3.5 feet above normally dry ground or normally dry areas. That is significant. We are seeing a water rise here with an onshore wind component just south of Cocoa. But here where the wind is offshore in Cedar Key, the Gulf of Mexico is being pushed away from the water's edge, meaning we don't have a storm surge threat there, at least for now. It's all about, Lynette, the direction of the wind and the path, the exact track of the center of the storm matters a lot in this way. Lynette.
Ethan, we've been all over St. Lucie and Indian River counties this morning, and we came across this partial road collapse. This is Ocean Drive here in Vero Beach, if you're familiar with this area. Nicole made landfall not too far from here, and we are certainly seeing what she left behind today.
This is the first time I've ever seen anything this late, especially this strong.
On Vero Beach, Nicole showing no mercy, especially for this part of Ocean Drive, which partially collapsed into the ocean.
I was not expecting the boardwalk and, I mean, really the sidewalk to go. And we came over last night really before it hit, and it was not quite this bad, but it was already pretty much washed away.
Although it became a neighborhood spectacle, crews were seen taping off the area around the boardwalk to keep people from getting too close. Locals here, though, say this isn't the first time this has happened.
I was born and raised here in Vero Beach, and I've seen this thing so many times go collapse worse than that.
Nicole made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero. High winds and heavy rain. The big story for this hurricane's late season debut. In St. Lucie County, power went out in some areas as the storm came through.
We lost electricity for 3.5 hours.
I'm a local realtor here in Vero Beach. We grew up here our whole lives. They did too.
Lori Strazula hasn't seen too much damage, and both she and her neighbors say they're thankful this storm wasn't worse.
I honestly think we did pretty good. You know, I mean, this part, of course, is going to get hit the hardest, and I think we did pretty good, Vero Beach.
All right, so the other big spectacle out here, as you can see, are the huge waves off the Atlantic. This has been going on, obviously, all morning long, and people have been out here not only looking at the waves, but also the partial road collapse here. We have seen city crews out here on the boardwalk as well, taking a look at the structural sound of this, the structure, of course, to see where they need to fix it. We are live in Vero Beach. I'm TJ Parker, 7 News.
All right, TJ, and from Vero Beach to the Palm Beaches.
That's where we find 7's Nicole Ensalada in Palm Beach Shores.
If there hasn't been a storm in 10, 15, 20 years, people have short-term memories.
And Rick Barnes says it's easy to forget about the power of tropical storms and hurricanes like Nicole, especially when the next day is a beautiful day like this one.
I can't tell you how many hurricanes and typhoons I've been through because I spent 3 years overseas also.
So here he is cleaning up after this one, the storm littering this beach in the town of Palm Beach Shores with what looks like boat parts.
It's trashed, really. I mean, this would normally be a nice river walk, and we come down here with our bikes, and now obviously it's completely different. It's a completely different landscape.
Rough surf and high tide swept debris and sand up the beach. Not the wind, but boulders knocked down this fence, and seawater flooded this condo garage. Luckily, no cars damaged. But the pump is working overtime, and folks are venturing out, many with their dogs, to take a look. Rick Barnes is thankful yard cleanup is all he has to do today.
Oh yeah, we rode that one out. That's fine, and it's not always going to be fine.
And so many people are really having that sort of opinion today, that sort of feeling that, you know what, this could have been a lot worse. We think we did okay. And all morning long, it's really almost been like a parade to the beach on the road where we're standing. People walking their dogs, taking fishing poles, just going out there, wanting to see how it all played out. And, you know, the beach here, though, as we just showed you, a little bit of a mess. Folks are going to clean that up. But it seems like with the homes and the residential areas here in Palm Beach Shores, so far so good. Reporting live in Palm Beach Shores, Nicole Ensalada, 7 News.
All right, Nicole, and taking a live look now at downtown Miami. Clear skies across most of South Florida after a few nasty days. Is better weather in store for the long holiday weekend? That is the question. Meteorologist Erica Delgado live in the Storm Center to tell us. Erica?
Ethan, just in time for the weekend, it looks like things really begin to quiet down for us, and we're already seeing an improvement. 3 different landfalls so far. Nicole, 2 in the Bahamas and 1 along the east coast of Florida with winds of 75 miles per hour. The first hurricane to make landfall on the east coast of Florida in 17 years. And we could be looking at another landfall as Nicole is beginning to move offshore into the Gulf of Mexico once again. Here's quickly the very latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Winds of 50 miles per hour, still moving towards the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. And latest forecast cone does take it into the Gulf of Mexico, so we could see that 4th landfall somewhere along the Florida Panhandle. Eventually a front will grab Nicole and take it back into the ocean as we work our way into the weekend. Watches and warnings extend up and down our state, but for us here in South Florida, things are finally quiet and we currently have no watches or warnings for anywhere in South Florida, and that goes for the Florida Keys as well. Wind speeds though still on the stronger side today, so that will be one of the impacts we can expect here, even though Nicole is moving away. Winds right now south-southwest anywhere between 10 to 20 miles per hour, but right now Fort Lauderdale, Miami, seeing wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. And because Nicole's still nearby, we have that moisture beginning to move in from the Gulf of Mexico, so we could still see a few spotty showers. For now, all is looking quiet, just a few clouds moving across our area. And you can see Nicole moving away and how quiet it's looking over South Florida. And the reason for that is we have a dry slot of air that's being pulled in by Nicole, and that's what's over South Florida right now. With a little added moisture later today, we could see the occasional shower. So most of the impacts today and into tonight will remain across northern sections of our state and extending well along the Carolina coastline into North Carolina, where heavy rain and windy conditions will be possible, continued storm surge and isolated tornadoes. Meanwhile, for us here in South Florida, we can expect a few spotty showers today, gusty winds to continue throughout the day and into tonight, but still seeing that minor coastal flooding, especially because king tides are still in the forecast. So we could see some of that flooding during high tide that's coming up later this evening, but as far as our forecast for today, spotty showers looks to be about it.
We got some new video to show you, and truly proof that it doesn't take a major hurricane to cause some really major effects. Look at the erosion that we've had here in Daytona Beach. This from earlier today. We had relentless waves all week long, and it just took its toll, with the worst of it happening late last night. And look at some of these homes that now just sit precariously there at the water's edge. There's no beach left anymore. The beach has been completely eroded in places. Just awful to see what has happened here. And there was a time yesterday when this was an area here where they were evacuating people out of high-rise condos for fear that they might collapse into the water. That's a look at the Volusia County Beach Safety Building, where the restroom there has partially collapsed. The water's been washing away at that for the better part of a week. It collapsed a couple days ago. During Ian, everything was compromised, right? Everything was compromised by Ian, and then things started coming down, and this just failed everything. Now that Nicole came in, and the Florida Emergency Management Director said that he was pretty sure that things were going to fail as a result. Then you just look across the street and you see this. That is Pirate Cove Hotel across the street from the Volusia Beach Patrol. And you can see how the water just washed out the supports underneath that, and down it came. And then the pool sits just on the other side of that. But there truly is no beach left. There's nothing to protect these buildings anymore from the onslaught of the water. It's going to come right up to them now, as the beach has all been taken out, unfortunately. I want to show you some befores of what all of those places look like, because Daytona, beautiful place, one of the most recognizable beaches in the country, and now it's got a lot of work to do to get back to its former glory. And then you wonder even if some places it may not come back. Some of these, buildings or structures, some of these places that have stood for decades may not be able to be rebuilt. There just may not be enough land to rebuild on, and the insurance will be sky high, we know at this point. So we take you down here to Daytona Beach Shores and right at Dunlawton and A1A, if you're familiar. That's where we're going to take you and show you a three-dimensional view of these locations from a beach perspective. So the first place we showed you was right here. That was the Volusia Beach building, and this is the 10 towers right here. This is Pirates Cove Hotel, all right? One thing you'll notice is there are a lot of seawalls that protect most of these condominiums and these hotels, as though a lot of these seawalls are anywhere between, say, 6 and 10 feet tall, so they really can take quite a beating. Look how tall this one is right here, right? You got to take this big staircase to get up to the pool area here. This is a beach access where you can actually drive onto the beach at this point here. A lot of areas on Daytona where you can drive out there. This, the front side of this is where that restroom is to collapse, and this area here is where the other part collapses. That part right there that we just saw on the right-hand side of your screen, that's this area here. I'm circling that on the left-hand side of the screen. I'll circle that in bright yellow. That is that area that collapsed, and then you can see the beach is right behind that, but the waves crashing up against that day after day after day just ended up being too much. And you can also see the water intrudes right up the access road there. Then we turn this back, and you can see just how tall some of these walls are. You can see these cars here, and say they're roughly, maybe a sedan is 5 feet tall or so. These walls are double that. So in a lot of instances, if these walls are high enough, they're protecting the buildings that are behind them. That's the 10 towers. That is where the restroom was that ended up collapsing in the first video that we showed, where the front end is kind of tilted down into the water here. We had Ian that compromised a lot of buildings, and then Nicole truly just knocked them out. And there is the structure that collapsed during Jim Cantori's reports this morning here on the Weather Channel. All you have to do is have persistent wind and waves come in here, and Mother Nature ends up taking over. Again, you think about Ian. That made landfall on the Gulf side of Florida, did a lot of damage on the east coast of Florida, and then we had days and days of the buildup of what was a tropical storm. A tropical storm, Nicole, eventually became a Category 1 hurricane, but you don't always have to have it in your mind that it's got to be a Cat 5 to do all this kind of damage. It wasn't. That wasn't the case. You can see how tall this building is, how big concrete pilings are there. That all got taken out by the water, and this building here will have to be rebuilt as well. So it took 2 systems, 6 weeks apart, to doing a lot here. Sam.
Just before 3 a.m. and Hurricane Nicole continues to approach the southeast Florida coast. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno, and I'm live in Cocoa Beach, Florida, up here on the Space Coast, where we're continuing to get winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is some of the strongest wind that I've felt so far. And while I may not be feeling 60 miles per hour because I'm a little protected by the hotel that I'm standing next to, I know these winds, I can feel them, how they've been getting stronger. This is the kind of wind that is funneling inland and through neighborhoods and, unfortunately, potentially taking down some trees. Again, this is the strongest that I've felt. I can feel it stinging in my face and obviously knocking me off my footing here a little bit.
That meteorologist Jen Carfagno in Cocoa Beach, Florida, as the storm made landfall this morning as a Category 1 hurricane near Vero Beach, Florida. You can see where it sits now. It's now moving over north of Tampa with a center of circulation right on the Gulf Coast side, right on the water at this point. Might emerge back out over the Gulf of Mexico, but at this point it's headed northbound here, and it is weakening. Those are all good things, but a huge sprawling system spreading rain all the way up into South and North Carolina as we speak. You take a look at the number of power outages, the numbers are actually coming down a little bit, and that is some good news. At peak, over 350,000 customers without power. Now that number down just under 300,000, Brevard County with the highest number of outages. Well, thank you for being with us here for our continuing coverage of Nicole. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm meteorologist Samantha Moore. We're going to take you to Port Charlotte right now and show you how the conditions are there with the waves and the angry-looking sea out to the east as we look in that direction. You can see the rain on the camera lens and definitely windy here. We're still seeing some strong gusts, even though the tropical storm is continuing to weaken, Mike.
It is, and those are all good signs. Now, Port Charlotte, we know, is on the Gulf Coast side. We took a pretty good hit from Hurricane Ian, and especially from Port Charlotte south from there. We've got 45-mile-per-hour winds right now. We've got a 988 millibar pressure and a northwest wind at 15 miles per hour. You can see where the center sits. It's somewhere near Cedar Key at this point. Port Charlotte, by the way, is down here, so we're getting that onshore flow on the back side of the system. But the good news about that is the system's pulling away in this direction. direction. Your flow is going to be relatively weak onshore here. There's going to be some rough surf out there and maybe some minor coastal overwash, but that should be improving pretty soon as the storm is exiting off to the north here. It's officially 45 miles north of Tampa. We'll get another update here at 4 o'clock Eastern from the Hurricane Center. The real action in the storm, some of the most violent weather, is probably going to be up here into Georgia and South Carolina with these large convective thunderstorms that are forming here and the possibility of tornadoes as well. Now, keep in mind, we're going to have a lot of wind all around this system, but be aware of what those thunderstorms could do and maybe even produce tornadoes. Tampa, 43-mile-per-hour winds. Skyway Bridge still closed. Almost 40-mile-an-hour winds here in Jacksonville. 33 in Tallahassee. We're going to get some really heavy rain and some wind in Tallahassee. Wouldn't be surprised for the power outages to go up here. I think some power lines and maybe some trees might come down there. Tropical storm force winds really extend out. What a reach here. 350 miles out from the center, so a wide wind envelope with this. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect here across North Florida, South Georgia, and into coastal South Carolina, including the low country here in Charleston. Sam.
We are also getting a look at some of the damage to our north.
Major beach erosion causing damage, leading to homes collapsing in Daytona Beach. Eden is in our newsroom now to show us much more. Eden.
Calvin, Nicole, several homes and buildings badly damaged across Volusia County. The water making it all the way up to where the homes stand. And you can see in this video parts of homes left sliding down over the edge of a cliff. A pool is left barely standing next to the yellow home in the center there. And a little further down in the same area, here's how it looks. Numerous beachfront homes are destroyed, including a strip of high-rise condos nearby. And take a look at this. A building on the beach with public restrooms also partially collapsing into the water in Daytona Beach shores. Officials saying people in this area did listen to evacuation orders. Officers went door to door to make sure everybody got out safely. So some good news there. Nicole?
Yes, thank you, Eden. Let's get a check now on where the storm is.
And our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, here now with your tropical update. Betty.
Hi, everyone. Tropical storm Nicole straddling the coast of the Big Bend of Florida per the National Hurricane Center. So here's the latest as of the new advisory as far as where it's situated. Maximum sustained winds, by the way, of 45 miles per hour. It is moving northwest at 15 miles per hour and will head for a second Florida landfall as we push through the evening. 95 miles southeast of Tallahassee, Florida. That's where the core of the system is. But on this radar imagery, you can see still it is very expansive in terms of those rain bands reaching out and whipping all the way up into southeastern areas of the U.S., all the way up toward even North Carolina. A few showers, rain bands whipping up in that direction. And it is around the core or closer to the core and in those outer rain bands where we are seeing some of the stronger winds. Here's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. As I said, tonight makes another landfall right around the Big Bend and then works its way inland into the southeast, continuing to weaken on the way, but still dumping out some rainfall and bringing some gusty winds even as it's heading inland. As far as the wind field and where the winds are really standing out, in fact, tropical storm force gusts right now in Gainesville. Notice they're in a southeast wind gusting to 40 miles per hour. So right around the core of the system, those strong winds, even Jacksonville right now getting tropical storm force wind gusts to 40 miles per hour. And as I mentioned, those rain bands whipping all the way up toward the Carolinas as well. On our end of things, we are in southwest winds, and as the core of the system has pulled farther away from us, our winds not as strong as they were at one point yesterday, though it is still brisk breezes out there. Notice our winds gusting 25 miles per hour, generally speaking. Now, as the system pulls farther away, our winds will start to come down. We're not catching much rainfall as some of the moisture wraps around the system, but the occasional stray shower, we won't rule that out for tonight or the evening either. But look at our forecast model and what you're noticing through the late night hours. It brings our winds down to about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So we are headed toward conditions that are a lot less gusty and breezy out there. One other thing I do want to talk about is the wave action associated with Nicole, because yesterday a lot of the battering we saw at the beaches and the exacerbation of the king tides was driven by those crashing waves. The wave heights off our coastline, the East Coast, are starting to come down. You can see what some of the gauges and buoys are showing, and those more significant wave heights just off the east coast of, say, the Space Coast right now, 16-foot wave heights there, and that all comes crashing ashore. As far as our area, what I've been seeing mostly off Broward and also Dade, wave heights just off the immediate east coast on the order of about 4 feet. There's a 6-foot registering up around, say, Palm Beach County, about 4 to 5 feet. So as we move toward high tide tonight, also considering the fact that our winds are more offshore for the East Coast, we cannot rule out some minor saltwater flooding, but it shouldn't be as substantial as it was, especially now that we don't have the wave action quite like it was yesterday when Nicole was closer to us. Next high tide, by the way, is at 9:40 tonight. And the farther we get away from the full moon phase, which was on Tuesday, the better off we're going to be in terms of getting those high tides lower than where they have been. Calvin?
Where Nicole just ate away at the shoreline and the coast for several days, and it's still not done just yet. So let's give you the latest statistics on Nicole as of the 7 o'clock advisory. This is the latest one from the National Hurricane Center, with Nicole now a little bit weaker. Maximum sustained winds are 40 miles per hour, but still holding that tropical storm status. And there you can see the center of rotation right about there on the coast. It's been scraping all the way along the shoreline on the Big Bend. So I'm not sure if we're technically going to get another landfall with this one. Basically, the center of circulation has been kind of half on, half on the coast, but it really doesn't matter. All that matters are the impacts, and those are still the same that we have been forecasting for you for days here now. One of the biggest concerns we have going forward here tonight are some of these outer bands of rainfall. They're going to bring some really heavy downpours, but they could also bring a few tropical tornadoes. So as you're going to bed tonight, within the next couple of hours, you'll need a way to get alerted to wake you up so you can get to that safe place, just in case if you're in that zone. And I'm most concerned about this band right here that's feeding in very near Savannah, very close to the Georgia-South Carolina state line. That certainly bears watching, is that these individual storms out here may be rotating. That one certainly looks like it's going to. And as it works its way onshore, we could be getting a few tornado warnings. So just a big heads up if you live in those coastal areas just to the south of Savannah. There is a tornado watch that remains in effect here until 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's 1 a.m. on Friday for that very area I was just talking about, but also stretching northward through Charleston, up to Myrtle Beach, up towards Wilmington as well. This includes Interstate 95 and just shy of the Interstate 74 corridor. Columbia is not in it, but the eastern side of Columbia is. We also have tropical storm warnings that remain in effect across many of those same areas: South Georgia, North Florida, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, the biggest communities still being impacted by that. But Gainesville, you're in the warning. You've been seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour. Jacksonville, you've still had free wind gusts between 35 and 40, and that's right in that zone where we could still get some damage. So that's enough to break off perhaps some tree limbs, which could then affect power lines, and more of us could be losing power. Now, the storm is moving northwest, but it's going to start to pull north tonight and then accelerate in forward speed as it starts trucking to the north and to the east. It will become a tropical depression, probably even later on tonight, and then extra tropical, Chris, as this gets kind of absorbed with our upper level trough or cold front that's bringing the blizzard conditions across North Dakota right now. So still a ways to go here as this moves towards the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast.
You just have to wonder how many people want to build back, and do they have the money to build back? Well, just some of the damage we've seen from Nicole. For a closer look at what else this storm has done, let's get back to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't remember too many past tropical storms or Cat 1 hurricanes that had this wide of a damage swath in terms of both wind and water. And if we look back at the radar over the last 24 hours, this doesn't even tell the whole story, because before 24 hours ago, like during the day yesterday, we had all day tropical storm force winds ahead of the center of Nicole coming ashore early this morning, about 3 a.m. on the east coast of central Florida. And it was a 50 or 55 mile wide eye. And once it got past the Bahamas, then the onshore flow got really strong. The only break we got was low astronomical tide around the time of landfall and shortly beforehand. So that took a little bit of the edge off the storm surge flooding, but it did not really help us much in terms of lessening the beach erosion and the pounding surf. And look at all the rainfall we got for a long period of time. Large tropical storms and hurricanes have a longer duration of wind and water, and we had gusts measured all the way up to 80 miles an hour in Melbourne and in that east coast of Central Florida zone. I'm sure somewhere a gust was stronger than that we didn't measure. The storm surge fell within that 3 to 5 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. Could have been higher if we'd been at high astronomical tide. And we're going to show and talk about pictures like this from the beach erosion for a long time to come. But we got to remember that a long stretch of coastline from southeast Florida to the coast of South Carolina, so many reports of storm surge flooding. One example would be St. Augustine, Florida, that had water in the downtown area, and Flagler Beach in St. Johns County, roads, even to this hour, Jeff, still impassable, still being worked on. What a large swath of water impacts.
Boy, it certainly was, and they're going to be cleaning up for quite some time.
Thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel for our ongoing coverage of Nicole. That is a tropical depression, but it is a large system, and there are a lot of wind and water hazards to contend with, especially in this northeastern quadrant where we've got torcons of 2 and 3 tonight in portions of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, because in the northeastern quadrant, we are tapping into the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. That's adding moisture to the atmosphere. The dew points are going up. It's destabilizing the atmosphere, and you don't need daytime heating to do that. Look at this unstable air and the oranges and yellows marching inland, and we could have, with the low-level wind shear and all that lightning showing you the updrafts, could have some quick spin-ups. And there's a tornado watch that's still in effect until 1 a.m. Eastern time. It's possible that could get extended beyond that time. So have a way to get warnings overnight that will wake you up. Good time to be staying off the roads. Same thing tomorrow as Nicole moves into the Appalachians, becomes post-tropical, merges with a frontal system. We could have some isolated tornadoes in the mid-Atlantic and northeast tomorrow and tomorrow night. And if you don't get a tornado, with the combined tropical depression Nicole becoming post-tropical, merging with a Great Lakes low-pressure system, we're going to have a lot of wind. We could have gusts 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Jersey Shore up into Long Island and southeastern New England. Look at these gusts tomorrow and tomorrow night for your Friday evening commute home. It could be treacherous even into late Friday night and Saturday morning. And finally, Nicole and the Great Lakes will be out of here by Saturday. So you're going to want to spend all day and night on Friday staying with us here on the Weather Channel with the updates on Nicole.
And now your tropical update. Here's the latest advisory. A look from above. The latest forecast track.
Welcome back. Despite making landfall as a minimal Category 1 hurricane, Nicole still managed to bring death and destruction along the East Coast. Devastation in Daytona Beach as people feel the impact of Nicole, flooding turning roads into fronts. Not far away, the storm causing part of the boardwalk on the beach to crumble into the Atlantic. Huge waves crashing over the guardrails. Concern spilling over to Daytona Beach shores. Hundreds of people there evacuating after 3 buildings were deemed unsafe.
Even if the back of your property looks like it's safe, we've got spots back there that it looks like you still have a pool deck. It looks like there's still grass, but you can't walk on it because there's nothing underneath it and you're going to fall in.
At about 15 miles south, evacuations also happening on New Smyrna Beach. Drone video showing the devastation. Homes collapsed after storm surge tore chunks of sand away. In nearby Port Orange, a river overflowing and inundating roads. The flooding putting homes at risk here too. In Wilbur by the Sea, a beachside home collapsing into the ocean. Cinder blocks, wood, and other debris in the water as waves crash around them. Officials say multiple coastal homes in the community have collapsed, while other properties are still at risk.
I don't know. Honestly, just kind of shocked. So, still haven't really processed it, but definitely crazy.
As soon as Nicole passed and people felt safe, they took to the sand. Some, like Brock Roper, a little more daring, defying recommendations to stay out of the water and just trying to surf.
I've been doing this since I was like 12, 13, you know what I mean? Hurricane swell is what it's about, man.
People are pitching in to help, too. Mark Hall jumping in his Hummer limo and searching out people who have any downed trees in their yards.
Well, we're just grateful that we're not where Ian was and all of that. That I think this storm, 75 miles an hour winds, haven't seen that much damage.
Well, at least 2 people are dead as a result of Nicole's wrath encountering a downed power line.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Erica Delgado.
All right, South Florida, and here's the very latest on Tropical Depression Nicole. Winds of 35 miles per hour. It's across southwest Georgia, and you can see all the cloud cover associated with it extending well across portions of the mid-Atlantic and into the Tennessee Valley. Meanwhile, for us here in South Florida, things are beginning to improve. The remnants of Nicole will eventually be taken out to sea once again as we work our way into the weekend, finally seeing a Nicole weekend. And for us here in South Florida, we're seeing those temperatures on the mild side. A little warm across Key West, though. 79 degrees right now, 76 degrees in Marathon, and 74 as we work our way into Miami. 73 degrees right now in Fort Lauderdale.
All right, well, we're going to head you back down to Florida. Let's take a look at a mangled mess. Oh, my goodness. This was once a home at Wilbur by the Sea in the Sunshine State. Some residents in that area returned to their homes and found them just about unrecognizable. At least 25 single-family homes in the area were declared unstructurally safe, or unsafe, I should say. Meanwhile, at least 24 hotels and condo buildings nearby were also found to be unsafe. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is in hard-hit Wilbur by the Sea. That's just south of Daytona Beach. And Justin, I imagine you've been talking to some more homeowners today.
We have, and they're still in shock. They don't exactly know what to do to move forward, but again, it's one day at a time. I wanted to stand here and show you the size of one of these seawalls, and it is a wall just like this that would have continued back right in your direction. It got washed away, and you can see what the washing away of that seawall did. Hurricane Ian 44 days ago started this mess. Nicole finished it 2 days ago, and you can see the general state of disrepair of these homes, most of them falling off the cliff. And it's really kind of startling to see people's pools cracked in half, flooring from a porch laying there on the side of this cliff. But almost hauntingly, looking up into the home, you can see a couch. You can see a refrigerator. You can see the back of a bed and a nightstand. You can see where people lived their lives. And that's what it looks like today. Now, I will tell you, earlier today, the governor did come and visit. He was here, moving around, talking with people who live here, who call Wilbur by the Sea home, and you can see in this video him surveying the damage like chief executives often do. Whether it's a president or a governor, they come and they offer support and they offer a little consolation to know that these people are not forgotten. And in fact, something we learned today from one of the property managers who runs several of these homes and rents them out is that the governor, while she was talking with him personally today, said that sand was on the way. So she asked, what does that mean and when is it coming? And he said, all I can tell you is sand is on the way. So maybe that's some good news for the folks here. Remember, they're looking at any bit of hope they can hold on to try to move forward. And when you think about people's lives lost and not even being able to go into these homes to salvage things anymore because of how dangerous it actually is, anything that the state can do, the federal government can do, or neighbors can do to help is something that is necessary. As we go back into the studio, guys, I wanted to show you something that's really remarkable. If you're just tuning into the Weather Channel right now, looking at that tan house, that tan stucco house, sitting there, its back porch hanging off the edge of a cliff, being held up right now by 5 metal poles. And if you look just beyond that, you'll see the swimming pool from that home being held up by similar poles. Almost all the dirt and land washed away from around that pool. It's just sitting there. And it's kind of hard to imagine. I mean, Jeff, you guys would know as scientists the physics behind how that might even be possible. Me as a regular old, just good old-fashioned reporter, I have no clue how that's still standing there. But I have to believe, and the sheriff here in Volusia County believes, and of course the people who live here believe, Jeff, that it's only a matter of time before that comes down, and really only a matter of time before all these houses come down. So time is of the essence. So when people hear from the governor, Jeff, that sand is on the way, that gives them a little bit of hope. And silver linings are what people need here right now. Jeff,
I'll tell you, looking at those pictures, though, Justin, sand on the way. They better have a lot of sand on the way to prop up that house. Wow, it's going to take dump truck loads, a whole bunch. All right, well, Nicole, of course, has left Florida, has left Georgia, and is now headed up into the Northeast. And with more on that, here's our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah, Jeff, the center of Nicole now moving into West Virginia. It's a post-tropical cyclone that has a warm front attached to it, and it's in the process of merging with an existing frontal system moving over the Great Lakes. So that big trough that has moved across the country that picked up Nicole is now starting to merge with Nicole a bit. And you can see with the yellow lines are isobars, the surface low there moving over West Virginia. But that same high pressure system that Nicole has been pairing with for days to produce onshore flow is producing this pressure gradient that's aimed up into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. And that's where we've got a wind advisory, the Jersey Shore, Long Island, southeastern New England, Cape, and the islands. From about 10 o'clock tonight till about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's when you could get wind gusts 40, maybe 50 miles an hour at times. Loose objects could be blown around, and transportation will be a challenge. And we do have some issues at the airports. LaGuardia, of course, very delay prone. It's got delays up to 45 minutes. And as the weather gets worse this evening, more and more airports will have more of an impact that will snowball as the evening goes on. Not involving snow, but involving some winds and some heavy rainfall moving through the Northeast, where we could have some localized flooding on the roadways. Already getting some of that problem in western North Carolina. Now, the winds themselves are going to be strongest right along the coast. And right now it's not too bad, but it'll be a few hours before these gusts like Atlantic City get near 30 miles an hour will get above that into the 40, 50 mile an hour range. New York City at JFK there near the coast gusting to 30. And it'll be later tonight when you get southeastern New England involved. The winds aren't too bad there right now. But when the surface low moves farther north and east and that combined system goes by, that's when the winds overnight could be the strongest. But then by tomorrow night, things getting a lot better. So when you look at the wind gust forecast here, it's a little ahead of time right now. But later on tonight, New York, Ocean City, Atlantic City gusting 40 to 50. Same with Boston. That'll last all the way into tomorrow morning until finally the low moves out in the afternoon. Tomorrow things get a lot better, Jackie.
Welcome back. We're continuing to track the remnants of Nicole as it merges with a cold front and works its way across the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. We've got some hefty line here of rain showers, bringing some gusty winds around 45 miles per hour that's poised to move through the Richmond area once again, and a little lightning into the panhandle of West Virginia. A lot of the rain is really heavy into western parts of PA as well as into western Maryland. We got a nice little break here the last number of hours from about D.C. on up towards New York City, keeping an eye on this cluster and complex of thunderstorms offshore. That's going to be heading into southern New England here within the next couple of hours, so just be aware of that before all of this begins to move out of the region overall. We've got a lot of wind gusts that have been picking up in Long Island into parts of Connecticut, into New York City. That's been causing some airport delays. No, it's going to be gusty through the day tomorrow, and then finally all the precip begins to move out of here by the end of the weekend. We'll have more on this in a bit, but want to take a look back at what it was like now for storm tracker Jim Cantori as Nicole pounded Daytona Beach shores.
This is the facility we've been watching. The wave run-up has been pretty extraordinary here. We had one huge wave that brought with it quite a bit of sea foam. Yeah, we're driving. Wow. I mean, look at this water coming in. This is just incredible here. That building, if you were watching us the last couple of days, we watched it literally be torn apart. All right, breaking piece by piece by piece. Safe, right here, I want to show everybody this. This is the kind of structural damage. Look at the structural damage we got here. So this whole thing could come down. This is amazing to me. This is as high as the water was last night at high tide already. And we're still 2 hours before high tide today. Eesh. Look at this. I mean, this is incredible. The wave action coming in. We just lost this stairway, which was on the other side of the hotel. You can hear it bump and then fall off. So now it's just a piece of loose debris, Jordan, to hit whatever it wants to and do more structural damage. But it's just going to get broken apart with the wave action. And even this overhang, incredibly compromised, where you can see just this morning, this hole in the asphalt, this just happened within the last 10 minutes. What we've done essentially is move away from Pirates Cove, which was one of the buildings, by the way, that was condemned, and I want to show you why. So we're looking back under that asphalt. Look at this. Look at that whole top decking is just hanging there. The only reason it's standing is because the edges of it still have enough support, but you can see it sagging. And look at how much it's been undermined. Just incredible amounts of dirt taken out from under there. And we got more waves coming in. It's only a matter of time before that part of that structure comes down. Wow. We got sea foam right here, dude.
I know. This is sea foam.
Be careful, Safe, when that water comes. Safe! Be careful. You can see the sag that's going on right in the middle. So it is only a matter of time. I want you to see the crack that's developed in the top of that. So there's so much weight right now in the middle with those 3.5, 4 pilings that have been undermined, that weight now is taking its toll on that top slab. Oh man, Safe. Oh no, oh no. Safe, heads up. Oh, big wave coming in, Safe. Big wave. All right, this little asphalt parking area has completely collapsed, and as a result of that, you've now got nothing to support the weight of that decking. And there is a stress fracture in it. And I'm thinking, you know, maybe once we go one more of those pilings, that may be the tipping point of this. So this thing is slowly sagging, and eventually it's just going to kind of fall. Oh, my God! Look at that wave. So the converging waves, the one going out and the new one coming in. Wow! There it goes! Here it goes! There it goes! Oh, man! Holy... We've lost the deck. All right, it's sunk down in a couple locations. It may not be done, by the way. But you can see this kind of overhang decking area here, which has succumbed to the sea. This all happened this morning, okay? There was blacktop underneath all that. All right, and it had been undermined a little bit, but this is what's been accelerated by these brutal waves, you know, just absolutely bashing surf. Oh, man, look at that. Holy, watch out, Safe. Safe.
She said, try me back in half an hour.
Heads up, bro.
Watch the wood, watch the wood. That's what got me last time.
If this goes here and we completely weaken the side, it's just going to fold out. Holy. Which is what. Oh, man! Oh, Jesus! Holy. With the kind of wave action that you're seeing out through here, which is just, you know, incredibly destructive, you're going to see parts of buildings falling victim to the sea.
More than 24 were reported across Louisiana and Mississippi, and it has turned deadly. Local 10's Gio Signares is in the newsroom with the latest.
Janice Christie, at least 29 tornadoes have been reported so far, and that number could go up. The National Weather Service calling this outbreak, quote, a particularly dangerous situation, while other parts of the country face severe weather as well.
The aftermath of a tornado outbreak in the south.
Many people waking up to no power and damaged buildings like these apartments in Utah, Alabama. Near the state capital of Montgomery, 2 people have died and at least 1 other was injured after a tornado hit earlier this morning, according to local officials. Golf ball-sized hail has been reported from Texas to Kentucky. High winds and heavy rain bringing severe damage not just to Alabama, but parts of Louisiana and Mississippi as well. This bridge in Monroe County, Mississippi, washed out by the storm. In Caldwell Parish in Louisiana, several homes damaged and left in pieces, scattered. Elsewhere across the country, in Minnesota, it's snow that's causing issues and dangerous driving conditions. 8 inches coming down in the Twin Cities and the airport closing temporarily. Further west in Washington state,
it's gnarly. It's definitely gnarly.
Several inches of snow knocking out power and causing accidents, not to mention headaches for commuters.
If you're not comfortable driving the home, stay home. Don't create nuisances for other people.
Additionally, 7 states in the west, from California to Montana, are under winter storm warnings or watches, with more than 4 feet of snow expected in the Sierra Nevada. In the newsroom, I'm Gio Insignares, Local 10 News.
Gio, thank you. And that storm system, by the way, it's on the move, with severe weather now possible here in Florida in the Panhandle, as well as in Alabama and Georgia later today.
And it comes on the last day of hurricane season, and it's been a deadly and destructive year with Hurricane Ian. Ian is the deadliest hurricane to strike the mainland U.S. in at least a decade, and one of the costliest hurricanes on record. You know, we say it every hurricane season, doesn't matter how many hurricanes hit, it takes just that one that's a monster storm, and that was Ian.
Yeah, that was definitely this year. If you just look at the numbers, there's nothing that remarkable about this season. 14 named storms, 8 of which were hurricanes, 2 of which were major hurricanes. Compare that to the 30-year average. It's almost completely normal, but of course it was one of the most destructive and deadly hurricane seasons on record because of Ian. But it was weird too, because in the beginning of the season, the forecasters were all, it was expected to be very busy, and it wasn't. I mean, in the beginning of the season, the red that you see here, this is a look at storm energy each month, the red indicating this year, the blue indicating the 30-year average. We didn't have hardly anything. August had 0 storms. Then we hit September and November. It was a very backloaded season where we had some very impactful storms, the first of which was Fiona, which brought catastrophic flooding to Puerto Rico, over 30 inches. That was a deadly storm, strongest storm to ever hit Canada, by the way. Then, of course, Ian, which tied for the 5th strongest landfalling hurricane on record, 157 deaths, $50+ billion in damage. And then the late season Nicole, which is the latest hurricane strike for the Florida Peninsula. There was one that was later in the Panhandle, but for the Peninsula on record. So bad season. Glad it's over. Today is a wrap on it. Looking back at our weather here today, we're going to be talking about some showers popping in. This afternoon could get a little bit wet, so more on that in about 8 minutes or so. Guys?